Get some work wins and reach those soul goals in 2025. Press play on your personal progress with the ABC Listen app. Listen to podcasts like Life Matters,
The Economy's Stupid,
and
This Working Life.
All those and more on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line and Marty good there. Another one.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
Rampy from 55 and right on the way home. Huge fend off and kicks the goal. The skipper off a step finishes.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Right foot strike. He's got it. Oh, the home fans like that. Takes a bounce, unguarded, goal square. He's got it. Reed's going to go for goal. Oh my goodness, that truly is remarkable.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
This abridged opening round reaches its conclusion in fine Sunday afternoon conditions here in Sydney. It's not quite the season launch the AFL had in mind, but it doesn't change the billing of this matchup today. 12 months in the making. Craig McRae and the Magpies last came here as reigning premiers and were beaten by the Giants rather comfortably. Of course, a lot of things would transpire in the ensuing 24 weeks from that point on. They began the year 0-3, the Magpies, and would narrowly miss the opportunity to defend their title in September. The Giants would get there, but bowed out in straight sets, losing both finals by a kick. It only feels like yesterday we were here when the eventual premiers Brisbane got the better of them in that semi-final. We wait to see if Collingwood can shake off the premiership hangover or as to whether Adam Kingsley's men can take another giant step forward in this new season. Welcome to ABC Sport for Sunday afternoon footy. It is the second and last game of this opening round due to the revised and postponed fixtures that were to take place in Queensland. The Giants and the Magpies starts in about 45 minutes from now. My name is Brett Sprigg, and to call the action alongside me today is Ben Cameron. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Spriggy. Great to be here. I mean, these really are clubs of contrast, aren't they? You've got the black and white of Collingwood, the neutral colours. You've got the bright orange of GWS. You've got the history and pride of Collingwood right out of the footy heartland in Victoria. You've got the new frontier in GWS and their developing fan base. There are similarities of style, though. Both of these coaches are branches of Damien Hardwick's coaching tree, and they do play in somewhat similar styles. We'll speak to our experts about that, no doubt. And both, most importantly, are tipped to be right at the pointy end this season, so I can't wait.
Similarities too in the fact that there are some names missing for the Giants. No Jesse Hogan with that thumb injury, which he jammed in the toilet door on the bus last week in Canberra. Tom Green with a calf, so missing their best forward and their best midfielder. And Jake Stringer, of course, their boom recruit, out with a hamstring. James Leake will debut, more on him shortly. The Magpies won't have Cox, DeGoey, Tom Mitchell, Dan Houston, speaking of recruits, but one of their other recruits, Harry Perryman, will appear today against his former side here for his new club. He spent 8 years as a Giant. The subs are Jacob Ware and Ned Long. Our experts on ABC Sport are Swans Premiership star and Ireland's favourite son, Ty Kennelly. Welcome, Ty.
Yeah, great to be back for another year. Absolutely pumped, and it's great to see all the eyes of the football world on New South Wales. So it's been great. Looking forward to today.
Former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington. Hello, Sado.
Howdy. Well, I thought Colin O'Riordan was going to be in the box. So Ireland's favourite son, no?
Sado, if you need to know just how popular Ty Kennelly is in Ireland, I was in New York.
Oh, no, don't. Please.
And there was an Irish bartender. Somehow Corbyn told him that he works with Ty Kennelly. They ended up having a 15-minute FaceTime call from New York, this random Irish barman that we met, and Ty Kennelly.
He's got friends in all places. Most of them are pubs.
True, that's right. True story. Well, it's got to be stereotypical Irish, don't I? But yes, that's right. I still haven't got anything off Corbs for that. You know, he said he got a few free beers. He owes me a couple.
Don't expect them back.
Feels like a weird weekend so far, Ben. We had you were there on Friday at the SCG. We've sort of had a day off in between with no footy, and now it's the second and last game of this opening round.
Yeah, I like the line from Eddie Maguire that it went from round 0 to round 0.5, and that's where we ended up. here this week. So just half the games. It has felt a little truncated, because it is, and a little bit strange. But the game on Friday night, I nearly said Thursday night, was excellent, particularly early for an opening round match. I hope we get that today, and we have no reason not to expect that with the Giants and Collingwood.
Well, you look at, we're probably what we may or may think, we've sort of left with the 4 teams playing this weekend that are all potentially top 4 teams, aren't we? So, I mean, whilst we've lost half the games, it's pretty exciting with what we've been left with.
And Friday night was exciting, to look at the quality of that game in the first half itself. It's always, often you see the start of the game, it's intense, there's a lot of fundamental errors, but throughout that game itself as well, the second half, that last quarter, the rain obviously got hold of it, but as a spectacle for round 1 game or round 0 game was quite high.
I sort of like the fact that these two are playing the same fixture 2 years in a row. As I mentioned, it was the last time they met. Giants won that by 32. Playing with the reigning premiers at the time. Mason Cox called this place a showground for livestock, which is nothing if not true. But it's sort of developing a little tradition here, I suppose, with the biggest club in the land, Collingwood, and the last sort of expansion frontier in Western Sydney. So hopefully it sort of continues.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes it work, doesn't it? The spotlight on Sydney, the Giants, not the biggest crowd pullers, but to have Collingwood here opening round, I think, the Collingwood fans travel. They're going to come to it. They're going to turn their TV sets on, and that's what it's probably about a little bit, is getting these people that normally wouldn't come to this game or normally wouldn't watch this game on the telly or tune in on the radio if they listen to ABC. They're going to do it this weekend when maybe they wouldn't.
Well, I was in the city today and I saw a lot of Collingwood fans wearing their black and white stripes, getting around the city, a lot of number 35s on their back, just walking around. So they do travel, the black and white army, so they will be here today. They'll be ready to cheer on their Pies out of the showground.
You can text us, as always, 0437 774 774. Just beautiful conditions here, by the way. So we've overhead, yes, blue skies, light clouds, and the surface as well, which has been the talking point at this ground a few times across a number of different sports. But we had Green Day playing here during the week. How was it, Sato? Did you go and see Green Day play?
I didn't. It is my vintage. I should have been there.
I thought it would have been. But ground looks fantastic, so couldn't ask for more. At a ground where we do sometimes have issues with the surface, so no worries about that.
It's slightly patchwork quilt, but it looks pretty good given what we're expecting. So, yeah, it does look okay. Mitch Cleary reported this during the week. I think they had cranes out there during the concert to get the equipment and the surface off the ground immediately that they had temporarily placed for the concert. But
I love how precious we get, Benny. I love how precious we get in grounds now. We were always trying to find an angle or something. It's 2 grounds, 2 teams, go at it. It's the same surface. Let's play in the car park. I get it, now the money involved in the game and whatnot, but let's just go play the game. And we do talk about surface a lot as football, and it's coming from the precious players, I think, more than anyone else. And then we pick up on it as media departments.
Let's waste no further time, because Daniel Garber's with us on the boundary today. He's in the Collingwood camp first up. Garby, it's down to you.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Jordan Ruffett. He's just emerged from the rooms. Talk us through these final few moments. We've seen Scott Pendlebury run out, Josh Dacos run out. What's it like as you get prepared for another big season?
Oh, it's an exciting time. I mean, the guys have put in a power of work over the last 3 or 4 months to get themselves ready for this moment. So I guess this is just the final stages and them doing what they need to do to get themselves in the mental and physical state to go and attack this game.
How different has the pre-season been this time around compared to after the premiership year, where you have a bit more time to prepare? Just talk us through that preparation and what sort of impact it might have coming into opening round.
Well, clearly there's the time. I mean, we had the extra 4 weeks of training, which helps to set you up clearly. But I think there's just been a real hunger and a real appetite to continue to get to work on getting better every day and attack this season and get back to where we want to be as a footy club, which is competing at the latter end of the year. And we know that the steps are in place to get us there. This is the start of a very long season and our first opportunity to really put on display what we've got to work on and what the guys have trained really hard.
The forward line feels a little bit fresh with Dan McStay coming back and Tim Membry coming in. What have you made of the way in which they've started to gel and the different threat you might possess there this season?
Yeah, well, we've clearly got 3 really experienced key forwards who can hit the scoreboard for us, and you saw a little bit of that last week against Richmond, where all were able to contribute and kick a score. But it's not necessarily just their ability to kick a score; it's their ability to compete and get the ball to ground. We've got a great mix of talls and smalls that can apply real pressure on the opposition and can hit the scoreboard themselves. So we feel like we've got a really good mix and opportunity to really test teams, whether it's with our tall forwards or our small forwards.
Speaking of those small forwards, of course, Bobby Hill, we know so much about him. He's up against his old side today. Lachie Schultz, though, is a really interesting player. Outside noise suggests that perhaps he didn't have the season he would have wanted last year. Where's he at for you in terms of making up for that? He was such a high-profile recruit.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to make up for anything. I mean, internally we loved him. He won our Pressure Player of the Year award last year, so a lot of the time you look at forwards and the expectation is just goals. But Lachie contributed in a number of ways for us last year. I'm sure he'd like to come out this year and kick more goals like all forwards would. But he's another who's had a great pre-season, and looking forward to see what sort of damage he can do through the year.
And the Giants forward line, we know the players who are missing, Jesse Hogan and Jake Stringer. So is there even more emphasis on Toby Green this afternoon, and who gets that job to try and shut down the Giants captain?
Oh, look, they're a really high-quality opposition, and it doesn't really matter which magnets are on or off the board. You've got to respect all of your opposition and opponents. Clearly, they do have some threats up there. Toby, the one you mentioned, Brent Daniels is a really key contributor for them. So we've spent a bit of time looking at how we can limit their impact this week, and opportunities for our guys to stamp some authority on the game early, hopefully, and limit their impact.
Maynard to Green potentially in a real junkyard dog kind of battle.
I'm sure you'll see Maynard on Green for periods of the game, yeah.
Jordan Ruffhead, thanks so much. Good luck.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Jordan Ruffhead there with Daniel Garb, Magpies assistant coach. And we'll continue on there in the Collingwood camp. Sorry, Ben, did you have something?
Yeah, just a quick one. Ollie Hannaford is out there just warming up with the Giants at the moment. Now, he was listed as an emergency. We were told no late changes and that Jacob Ware was the sub. Now, I'm fairly certain that the emergencies aren't allowed out on the ground within an hour of the start of the match. So I just wonder whether there's an extremely late change that is about to take place for GWS, or maybe those rules have changed throughout the summer that I'm not totally across. But he is out there at the moment.
Yeah, you're totally testing my speed counting here of how many players are warming up. But
nice pickup.
Yeah,
nice pickup. You're sharp, Benny. You're a game in, you see, so we're a bit rusty here. That's very sharp.
The top of the
see him.
Goal square there, just kicking the ball around. So we'll endeavour to bring that to you. Maybe the emergencies are allowed to warm up on the ground, but certainly not in the listed team to begin with.
Good shout, Ben. Just on the Pies, who we heard from there, Tig. So they now officially have the oldest list in the competition, having added those names, Perryman, Memory and Houston, two of which will play today. How much do they need to, I guess, think or believe that, last year missing the finals was an anomaly, that, okay, we had some injuries and some bad luck. They drew 2 games, which they go either way. You have 14 wins rather than 12, which is still a good number. But to know that all the pieces are still there, maybe Geelong is the blueprint there, bouncing back as they did last year from a not-so-good premiership defence the year prior. But are all the pieces still there for the Pies?
Yeah, it is. Clearly they're traded for the now. When you trade out your early picks, you're trading to win a flag. Geelong, we've seen obviously do it in recent years, but that's exactly what Collingwood are at right now. They're right in the money. By all accounts, where they've hit the pre-season and the track and the workload that they've done and the attack of the amount of actual miles they put into their legs and the speed that they've trained at. It's telling you, well, this is it. And when you look at the trade and what they've done, and obviously when getting in those players, they're traded for now. And that list, obviously, age demographics not great, obviously, but you have an example a couple of years in Geelong 2022 winning the premiership. But the probably the most pleasing one from a not so much from a Giants perspective, but knowing Perryman and knowing what he can do and what he's going to do, and in the preseason games he played as an inside mid.
Yes.
And the Giants have been tried that, and they've tried it. No, he is a very versatile footballer. Right, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes if they stick with it.
Named on the outside here today, but as you say, may well go inside centre bounce clearance. He did that in the pre-season, like you say. His most recent sort of prominent midfield time came at the Giants in 2022. His stats support the fact that he would be a good stoppage player. Perhaps we will see more of that today and this season for the Pies.
Yeah, I mean, he's a quality footballer, and he's probably one of those ones, because he's so good at playing every position, he's found himself across his career playing a number of different roles, but never a heap inside. But he certainly showed that versatility, so it would be great to see that he gets that opportunity, he kicks on with it.
I think his profile will go through the roof too in Collingwood. If he's an inside mid and he's getting the numbers that he's get down in Melbourne football at a Melbourne club, obviously in Collingwood itself, and I think he'll get a lot more praise from the football world. Sometimes that doesn't happen in Sydney as much.
6-year deal for the free agent at this new club, Harry Perryman. So we'll see how he goes on club debut here today. It's Jack Crisp's 250th game. He's played 238 consecutive So he hasn't missed a game for his, I want to say, new clubs. He came across from the Brisbane Lions. Been at the Pies for a long time now, but 250th and a very durable player.
Oh, it's incredible resilience, isn't it? To play that many games of football week in, week out.
You played with a couple of guys.
Well, Jared
Crouch played.
He played a lot of footy without missing from debut too.
Yeah, Crouchy was the main one.
But it's incredible. I'm not just body-wise, but performance-wise, to just get picked week after week.
On a successful team too. It's not like it's a team obviously that haven't been going well in recent years, you know, when you obviously can get games, but his ability to compete for mine, I love watching him compete. If you're ever looking at footballers, and we're looking at young footballers in the world, when you look at a player like that, you just go, what's his attribute? It's his ability to compete, and that's why it's allowed him to get to 250, his ability and want to compete and not give up.
We heard Jordan Roughhead there speak about that pre-season game against Richmond last week. 83 points it was. I know Ben Cameron likes to say that pre-season form is an oxymoron. But, look, my check, Membry and Bobby Hill all kick 4. We get an idea of what that forward line looks with Tim Membry added as well, speaking of new players. So do you read much into the fact that, especially the Tigers would be tipped to be down the bottom this year, but obviously they were pretty clinical last week, the Pies.
Well, I mean, that's what they want to get out of the games, isn't it? I mean, you want to be in good form through the pre-season. It's not always the best read, Tiger, and I know you agree with this, but I mean, you clearly want to go out and play good footy, and you want to see the connection between your new players, and if you've got a new lineup or new system with some forwards going in, you want to see them perform well, and clearly they've done that through the pre-season. So that's all positive signs, but obviously you've got to translate that now into the heater opening round and the serious battle, and of course the Giants have struggled a little bit through their pre-season, but it's not always the best indicator.
Yeah, 4 points. Sorry, mate. Yep. 4 points is very, very different. You know, and I think when you are an older age group too, it can affect you. Clearly, from the Giants' perspective, is the last 2 games in the AFL world and what happened and the way they've addressed it during the summer and the way they were beaten and knocked out of the finals from finishing 4th in the ladder. You know, you want to see a reaction from the playing group. Now, you didn't get it quite as much in the pre-season, but there's a lot of older players there that they've got to be hurting from it, and you have to bring that up as far as the coaching staff.
Ty Cannelli, Jason Saddington, Ben Cameron, Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb with you here on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774. Your texts are welcome. Ben Cameron has a very keen news sense around this situation involving Ollie Hannaford as to whether there is a late change for the GWS Giants.
Just waiting to hear at the moment. And
I'd love for him to say, you know what, the rules change. We have 3 emergencies out there. Oh, I do love you're on top of this, but I don't know.
Well, I'd be happy for that to be the case, and then I can say to Tig, look, I'm not as sharp as you think. I haven't been reading the rules and regulations, but we'll wait to see.
I've counted 23 out there.
While we wait, we'll go inside the Giants camp because Daniel Garb is speaking with their assistant coaches.
Yeah, thank you. I'm down here with Jeremy Laidler, GWS assistant coach. Jeremy, great to see you. It feels like just yesterday you and I were standing here before a semi-final. Sorry to bring up bad memories of that night against Brisbane, but how satisfied are you that as a group you've reviewed that, you've buried the demons and you're ready to go again?
Yeah, it's a new year. We're so excited for this year. We reviewed last year's finals pretty hard. We know what we've got to work on, and we probably went away from the things that we do really well. You know, we've got a really strong system, and if we stick by that and play the way we want to, it's pretty hard to stop when we are up and going. So we know what to do against Collingwood. We had a great opening round against them last year, so we'll see how we go tonight. So.
2 massive players out, though, Tom Green and Jesse Hogan, and the new recruit in Jake Stringer. Why can you still win without them?
Yeah, I think it's they're pretty important players. We'd love to have them. It's a great opportunity for the absolute guns out in the field. But we don't rely on their talent. We know the way we want to play, and if they play our way, then we should go a long way to winning. I suppose with Hoagie he kicked a few goals, but it's next man in up front. And we just hope, if we get the right delivery into our forward line, then we should be able to kick goals no matter who's down there. And we've still got some really good talent down there, so we should be fine.
And without Tom Green, can you talk us through the midfield mix and how it might change this season? There's talk about Steve Cannelio playing a little bit more outside this year. What kind of changes or alterations might we see from last year?
Yeah, we're not changing too much in there. Tom's only out for, a week or so, we're not going to change much in there. We'll still, run with the same personnel, and there might be a few different combinations we go through there. Like you said, Cogs might play on the wing, he might play a bit inside, but I think that's what's good about our midfield. We can put anyone through there, and they know what they've got to do at each time. So it's very tricky for the opposition to have different combinations in there. But we feel like we're not going to adjust too much, but we'll just stick to the plan that we've got going forward.
One change that you did make last year, which works so well, was Toby Bedford coming in as a tagger. It seems pretty straightforward from the outside that he goes to Nick Dacos today. Is that likely to be the scenario, and what sort of challenge does it possess for him, if so?
Oh, I think when we've given him a role, he's stood out and shone. Sorry. So yeah, I reckon he'll spend a fair bit of time around, especially Nick, and they've got some other guns in there too. So it might just not be Nick at all times, but he might spend some time around Pendlebury, or he might go to half forward and spend some time on Josh. We're just not sure. I suppose you sort of adapt throughout the game to see who is most damaging. But I reckon he'll spend a fair bit of time around Nick, because he is one of the outstanding players in the competition.
And James Leake comes in for his debut, a first-round draft pick. Talk to us a bit about him, how excited he is, and what sort of impact he can have on this team, and why he's earned a debut for round 1 or round 0.
Yeah, opening round. It's hard to speak. He had a bit of a challenging year last year. He's a great Tasmanian boy. He's just put his head down, bum up, and got to work. So he's got full trust from the whole playing group, the coaching group. Ben Hart's done a wonderful job with him through the midfield. So he'll come in, and he's got similarities to Green, so he'll play that inside role, and then hopefully he can get him on the outside when that ball does get loose. But he's got full trust, and we know what he's going to deliver. He's a very hard at it Tasmanian footballer who just wants to get his hands dirty. So I think he'll be all right in there.
Jeremy Laidler, thanks so much. Good luck today.
Thanks for having me.
Giants forwards coach Jeremy Laidler down there with Daniel Garbs. So, nothing to report thus far as a potential late change. It did occur to me as well, Ty Connelly and Jason Saddington, that Darcy Jones would be the one potentially that's missing out if there is a late change. He rolled his ankle at training on Friday. Adam Kingsley said that he'd be okay and they'd monitor him, and obviously if there is an emergency who's floating out there on standby, then it may well be for Darcy Jones, who is in some doubt.
Like for like, too. Coming in player, if it is emergency.
Well, that's true.
So
small forward.
So if it is a change, but we're missing something.
We'll wait and see. Ollie Hannaford was their first round pick last year, number 18 overall. The first round pick from the previous year, James Leake, pick 17, 2023, makes his debut. You heard Garby and Laidler having a chat about it there. But kid from Launceston, had a persistent quad injury last year. Saw the video of, they sort of have the videos of their debut getting announced, all his teammates getting around him, and they all sort of rushed in from everywhere and said, don't injure him, be careful. But they're all pretty excited for James Leake to make his appearance in the Orange.
Yeah, very talented junior football. He was highly rated in that Allies group 2 years ago that won the championships. And he's probably a Harry Perryman replacement in terms of Perryman going this year. Leake was on the list last year, but he can play a number of different positions. He can play half forward, he can play wing, he can play half back. Highly skillful, very smart footballer. It was only a matter of time before he was going to debut, and it's great he's got his opportunity today.
And it's often tough, isn't it? You've had a year out, obviously you've been early pick in the draft, and you've got to wait 12 months when you get there, and the players now are well prepared to go straight into the system and play senior football right off the bat. And you're looking forward to seeing how it goes.
I have spoken to GWS now. I've just heard back. So no late changes.
Okay.
So seemingly there must be a rule change in there somewhere that the emergency can warm up on the ground. I think you probably likely joined the dots, Spriggy, with Darcy Jones. But, he's in and playing Darcy Jones, and there's no late changes.
Jacob Ware and Ned Long, the subs here for the Giants and the Magpies on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Sprigg, Ben Cameron, Jason Saddington, Ty Connelly and Daniel Garb. We've heard from both camps so far. Your text always welcome, 0437 774 774. G'day, Spriggy and Ben. Grant here in Hobart, where it's 27 degrees Celsius. Looking forward to hearing the footy on ABC this Savo Glow. The Blues this week. Yeah, big game Thursday against the Tigers. Hello, footy gurus. Collingwood improved when it replaced Buckley. Ex-President Maguire kicks a football like ex-PM John Howard bowled a cricket ball. That's from Chris. Go Magpies. Bit of nothing, but thank you, Chris, for your correspondence.
Well, hang on. I'm going to defend Eddie here.
He's a friend of yours.
And his son kicks a football pretty well.
That's
because
Joe.
he was a part of the Ohio State Buckeyes that won the national championship.
What about Xander? How's he go with kicking
Xander would kick it well. Xander would be fine.
Anyway.
I'm sure Eddie kicks it well too.
Yeah, he probably did once upon a time. Not in the nice loafers. Spriggy, Ben, Tig, Jason, Garby, go the Giants. Listening analog 6:30 a.m. News Radio through New South Wales. Top analysis as usual. Grant in Waterloo, listening here in Sydney. Simon said 36 degrees in Adelaide. Just can't get that football feeling. just can't get that football feeling. No, we've all got the football feeling here. But yeah, look, it's a few days' time. It'll be round 1. We'll get on with our lives and stop debating around opening round and how it all works.
It's the 9th of March. We should be pumped for actually talking about football. It was the same last year, we're getting a week earlier and earlier. Let's do it. I don't want any pre-season. I want to play like the Premier League and all that. Just play footy all year round. You get 6 weeks off, boys, and just play.
Lisa's got, hi guys, looking forward to this game with Greenhogan and Stringer out. Do you think GWS will struggle? And good to hear the Pies have to travel to the MCG 14 times this season. No frequent flight there. Looking forward to your call. Lisa,
there it is.
Ellenbrook. That's in WA, where you know all about frequent flyers. Going those long distances. But, look, on that point, though, about who's missing, and that's your best mid and your best forward. I mean, Jesse Hogan, 77 goals last year, best and fairest winner, and Tom Green as well, who's still a little while away. So they are two big outs for the Giants.
And Peatling's another one. Obviously, they've lost him, and they're looking with some youth as well. I think his value would be underrated. And you're trying to look for some mids. In Bedford, obviously, he's going to have to try and step up in that role inside. So Tom's a huge loss for you to get some forward half football. In a game where the Giants love to play front half football as far as pressure wise, and if you're not getting the ball out of that middle and playing front half, you're on the back foot, then you're really relying on a ball movement piece. So that's what Jesse's at his best when you're getting the ball out of the middle, obviously, and he's getting one-on-one opportunities.
What they need is the old firm to stand up in replacement. So Stephen Cornelio obviously injured a lot last year, but he probably needs to step back into that midfield that he's probably got pushed out of over the past couple of years and stand up again today with Tom Green not playing. Josh Kelly may be back inside as well. But even forward, Toby Green needs to sort of go back to the best Toby to fill the gaps.
Big opportunity for Aaron Cadman as well, who obviously turned 21 last week, number 1 pick of 3 years ago. He's now a third-year player. Kicked 3 goals.
I reckon he came of age. He came of age in the finals.
Kicked 3 goals against the Swans.
And you saw something. I was like, right, this is probably the breakout game for him.
He is, though, for a key forward. He debuted in Gather Round a couple of years ago, from memory. He hasn't kicked more than 3 goals in a game.
Yeah, but he gets to be the key forward today.
Yeah.
That's the thing, because he's always been the third tall forward. Yeah. So today he gets to be that key forward, and hopefully it works for him.
They are missing the dress-up 6 as well. Let's not forget that. Yeah. So Riccardi, McMullen, Harvey Thomas, Fonte and Fay as well. So...
Riccardi's the one that they needed today. Yeah. Riccardi's the big hurt from
probably the most notable. The fact is, Lockie Keefe, who only played the 5 games last year, who began life as a Magpie, let's not forget, has played a role and may well be light upon to play, not only in the ruck, but also up front or down back at some stage today, up front especially, where they might be lacking. So
they've still got a strong core of defenders. Their defence is extremely strong, and that hasn't changed. So that's going to stand up today for them, because they've got some really strong defenders. Hasn't changed. I know Perryman, you take a bit out of it, obviously, but as far as that group, they haven't lost a whole lot there. It's the middle, obviously, where the game can be won. But to the Giants pieces, it's a lot of it for mine is probably just the attitude and their mindset around how they're going to attack. Not really firing in the pre-season and missing a couple of key players. Can they actually handle it? To Jason's point about all the firms standing up.
They were beaten by 58 points at the hands of Carlton at Manuka Oval last week, and Jesse Hogan kicked those 3 goals, and then, as I said, jammed his thumb in the toilet door on the bus, which is an unorthodox sort of injury. Darcy Jones kicked a couple of goals, had 16 touches. Finn Callahan's the other one as well, who could step up in that midfield absence there. He's set for a big year, and I think he'll realise that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the faith the Giants have him as well, the contract that he signed not long ago. And obviously
the faith he didn't sign.
The faith of Finn.
That's St Kilda.
Oh, if that's true.
Allegedly.
That's what I'm saying. If that's true, I've got to go and talk to Finn. Come on, mate.
Well, I mean, it's probably on the flip of that, it's the faith he showed in the Giants, isn't it? I mean, that's the most incredible part of it. But, I mean, he's cherry ripe to take that next step now to be the bona fide elite midfielder in the competition. So with Tom Green out for this week and maybe next, there's a chance for Finn to be that number 1 man.
I do wonder as well as far as how a club drives internal expectations, because the Giants have been tipped. And I saw Toby Green speak during the week about this, or on yesterday, in fact it was, about the fact that they have been tipped to be a top 4, top 5 finisher, be a premiership contender. I'm sure they would feel like their best, with their best players in, can contend for the flag and go one better than losing 2 finals by a kick last year. But how do you manage those expectations internally without getting too carried away?
It can deflate you. The couple of years they've played and they've been so close to playing in grand finals, and the finals form has been good, just to not obviously get it done on the night, and obviously a couple of minutes against the Swans, the same thing the year before, and then obviously the way they were 44 points up against Brisbane. So they're the 2 grand finalists on the deck. they had them done, and they don't play in a grand final. So that, and then you do the same thing the year before. You know, they were there and they didn't get across the line. That can be very deflating. It's very hard as a coaching staff to actually get through the summer and keep them motivated. So how long and how more can you keep going to the well as far as what you're there? You just got to try and back the process in, try and tweak a few things, get some excitement, some new young personnel in, move some positional changes for the older brigade, and that often happens. You know, and you see that with Collingwood. So the signs will be on early for the Giants. And they started slow the last 2 years. They have, and they've come, and you know, we obviously the first year with Kingers, it was clearly the players understood it was a different system, and they were saying we're going to start. So it was the same last year. It started a bit slow, so I don't think it'd be any different. But there's just a bit of a different feel to the age to the club, and I just hope they can actually step up today and really show some fight.
I hope they properly interrogated last year. So, I mean, you look at their end to last year. During the home and away season, they won all 13 games. They led at three-quarter time. They led twice at three-quarter time in finals and lost both of those games. Led for all bar 6 minutes against Sydney, and then all bar 10.5 minutes against Brisbane. But I work with Corbin Middlemass on the ABC AFL Daily Pod with your old mate Paul Roos every Monday and Brett Delidio every Friday. Get it wherever you get your pods. It's
nice
a great
plug.
show. But, I mean, Corbin's spoken at length about the fact that their profile wasn't great. They weren't top 6 for points scored. They weren't top 6 for points against. Now, generally, the Premiership side is in both of those top 6 categories. They were also the most accurate team in the last 20 years. So maybe there were a few cracks that were wallpapered over. So do you both see it like that, Sato and Tig? How do you think that they need to improve?
Oh, it's consistency. And that's exactly, that was their issue last year. It was the up and down, and we saw it in the finals, that consistency through a game of football. And I think that's why you got the points for, points against element in terms of the way they played. So they just need to find that throughout a game of football. And that's certainly what they've touched on across the pre-season is, you know, how do we become that team that's consistently getting the process right and not have these ups and downs, because that's what cost them last year.
And where does the jump come from? You know, you're looking for that Cadman to take the jump, and Darcy Jones and those, you know, Finn Callahan to become an absolute A grader. So those three alone, if they can actually jump and take their game to the next level as far as A graders, because you know what you're going to get from your senior players in that old firm, you're looking for those types that they can really have the talent. Can they actually go and take it and do it consistently week in, week out?
We'll talk more about the Pies as well here at the Sydney Showground. Fine conditions for the second and last game of this abridged opening round. This is Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
The Exxon Valdez supertanker.
Salmon rushed to the Satanic.
The People's Liberation Army have
Step back to the 80s for the end of an era.
I am excited.
Season 3 of The Newsreader, Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
The moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He pulled the river a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown and contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He
drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Thoughts one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive hit.
Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it off the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's been a long summer for the GWS Giants, who at this ground, their home ground last September, coughed up a 44-point second-half lead in a final. And, of course, it was the eventual premiers who got them. Who knows what Adam Kingsley's men could have achieved? The fact of the matter is that they, like every other team in the competition, have to go back and start all over again. The same is certainly true of Collingwood, who couldn't scrape in despite a winning record and still boasting plenty of premiership quality talent. Opening round both continues and concludes today in Sydney for the second of our games this weekend. It's the Giants and the Magpies on ABC Sport, and the opening bounce is about 14 minutes away. Brett Sprigg is my name. Ben Cameron is alongside me. Our experts are Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. The Magpies aren't so welcome here in front of the Giants faithful. However, one key thing about Collingwood is they do bring a crowd wherever they go, and there are plenty of Collingwood fans on the outer side of the ground, and we have a good crowd building here today for the conclusion of opening round. Ben, good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you, Spriggy. It's one thing I always say about Collingwood: hated, adored, never ignored. And here they are again, and they're wearing their white with the black stripes as opposed to the inverse today, and the white shorts on. The Giants in their bright orange, not far away either.
Jack Crisp is out there with his bubs, running through for his 250th game, his 238th consecutive AFL appearance, which is fantastic for the key Magpie. Of course, began life as a Lion, or began life in actual fact in Myrtleford in northeastern Victoria, but he plays an important milestone today here, his 250th. There are no late changes for either side, despite there being maybe some consternation around Darcy Jones rolling his ankle at training for the Giants on Friday. No late changes. Jacob Ware is the sub for the home side, and Ned Long for Collingwood. We have a debut for James Leake, who's the Giants' first-round pick from last year, 2 years ago. He didn't play a game last year. He's from Launceston. And a few new faces for the Magpies. Harry Perryman against his former side. Tim Membry in there as well. And I think we'll see Dan Houston maybe next week against his old side, Port Adelaide. So there's a few things to look at there as far as the makeup of Collingwood's side in year number 4 under Craig McRae. So
I'm just looking at that midfield group, too. Dacos, and he's got bright red boots. Were they red or pink? I was my eyes going. It's been a long summer watching cricket. So he's got the bright boots, and Perryman's inside the first centre bound, so he looks like he's going to play as an inside mid, So, yeah, it's an exciting midfield
We
group.
speak about whether the Pies sort of wipe off the anomaly of missing the finals last year. Still had 12 wins and 2 draws. I'll say premiership hangover, I suppose. They had some injury concerns as well, but they still, Nick Dacos is front and centre, runner-up in the Brownlow, record number of votes last year, and they've still got, of course, the majority of those premiership winning players from 18 months ago.
Yeah, it's the area I think you can get him for mine is the ruck area. I think Briggs can get hold of Cameron with his physicality. Darcy's he's proven he's over the last couple of years obviously a premiership ruckman, but I'm looking forward to seeing Briggs getting after him, and it's an area that they have struggled a small bit with. They're battling with bringing Cox in. There's might be an area, where the Giants would target as far as the ruck dominance itself. If you do get a dominance on that, it's who gets after Dacos on the ground.
Toby Green leads out the Giants, keen to atone for a straight sets exit last year. And that heartbreaking game here against the Brisbane Lions in the semi-final. And so they had both of those grand finalists on toast last year and just couldn't quite get it done. So the big sound continues here in 2025. Adam Kingsley's 3rd year in charge, his 52nd game in charge today of the GWS Giants. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. Hey boys, Phil from Victoria. Good to have you back. You rock, and listening to all your comments. Happy good weather there too. Hot here, better for the boys. Free to wear. Can you explain which games are they? Oh no, I can't explain the free to wear thing, Phil. That's I'm right to that one. Marcus in the very hot South Melbourne. Ty, Kerry 19-0 loss to Dublin. 1-15. What's going on with your old team? PS Collingwood to win by 4 goals. Thank you, Marcus.
It's the National League Gaelic football at home. So Kerry lost to Dublin first time ever at home in 19 years.
Right.
No.
What's the 1-15? Is that
they won in 15?
No.
That's another scoreline, maybe.
It's Irish talk, Irish gibberish.
There we go. Yeah, we get a bit of that. Jane says we had one correspondent saying he didn't get the footy feeling in Adelaide. It's 36 degrees today. James is saying that's probably why it's hard to get the footy feeling in genuine cricket weather. Quite warm here today as well, Ben. So do your best to try and stay hydrated, because we thought there might be some rain, as maybe some of the offcuts from ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, but Sydney's been spared. It's been quite nice weather the past couple of days, and today's no different.
It does look quite windy. You know, you're looking at players' jumpers and be interesting to see what Garvey's saying about the conditions down there.
Yeah, it's more than just a light breeze coming through on the flags. I'm interested to hear from both of you guys about your thoughts on the Pies. I know we spoke a little bit about where they're at, but the fact that they've gone all in the off-season, we heard Craig McRae said players over picks. He didn't want them to go to the draft. It's about the here and the now. Are you happy with the way they've gone about it, Sato and Tig?
100%. I mean, they're a quality outfit, and you know, Tig was talking earlier about how they've gone all in really with these picks. You know, if you're trading away your draft picks, and they went really hard and got the players they want. I mean, Houston and Perryman especially were targeted from a number of clubs, but Collingwood went hard and they paid the big bucks and they got them in. So they're absolutely seeing that this is still their window and they want to get back to where they're capable of being. I mean, they're quality outfit. If they'd have made finals last year, they probably potentially could have done damage, but I think it was a relief for everyone that they missed in the end, because they've just got such a great spread of players across the park. And I mean, certainly you got the best player in the competition in your midfield. You know, it's a good start.
I love the head coach coming out saying that. You know, and it gives the players that bit of that arrogance that the Collingwood Football Club probably doesn't need. But from a playing perspective, when your head coach is coming out, well, it's now, and we're here, and we're going to try and win. We're going all in on winning the Premiership. And we saw it with Geelong again a couple of years ago in 2022. But this Collingwood feel and the Collingwood hype that's been around them all summer, and then when they back it up, you know, with a couple of performances, watch out if they get on the bandwagon. But yeah, I love it, and I love it when it comes from the head coach saying it. So
the new faces for Collingwood, Harry Perryman, who of course comes across from GWS, not playing today down Houston due to that suspension from last year when he was playing for Port, and Tim Membry will be out there today. So we do wait to see whether he will be the potential second ruck, and we'll do some ruck work.
He's a good footballer. Like, he kicks goals. He's a dead eye when he gets opportunities. He's straight in front of goal. Timmy, you know, I worked a small bit when he was coaching at the Swans, you know, and he works hard. He does everything right, and I think he'll add a lot of value to that forward line when he gets opportunities. You know, with McStay as well, he'll get opportunities. You think McStay might take the second ruck forward, but it's and which Membry will probably get off the chain, whereas in St Kilda, you know, the last couple of years he was the main man for a lot of it, so he'll get good looks at it, you'd think.
Yeah, they've clearly strengthened their list. Clearly strengthened the list.
Just on the Pies list though, the concern would be long term. So outside of Nick Dacos, who is a super duper star, there's no doubt about that, who are the other stars under 24? We'll get a look at some. Ed Allen will be their youngest player today at age just 20, but outside of Nick, there's not an awful lot. And we're going to see Toby Bedford sit on him. So that will be, not literally, but be under his jumper.
I mean, one thing clubs are good at doing is, I mean, especially if you're Collingwood, you know you can always go and attract players in. Yeah. So if you have this not a strong group of young players coming through, you just go and potentially get them anyway from somewhere else.
They've also got some players that that 30 age group that they could trade out for early picks, you know, if it was to come in the next 24 months and get some younger ones in.
I reckon we'll see Green v Maynard?
Yeah, for sure.
I hope so. That's part of the fun, isn't it?
So, well, Toby's really got to step up today as far as he's actually the key forward, you know. It's not, Cadman's a key forward, but as far as the leader down there and the main man, and that's what I'd be looking for. If you're doing your homework on the Giants right now, as a forward line, well, who's their main threat? And who's the number one defender back there for the Giants? You know, it's Maynard as far as shutting down. He 100% will be getting that match up, you know.
Yep. Teams are out there warming up, crowd building to a rare finals-like atmosphere here at the Sydney Showground. So we've had plenty of games here where the crowds aren't so flush. It's probably part and parcel of being the AFL's newest team in the expansion zone, but it's full of Collingwood fans on the outer side. Bright sunshine here in Sydney, and the opening bounce is just 5 or so minutes away. Homework on the Giants tells you, Tig, that they weren't a great clearance side last year. They were the second worst team for clearance differential behind West Coast. So the Magpies have the advantage there because of the players you mentioned.
Yeah, that's right. And you want to get better returns, obviously, and it's going to even make it more difficult today when you look at the likes of Tom Green not in there. You know, and to Jason's point around some of the older brigade, when you're looking over in that midfield group right now, you know, Cornelio, Ward and Kelly, you know, no, it's not a young midfield leader, Bart Dacos from the Collingwood. So it's Briggsy's the one in the rock itself is trying to get him some front half advantage itself. But it is an area of concern. You know, they often bring up Daniels or a small forward up to the stoppage to try and get extra numbers there with speed.
Can't ignore Cal Brown. Kicked 5 against this mob last year, so kicked 5 goals in the same fixture in the opening round last year. Brent Daniels kicked 4 in the semi-final against Brisbane. He's now in leadership group at the Giants. All-Australian squad member last year. Brent Daniels signed a new contract as well until 2031. So there's a few of those names lurking about, but yes, they're without their linchpin. Jesse Hogan, 77 goals he kicked last year.
It's a lot, isn't it?
And was their best and fairest winner. So those vacancies will be felt, I'm sure.
It's the one piece to the game today is that where they're going to get the goals from. You banking when you put your summer with Stringer and Hogan, and then like a week out from the game or 2 weeks out, the two of them are out. It just upsets you a small bit when you've spent, you know, the bonds of 10 weeks, 12 weeks working on a system, but they are very system based anyway, the Giants. So you're looking at the small pressure forwards that they've got to try to cause some havoc. And you know, Keith will be forward, and his job will be to get that ball to the ground for those small fellas.
Yeah, and they're certainly capable, aren't they? It's still a capable forward line. You mentioned just then, Spriggy, that those players can kick goals that they've brought in to fill the gaps.
Jason Saddington, so I can only get your expert final thought shortly, and Daniel Gow on the boundary as well. 0437 774 774. Ron from Adelaide in that hot Adelaide weather, listening to the broadcast from my pool. I thought footy was a winter game. Good calling. Thank you, Ron. Andrew says, why are there so many commentators from WA on the AFL? He's from England. Is that a complaint, Andrew?
I
from WA as well.
Oh, that's support.
That's support. Yeah, thanks, Andrew.
Glass half empty or half full.
Inordinate number of WA people, but Ben and I are in that category. So, yeah, we're neutral here, if nothing else. G'day, guys. An issue I'd like to see eradicated for the AFL is having debutants being the sub. Then we might have seen with the emergency potentially playing today. Not sure how that would change it, but yeah.
Just get rid of the emergency.
Or the sub.
Or the sub, sorry.
Yeah. 0437 774 774. Keep all those texts coming. Tim says, looking at the Giants team on paper, still looks pretty good. They've got a lot of great small players to rotate through the forward line. Cadman and Keith just need to get the ball to ground. Himmelberg can be swung forward if needed as well. Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, great call, actually. Yeah.
One of 5 players played every game last year. Had 24 touches in the semi-final against the Brisbane Lions. So there you go. The opening bout here is 2.5 minutes away here at a very sunny Sydney showground. Your final thoughts, Tyconelli and Jason Saddington, to break it all down for us.
All week I was thinking Collingwood, and the last hour I've talked myself into the Giants. It's a home game. You've got to remember that. And I'm probably coming out, I was thinking about that itself, you know, and I'm banking on the older brigade lifting in early in the piece for the Giants' perspective, you know. And the pre-season form for me is nothing, and it never has been in my eyes anyway. But I'm going with the Giants. Are an absolute ding-dong game for me because both play fast with the ball in hand and they want to take the game on. And Giants for mine.
Yeah, look, I think what's important for the Giants, obviously we've spoken about the injuries and the players that need to cover that, but it's probably the bigger picture. So when you look at the players that went out at the end of last year, Cumming, Perryman and Peatling were very important players with experience that were filling roles, and they need these new players that come in. Leake debuting today, Connor Stone's in the team, Jacob Ware. They're the ones that have to stand up, that don't have the same experience, haven't proved themselves just yet at this level. They're the ones that have got to fill the gaps. And step in for the ones that are lost. So the old firm need to stand up. You know, Toby Green, Cogs, Kelly, like you said, for the Giants. But can the young players step up as well? Collingwood, their pre-season form, I know you're not a fan of it, but it's certainly been a lot more impressive than what the Giants. So, look, I'm sure all fans out there are just keen to see their team get off to a ripping start for the year. So should be exciting to see this footy get underway.
And looking at some of the matchups itself, you know, obviously the green one is Maynard and inside around the ball. The Dacos Bedford battle itself, you know, to get the votes that he got in a Brownlow and not win a Brownlow, I'm still staggered from that myself. You know, and you'd think he's going to be the shining light come that Tuesday night, Monday night in September when the Brownlow is called because the umpires. But I am looking forward to some of these matchups, and I'm looking forward to the ball movement with a cracking day. I'm just probably the conditions and how windy it is and what an impact it's going to have in the game.
Toss won by Jack Crisp, the milestone man. The Pies will kick to the Olympic Stadium end here at Sydney's Homebush Olympic Park precinct. As I say, the crowd keeps coming in. Perfect day for it here. It's about mid-20s, quite humid though, it must be said. So it's summer pre-season conditions, if you like, for these two sides. The Pies in attack, first of all, at the Stadium Australia end. Let's get a feel for things downstairs. Daniel Garb is there for us. Hello, Garby.
Hello, Spriggy. Hello, all. It is a beautiful day in Sydney. We know some parts of the country are doing it tough, really tough weather-wise, but it's a wonderful afternoon here. Yeah, a bit of a breeze, but that's probably needed because it is a bit warm. I don't think it's favouring either side. It's not as strong as perhaps it looks from up above. Interestingly, Adam Kingsley just standing on the bench at the moment. Looks like he'll coach from there to start this game. He coached from the box throughout most of last year and then came down late in that finals game against Brisbane when it all went pear-shaped. So a change from the Giants coach. Here we go.
Opening rounds. Game 2 of 2.
Man,
on ABC Sport, you are with Ben Cameron.
Umpire Williamson lays it down, underway. Briggs and Cameron. Briggs wins the tap. Out into space, out after it, Nick Dacos. First disposal. Handball to Perryman, right there with him, Bedford. Bedford applies the tackle. And a ball up to come. Interesting to note there at the start, Bedford was standing next to Perryman. Now he goes to Nick Dacos.
You think just for the centre bounce, Benny, then they'll just stick to the system.
Kelly with the clearance here for the Giants. Spiralling ball towards full forward. Unable to take the mark is Keefe. Arriving at the Pies. Quaynor loses it. Free kick taken high. It'll go the way of Collingwood. Free kick will go to Reef McInnes, who's been trialled across halfback this off-season.
Exit defensive 50 through Josh Dacos to the outer side. Towering grab, Sam Taylor. Marks and gets 50 as well. A little overstep there from Darcy Cameron. Opportunity here early on for the Giants.
Wow, first goal kicker for the season. For
what price?
Sam Taylor.
What price would you got on that?
And look, this is a really important one. Sam Taylor last year certainly had his ups and downs. He's primed and he's desperate to get back to his best form. So, terrific start for him, even the first couple of minutes.
Never mind first goal today. It's the second goal of his entire career. Sam Taylor, of course, an All-Australian defender a couple of years ago. Lines up the set shot through the big sticks. He did no practice. No, yes, he's got there. He wasn't quite sure there, Sam Taylor. His teammates come from everywhere. The Giants kick the first goal, 1 straight 6. The Magpies get the score. 90 seconds played, first term, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
You couldn't wish for a better start as a club, didn't have a great start to the pre-season itself. And then you've got your full-back, a centre-half back, who's had, obviously, Jason just talked about his injury, interrupted season last year. And it's nothing like that from a team's perspective to lift the spirit and energy. But they started well. The hit and hunt was on. Cadman gave a free kick away. Bedford's real tackle, put some pressure on, play some front-half football that we know they can do. So it's good signs early.
Only previous goal was round 18, 2019. So that was a fair while ago.
He 100% wasn't sure. Everyone that went through, he was steering it through. All his mates are getting around him. He was still waiting for the goal umpire to signal goal. Old Sammy, but great start for him.
Bounce back in the middle. Briggs slaps it down again. Nick Dacos out after it. Briggs, a big tackle on Dacos. Got him without it. Free kick going the way of the little champ.
You're right, though, Tig. The hunt has been very strong from the Giants. 2 free kicks, but they're very intent on putting pressure on the Pies.
Did notice there it was like there was a directive for the Giants to maybe just deliver a little bit of physicality on Nick Dacos. The big Briggs just clumsily, Shane Mumford fell into the diminutive Dacos, who now kicks laterally. Mark taken by McInnes. Moves the Pies wide out. Looking for Quaynor. Nice mark, low down. Maybe a 50, nearly. Nothing doing, so the Pies with it on the wing. Giants, 1 straight kick. They lead Collingwood, yet to score. 3 minutes played.
Quaynor puts them inside forward 50. 2 on 3 down there. It fell there for Cameron. Got some separation. Diving in low to his left and takes the mark in the right forward pocket. 30 out on a tough angle in the right forward pocket.
Poor contest, wasn't it, from Briggs? He had the right position behind Darcy Cameron, that one. Darcy Cameron spent a lot of his junior years and even, he spent 5 or 6 years in Sydney as a forward before he was ruck, so he was forward ruck. So he knows his forward craft really well, Darcy Cameron. Disappointing from Briggs in that contest itself.
They've got 2 guys up forward who each played 1 game for the Swans, Darcy Cameron and Tim Membry. Here is the former of those. Career best year, runner-up in the BNF last year, Darcy Cameron. Boundary line to his right. Straightens up, not quite enough. He misses across the face to the left-hand side. The first score of the game for the Magpies, 1 behind. The Giants are 1 straight 6, 4 gone first term. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
James Leake, the debutant, being ready to be thrown into the fray straight away, was standing near the benches a moment ago, the interchange area, and he'll spend some time as well in the middle of that midfield, right on ball. That's where the Giants are happy to use him.
Whitfield with the kick in, a free kick going the way of the Giants as well. Buckley will get it on the half-back flank. Opening round here on ABC Sport.
It was actually a poor free kick to give away, Collingwood. It was 3v1. They had the extra numbers. All they needed to do was work together and they would have won that ground ball.
Buckley goes short to Whitfield. We were posing the question pre-game about where GWS's goals would come from. The answer, fullback.
Yeah.
To begin with anyway. Whitfield waits a kick around the boundary, looking for Toby Green. Maynard right there with him. And a little bit of front-on contact, so a free kick.
Bit nervous.
Away the Giants captain.
Yeah, sorry, been a bit of a nervous start. There's another one that probably didn't have to give, didn't have to give that free kick away there. The old number again.
Yep. Toby Green plays on quickly. High ball inside forward 50. Running start down there in defence from Moore. Hand passed away here for Josh Dacos. He was dispossessed. Strong tackle. Bedford involved as well. Kelly's kick was smothered down there by Nick Dacos. Loose footy here at half back for the Magpies. Shark there by Perryman, just thumps it forward. But he finds his old teammate in Sam Taylor, who marks at centre half back to intercept.
A man they call Slammer kicks laterally to the half-back flank and Whitfield. Giants in possession, stabs it short to Ward. A reinvented Callan Ward playing on a wing last year. Now he pokes it, looking for a leading target. Maynard bobs up, marks for the Pies, kicks into the middle of the ground, and the mark taken there by Pendlebury.
404th AFL game today. Now goes outright ahead of Kevin Bartlett. Outright fourth on the all-time lists. They chip it away here, the Magpies. Josh Dacos to brother Nick, just forward of the wing on the members' side of the Sydney Showground. Comes inboard to find Elliott, can't control the mark. Mopped up there by Daniels for the Giants. Dummies the hand pass, has Bedford on the outside. Nick Dacos there first. He fires the hands back to brother Josh. He can send his kick inside forward 50, spots up the target, and Schultz marks on his chest, deep in the right forward pocket, 40 out.
They're certainly on display early at Collingwood's foot skills.
Yeah.
They're happy to just kick their way through, and they very rarely deviate from hitting that target. Excellent foot skills.
Yeah, the last two entries have been slow and meticulous, haven't they? They've been really well measured, and why wouldn't you with some of the players they've got with the foot skills that they have up the field.
Second year at the Magpies for Lockie Schultz, the former Docker. Tougher kick than Darcy Cameron's previous attempt. Goes the drop punt, sets it up, top of the square, reaching for it down there on the goal line, socked through by Bobby Hill. They all converged, but Bobby Hill, the former Giant and Norm Smith medalist, volleys through the first Collingwood goal this afternoon. 1-1-7 they lead. The Giants are one straight 6. 7 going first term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Coach killer. You should have an extra back in that on the line there in that instance itself. There's a ruckman, and I saw Keefe and Briggs. The ball was in long. They should be taking care of that ball. It's a deep entry. Those deep points that you don't like giving up as an attacking team, but as a defender, and I'm sure Kingsley and the defensive coaches at the Giants will be working overtime on that because it's an easy one. And then obviously the crumb itself, with Bobby Hill, he's got to have better contact. There was no body work whatsoever on him, and there was no one near him at the base of the contest.
Well, it was even Collingwood tall forward almost marked the ball, didn't they? Yeah, absolutely. So the big men need to get busy down there for the Giants.
Won the goal kicking for Collingwood last year, Bobby Hill. 30 goals. Kicks their first of the new season. Briggs backhands it down, trying to come through Daniels. Just holding on to him there, Nick Dacos. Free kick going the way of the Giant.
Your call was right, Ty. Briggs definitely out-muscling Cameron.
So Daniels with it. Just alongside the bullseye. Sets it up inside 50. They'll converge on it. Quaynor there. Sliding in Leake. The debutant. He marks 40 out directly in front.
Going to be another first kick, first goal.
Yes.
Type play. It happens so often, doesn't it?
It's crazy.
No pressure, James, but great opportunity. Just front of the pack, fell forward.
They all stayed off it, didn't they? It was a one-on-one contest with Toby Green, and they were kind of watching it, but he just came in front, took a nice mark.
Backed himself in.
To try and join that illustrious club. His set shot is away to the left. First kick, first behind club.
You only get one.
Not quite the same, is it? 1-1-7 apiece. We played 8 minutes opening round on ABC Sport.
Kick out comes to Josh Dacos. Deep in the right forward pocket. Shields his eyes from the sun for a moment. Best and fairest in the Premiership year a couple of years ago. Josh, height of the pack, and now it's marked by Elliott just behind the wing member's side. Elliott looks to find Crisp. He marks on the wing.
It's the slow ball movement again and by foot. The Giants going to have to be on, create some turnovers.
Heading back with the flight there is Ed Allen. Plays on quickly. Goes inside forward 50. Centering ball. Too deep down there. Fully intended target. McCreary gets the hand pass off to Perriman, who can snap for his first Collingwood goal. He misses to the right-hand side. So Collingwood just keep peppering away here. They're back in front by a point. 1-2 plays 1-1. 10 going first term. Opening round on ABC Sport.
It's just impressive already, their ability in a slow play to still be able to pinpoint kicks and work their way through with ease.
Early in the year.
Ash taking the kick in, short to Finn Callaghan. So, worth mentioning, Perryman starting in the middle. Josh Dacos starting on a half-back flank. As was spoken about during the week, long contest kick up towards the wing, off hands out of play. And a throw-in to come alongside the interchange gates. Collingwood lead it by a point. Nearly 10 minutes played in this opening round here on ABC Sport from the showground.
Definitely a confident start for Perryman. It's the start you want against your old club in your first game for the Pies, but 4 touches, shot on goal. Good start.
Back in it comes, laid down by Cameron, socket forward by Elliott, and now it's ricocheted off the shin down there of McStay. It's over out of bounds on the full. So it's a Giants ball at left half back for the home side. They trail by a point as Taylor. Connor Stone goes back inside 50. Taylor in this chain, and now Ash goes bursting off half back. Bedford marks on the outer side, lays off the hand pass. Running by is Connor Iden. 52nd consecutive game for him. Sweeps the hand pass forward. O'Halloran has Daniels lurking too. He evades McCreary. Sends a high ball inside 50 here for the Giants. Up the back is Lockie Keefe. Sharked by Callum Brown. Hand pass goes nowhere. Sobottom's there first for the Pies. Bedford tackles in without the football. Gives away the free kick for the Collingwood veteran. And they keep a 1-point lead here. 11.5 gone in the opening term on ABC Sport.
Two different styles on display at the Giants. It was all forward handball. Whereas Collingwood, like we've been discussing, sort of kick their way through.
Side bottom goes laterally away to Crisp. The AFL's Iron Man kicks up to the wing, and Taylor comes in from the side. Good intercept mark.
Third intercept mark already.
Sam Taylor with a goal to go along with it, believe it or not. 7-year contract with the Giants. Sets it up towards Jones. Up he goes. Undersized against Crisp. Does well to Harbour. Throwing half forward here for the Giants.
It's a different long down the line target.
Yeah, very target, isn't it?
Did well to get it out of bounds.
Bedford here now in Dacos.
Collingwood by a point. 12 played opening term.
Opening round of footy on ABC Sport on this Sunday afternoon in Sydney. Back in it comes. Keith McStay in the ruck. Down there towards Callaghan. Clean spin out of the tackles. Fires it out to Daniels, and now Bedford lurking as well. On to Jones in the pocket. Centering ball. Callum Brown reaching. O'Halloran roves it. Goes off the outside of the boot and kicks the goal. There was a procession of small forwards in there for the GWS Giants, and in the end, it's finished off easily by Xavier O'Halloran. They go back in front, the Giants, 2-1-13. The Magpies are 1-2-8. 13 going first term on ABC Sport. Your experts, Ty Kennelly and Jason Southington.
That's brilliant from Toby Bedford. He's got the roll on Dacos as the tagger, but he's the one that wins the clearance and the stoppage. Wind back the clock. It's the old Brett Kirk style, isn't it? You tag him, but you win plenty of footy. And, if Toby Bedford can add that element to his game, he was a good stopper last year, but if he can start winning the footy as well, he's going to be a very damaging player. So great to see him
and the
mids clearance.
And the midfield, Callaghan itself getting the initial clearance out to Daniels when they're the forward up. And both sets of the small forward up there, Bobby Hill, Collingwood and Daniels from the Giants. But you're right, Bedford spread from the stoppage itself. And what he done really, really well was actually held onto the ball and forced the defender to come with him as the 2v1 and gave it to Jones. And a nice inside kick and a lovely finish from Xavier.
Keefe into the ruck. McStay in there as well. McStay turns tackler on Callaghan. Caught holding the ball. Free kick to the Pies, taken by Pendlebury. Floats it long towards full forward. No one can mark it down there. Himmelberg taps it away. Hoskin Elliott steals it, snaps, misses. Just sneaks it through in the end. Minor score. So back to 4 points. The GWS lead. X go and give it to you. Reverberating around the showground as well, Spriggy. So you're bopping along to that.
It's always a treat with the Xavier O'Halloran goal. Lockie Whitfield plays on from the kick out, buys some space in the right back pocket. A neat ball as it usually is from him to find Connor Iden. Signed a long-term deal in the pre-season, 6 further years. Switches it back here towards Connor Stone. Goes down the line, members side. Neat kick this time for Cal Ward.
Probably 50.
The former skipper does get 50 here as Maynard is in the back of him. So this is one from Braden Maynard, and that will march Callan Ward, who passed the 300 game mark last year. Plays on quickly, finds Toby Green, his long-term teammate. And Toby Green takes the chest mark, 40 out on a 45-degree angle. In fact, just tougher from there in the left forward pocket.
That's a double whammy for Maynard. Give away the free kick, and then Toby Green ends up getting the shot on goal.
It's a nice kick, wasn't it, from Ash? You know, to actually pinpoint that one and obviously get the free kick. Stone was it?
Yeah,
sorry.
Great hit. Good confidence for him too. Trying to establish his spot in the team for the Giants.
The skipper was asked about his goal song, whether it would change this year. Toby Green.
Put it to the fans.
Kick from inside 50. Floats across the face here of goal. Going up, Callum Brown. Out the drop there for the Pies side bottom. Tunnelled away here. Halloran's involved again. McStay on the last line. Desperate stuff in defence. Also there, Jeremy Howe can just rush it through for a minor score. It's the Giants who are 2-2-14. Collingwood 1-3-9. 15 going first turn. ABC Sport. And Garb on the boundary.
Nick Dacos has come to the bench, so no surprise Toby Bedford has as well. And he mentioned it, Sado, Toby Bedford's efforts bursting forward off Dacos to set up that last goal. Just before that, Adam Kingsley, who's standing boundary side, gave him so much encouragement, told him to do that, started hinting, start breaking off him a little bit, and it led to that goal.
Sam Taylor with an intercept mark on the wing again.
That's the record. 12, is it? Is it 12? Is the record, I think? Or is it 10? I have to check that. Researchers on that, Benny.
Sam Taylor stabs it short, spots up Briggs. Wide out, right in front of the interchange gates. ABC Sport, Giants led it by 5 points. Quarter hour mark, opening term. Briggs, shallow inside 50 entry. High ball up they go.
Wrong.
The mark is taken. Flying through. Krajewski comes down with it. About 47 metres out, the mark is set. Strong pack mark.
Yeah, his eyes on it, didn't he, Jason? From a long way back, you could see he was on and had a really good run and jump at that ball, and he's got strong hands. Sorry, mate.
No, I mean, he's a player. Got a couple of games last year and made his debut. Certainly good form through the VFL. Gets his opportunity with those key forwards out. That's exactly what you want to see from him.
Boot to ball from 52 metres out. The kick doesn't match the mark. It will land short. Howe punches it away into the pocket. Lipinski picks up for the Pies. Last line, McInnes gives it to side bottom, stabs a kick. Good one for Crisp. The Pies still hemmed into their back pocket. Giants led it by 5 points, 17 played opening term.
Crisp goes across defensive goal. Sets a task there for Jeremy Howe, who lost it on the way down. And it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Big couple of days for Jeremy Howe. His wife, Kalia, had their second bub, I think, on Friday. Or was it yesterday? It was very recent. He had a quick goal before flying here to Sydney to play this game against the Giants. So,
brilliant.
Welcoming their second child only in the last couple of days. Down it comes here. Cameron got some separation on Briggs and the ruck, and piling on top of it there is Toby Green. The umpire says, give it to me. Giants by 5 points here. 17.5 played first term. ABC Sport. Briggs lays it down there. Bedford's, in fact, Jones looking on the outside. Pendlebury, though, might get to it first. Lily tries to hack it out of the air. Pendlebury, in fact, does win it away. Maynard, hand pass off to Perryman. He's away off half back. Shares the hands to Bobby Hill. Little off balance kick finds Elliott on the outer wing.
He gives the handball away to the run of Allen, who gives it on to a teammate cruising by Hill. Second impact in the chain. Great kick. And McCreary marks 45 out. Slight angle to the right. That is Collingwood at their best when they bounce off halfback like that. That's 2023-esque.
Well, they finally got the opportunity, didn't they, to get in some fast play and run and gun. And, I mean, that's textbook Bobby Hills. The small forward that gets high up in around the contest and just gets involved in the chain 2 times to get him this shot on goal. That's impressive work.
McCreary puts his laces through it. It swings back and just misses. Just away towards the left-hand side. Slips in behind the post. Giants lead it by 4 points, 18.5 played opening round on ABC Sport.
They've just every time they've got inside 50, the Pies have had a shot at goal. You know, is the worry. It's been a bit of a concern. Now, the ball has been played in the front half for the Giants, but they'll certainly have to tighten up.
Whitfield kicks out to the outer wing. Darcy Moore meets it with a double-fisted spoil. Out of bounds for a throw-in. Right half back for the Giants.
Well, you can already see why Collingwood is so dangerous and such a good team, isn't it? Because they can play both styles of play well. They can go quick, and that's when they do hurt you the most. But if they're held up slow play, they're able to kick their way through.
Voice of Jason Saddington, former Swan and Blue on ABC Sport. Giants by 4 points here. Off the deck. Hot footy contested. Left behind there for Josh Kelly. Fires out the hand pass. Picked off by Quaynor to go inside 50. It's chopped off though by Himmelberg.
Himmelberg, happy to just stand for a moment. No one really on the mark. Eventually looks out wide, trying to find O'Halloran. Overshoots him. O'Halloran went the body, and Josh Dacos to get a free kick.
Shepherded out of the marking contest.
Neutral territory on the wing.
Body, you got to probably touch the ball a bit, don't you? He put a heap of work into the marking contest, but didn't get anywhere near the footy.
Sure to Ed Allen, the youngest Pie out there today, son of former Hawk and Docker Ben. Sets it up into the pocket for the Pies. Up they go. Cameron juggling it. Doesn't mark. Elliott swivels, snaps, misses the lot. Oof. Out of bounds on the full opposite pocket.
Someone down heavy here, and they're calling for help as well, the player with him. I'm not sure. Whitfield's calling for help, so it's obviously serious.
Giants player just writhing in pain on the ground at the moment.
It's not Briggs, is it? He was in the contest, Briggs.
You'd think he was in the contest with Cameron, who nearly took the mark. It'd be the one player they probably, I'm sure they wouldn't want it to be.
Yeah, it's Briggs. Oh, it's neck.
Oh, just got hit on the top of the head or neck there by Sam Taylor as he came down towards ground and almost collapsed on top of him and folded like a tent. Unfortunately, there did the GWS ruckman, Daniel Garb.
Yeah, this is really concerning. As soon as he hit the ground, a couple of players went over and automatically signalled over to the Giants bench and said he needs some help. So Jacob Ware is the Giants sub. He's already doing some run-throughs. This doesn't look good for Kieran Briggs. You'd imagine the early sub will need to be made by the Giants, and Lockie Keefe will need to do the majority of the ruck work as a result. Aaron Cadman will probably support him. But there was a briefing with the media during the week, and Adam Kingsley said to the media ahead of this opening round game, one area he does think his team is short is the ruck. He says, I wish I had a bona fide backup ruckman. He said, Lockie Keefe will do a job, but we do need someone else. So this is several weeks potentially for Kieran Briggs. We hope it's not. It's a monumental blow for GWS, but obviously we're just concerned for the big ruckman at the moment and his health.
Yeah, so the Medicab has come out now, so that's just zipped over towards Kieran Briggs. So he is going to be stretchered off the ground.
You think it'd be a fair delay while they wait too. I mean, they're never going to rush a neck injury.
It didn't look too bad, but it's just the fact that Taylor was running back and the position of the head getting crusher tackle in the league. That's where I was going with it. It was like he was kind of bent over.
His head down forward, didn't he? And Taylor's hips just bang straight.
But the worrying piece was when Lockie Whitfield was calling for the straight away. He's the one that saw it, obviously.
Giants by 4 points here. It's 2-2-14, plays 1-4-10, so a couple of goals for Sam Taylor and Xavier O'Halloran, each there for the Giants, and Bobby Hill has scored Collingwood's only major so far, but concern for the time being for Kieran Briggs, the Giants' big man, who's suffered a neck injury as he came down in that contest in the pocket. So the Medicab's out there, and there'll be a delay in the game just while they stabilise him and get him off the ground safely. You can keep your text coming, by the way, 0437 774 774. A plugger off the SMS is giving a birthday shout-out to the other, more well-known plugger, Mr. Lockett, who has his birthday today. He turns 58, does Plugger Lockett. Did you guys ever get him when he came back for his...
Yeah, he's played quite a bit of footy with him.
I'm that old. Yeah, I did.
Text happy birthday today, or...?
I didn't.
Would he have a phone? I don't think he's a pretty sort of sick
He's cycling around the country at the minute.
The most...
On a bike.
A motorbike. Push bike.
Is he?
Mark asks what consecutive number is Jack Crisp playing today. It's his 238th consecutive game. He's 250th overall. Hasn't missed a game in his time at Collingwood. Of course, he started his career at Brisbane. Hey guys, from the lovely Gold Coast. Rain slowing, power back. It's been off, and I'm back to it. Been off work, back to it tonight. Life is good. Bronson on the Gold Coast. Thank you, and stay safe if you are in northern New South Wales or southern Queensland, where we've been experiencing that cyclone weather, and I think there's still flooding concerns up there. There are concerns here, by the way, at the Sydney Showground for Kieran Briggs, who's got the entire army of medical staff around him. He is moving, of course, that's the important thing, but they'll have to stabilise him on that stretcher, and he'll come off the ground on the Medicab. Jacob, where is the sub? So it's not a like-for-like, Tig or Sato, and as I say, there'll be a reshuffle there with Lockie Keefe around Carrick.
Yeah, I did note they showed on the screens Lockie Keefe just on the phone up to the coach's box, getting some instructions.
Well, the bloke beside him was was handing the phone to him as Shane Mumford, so maybe Mummy might come back out of retirement at mid-season, but it is a worried scenario. They're light, obviously, the Giants, and some last-minute instructions about obviously questions that Lockie has, and
the one bonus they do have is, so last week Lockie Keefe rucked the whole game as their ruckman. Spriggs didn't play in their last hit out, so it's not totally unfamiliar in terms of their preparation. It's not ideal, but Keefe did do the bulk of the rucking last week in their final hit out against Carlton.
All of Kieran Briggs' teammates come to him, give him a tap on the shoulder as he's laying there prone on the Medicab, and he'll come off the ground safely.
It is interesting. Collingwood just huddled up in the middle of the ground, and I assume Scott Pendlebury having some things to say to them. I was fascinated to hear Craig McRae say that Scott Pendlebury is actually coaching their ball movement this year.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Soft
37 years of age. Yeah, that's right. It's brilliant. And I love the creativity of football clubs to do this stuff, and I often think that the players' knowledge is not tapped into enough from a coaching perspective, and obviously the knowledge that man has.
Can you imagine trying to be the coach in the midfield or the ball movement, and you got Scott Pendlebury as one of your players who probably might know a little bit more than you.
Yeah. It's his 20th season as a player, which is staggering. So he's...
I think when Chris Scott won his first flag at Geelong, I think he was 38 years of age. I mean, Scott Pendlebury is 37, so... Yeah,
but he's level. The level hasn't dropped whatsoever. When you're at that age, you think that often players move to different positions, but he's just kept playing the same role.
Back underway here. Cullen Ward, speaking of veterans, kicks us back into play on the outer side. Going up in the contest, Cadman there with Darcy Moore. Brown spins away here. Trying to keep it alive here again. Cadman is about to play. We'll throw it back in on the outer side.
Just the impact it's going to have is forward of the ball for the Giants. When Cadman, one of them has that one forward and that key forward. They're going to look at a second backup ruckman and try and keep Cadman forward because they've lost obviously Hogan and they don't have a stringer. So who's the key forward? And you're trying to look at the ground. Who would it be? I'm not too sure. You can. And teams are going undersized, obviously with the second ruck. But it's going to be a challenge for them.
Giants leading by 4 points. In front, Cameron slaps it down with his left hand. Nick Dacos picks it up, gives it to Perryman. Inside 50, Schultz marks.
Yeah, Darcy Cameron example there. The Dacos and the work to build this straight away. We saw the impact of losing your number one ruckman.
Yep.
Great ball movement in. And we often see, don't we, Jason, the second forward coming in when the ball was meant for the first forward. I think it was McCready, and the second forward coming in obviously gets it, and Schultz coming in behind.
Didn't find his best footy in year one at the Pies. Probably just learning that those black and white stripes can weigh a little heavy at times. 24 goals from 20 games last year. To swing the lead, Schultz sprays it out to the left.
Yeah, you got to kick in because you don't get a whole lot of opportunities in that position as that small forward and that half forward. You've got to nail those ones, and that'd be very disappointing.
Yeah, what's that? 3-4 set shots they've missed.
Yeah.
Giants by 3 points. You're with us on ABC Sport.
Himmelberg plays on from the kick out, has a bounce, and now thumps that right boot to the outer side. Moore got separation there on Cadman, and legally, says the umpire, so it's going to be a Giants free kick. Aaron Cadman, a long way from home. They turned 21 last week, comes infield here, batted away there by Hoskin Elliott, former Giant himself. Elliott now back to Perryman, slips the Cadman tackle, straightens up. Wobbly kick inside 50 though. Schultz is there, looks to Soccer, can't quite get there. One away by the Giants. Taylor involved, and now Whitfield can rebound to find Darcy Jones. Superbly awaited kick to the outer side, or members side, to find the chest of Darcy Jones just behind the wing.
Giants by 3 points. Jones with it in the lengthening shadows. Members side of the ground, kicks up towards the logo. Toby Green goes up, Maynard spoils it away, bounces back to Toby Green, tackled by Cameron. All up on the wing.
Leading possession getter, Harry Perryman, 8. First game for the Pies, good start.
Keefe and Cameron. Keefe wins the tap. No clean disposal. Perryman, though, for the Pies. To Lipinski. Handball away towards Nick Dacos. Heavy tackle coming from Cornelio. Ball buffeting around. Spills out to Cornelio. High ball to half forward for the Giants. Up goes Cadman. Hands to it, doesn't mark. Josh Dacos goes in. Cadman tries again. Flicks it out. Callum Brown. Might have been a throw in there. There was. Free kick to Collingwood. Centre half back, Giants by 3 points late in the first.
Good contest from Cadman, but if he was cleaner on the ground, they'd probably have a shot at goal there, and everything was getting it out to Daniels. But good pressure again from the Giants.
Quaynor will switch wide to Howe, and now Hoskin Elliott marks on the outer wing here at the Sydney Showground. Right sunny conditions. Giants lead by 3 points. Josh Kelly marks the intercept here. So they'll have the footy again here, GWS, and they've lost their ruckman, Kieran Briggs, a short time ago due to some sort of neck injury. He was medicabbed off the field. No sub made quite yet, but it will be a reshuffle as far as making some game time for Jacob Ware.
I can see Ware just standing waiting to come on, Spriggy. So
where is he, Ben? Stone has it on the outer side in front of a pretty busy grandstand there. It's, as I say, a rare sight. Full grandstands here at the Sydney Showground. Plays on around the mound on the mark. There's Connor Stone. Kicks it high inside forward 50. McInnes down there. Cadman goes up. Feeds it there for Brown running by, who tumbles his kick forward. Goal, and it's there! Callum Brown. Absolutely superb. Good vision from the Irishman. He kicked 5 goals against the Pies last year. He's got one here as they extend their lead to 9 points. It's 3-2-20. Collingwood 1-5-11. We've hit the half-hour mark in this quite lengthy first term due to the delay a short time ago. It's Sunday afternoon footy, an opening round here on ABC Sport.
Oh, it's a great fly from Cadman.
Yeah, the most
great
impressive part of the whole lot, isn't it?
Yeah, he didn't quite take the mark, but gee, it was a great intent to fly for that footy. And then Callum Brown just read the crumb. A treat, outside boundary, used his pace, and then it's a wonderful snap from 40 from the boundary to get that through. I mean, they need Callum Brown to stand up, kick goals. We do know he has done it in the past. He's kicked plenty of goals, but found his way out of the team late last year. He couldn't get back in. He was playing forward. He's played back before, but he gets his opportunity, and that's the sort of start he wants.
Restart in the middle. Umpire puts it down. Both rucks miss it. Emerging with it, the flying Finn. Callaghan out of the middle. Floats his kick. And the mark is taken by Leak. He'll get a second look at it. Rajewski it is, in fact, who's taken the mark.
I love what he's done on Darcy Moore. He's actually stood on him and didn't lead and let the actual kick come. You know, Darcy often loves that piece where you actually lead and you can get a...
Lisa Healy and Mitchell Stark in attendance.
Number 1 ticket holders.
Yeah.
You number 1 ticket holders at the Giants.
Get down around the club much, or?
Yep.
Rajewski trudging in. His set shot. He's straight through. He salutes. And that late season VFL form continues into this year. And the Giants are on a roll early at the showground. 4-2-26 plays 1-5-11. Nearly 32 minutes played in this opening term.
Well, that's what you need from Max and Brown, obviously, to actually get on the scoreboard for you. It gives you confidence going in a quarter time, because they're the ones obviously going to have to do it, and they're not the names that you're used to hearing, obviously, from the Giants forward half getting you on the scoreboard as much as the others, you know, so they're the ones that you love seeing. But I just love the way he held his lead and stayed on Darcy Moore. You know, Darcy loves the intercept and just waited for the kick to come before he actually left Darcy's grip itself, and another clearance from Finn Callaghan also.
Debuted round 15 last year. Max Grajewski on the board here this afternoon. The Giants are out to a game-high 15-point lead. They're at their home ground, the showground. Restart back in the middle. Cameron wins it down there for the Pies. Kelly burst by, though, for the Giants. Shares it with Callaghan. Loops the hand pass forward. Bedford. Kelly kept running. So too Callaghan. Off to half forward. Toby Green snaps to find Callum Ward. Inside 50. Callaghan kept running. He said he's from 48.
Hey,
left
more.
foot kick. Absolutely brilliant. It's not just the finish, it's the game sense as well. The build-up from Finn Callaghan. He is a star player in the making, if not already. And the Giants kick another one. They're out by 21 points now. 5-2 plays 1-5. 33 gone. Opening round footy on ABC Sport. Ty Cannelli and Jason Saddington.
That was electric football, wasn't it, from the Giants? Callaghan through the middle had, I think, 3 touches in that chain. He got Toby Green, his smarts, to take the ball, handball receive, facing away from goal. He didn't even look, but he knew was it Callum Ward he had out wide. He's just thrown on the boot, snapped it 20 metres out towards the boundary where Cal Ward's standing on his own. But Finn Callaghan, what a goal. I mean, it was all his plays, his run, his handball receives. Just kept going.
The spread for the stoppage was elite all over. You know, Pendlebury was left at that stoppage. Dacos was left at that stoppage itself. So it's an area of concern here for the Pies as the centre bounces against. Here's another one going Giants' way.
He wasn't a big goal kicker last year, just the 2 goals. So that will warm the cockles of Adam Kingsley's heart. Giants with it on the wing. Here's Ash in possession. Kicks towards half forward. Toby Green in plenty of space. He marks 47 out. And it is all orange at the moment.
Yeah, not a centre bounce clearances we're talking about. You know, it's 4-2 now centre bounce clearances itself, and it's the ground stuff that's been really impressive. The speed of the way they're getting the ball out of there, you know, and the cleanliness of it.
Adam Kingsley speaking during the week and very confident that Toby Green would return to his best form after being slightly down last year, albeit still booted 44 goals. Any trudges? The GWS captain. His drop punt is low and on line into the post. Low down just above the padding.
He went early too, I think.
So did I. It looked pretty good for most of the way. 5-3-33 plays 1-5-11. Giants lead opening round on ABC Sport.
4 unanswered goals, the Giants. Almost a fifth there from Toby Green. Josh Dacos from the kick out. The on-defensive 50. Reaching for it down there. Schultz beaten to it, though, on this occasion by Jacob Weathersub. So he's out there and gets involved. His kick goes up and it's marked by Jeremy Howe. Just inside defensive 50 there for Collingwood. Finds Hoskin and Elliott leading up, middle of the ground. Options running by. Lays off the hand pass, back to Josh Dacos, sweeping forward now for Pendlebury. Evades some traffic, gets away from Daniels, shares it with McStay. Off half forward now, Hoskin Elliott's loose. He's 50 out, throws it on the boot. It'll skid towards goal, but offline to the left-hand side. Collingwood 1-6-12 now. They trail the Giants who are 5-3, 33, 36 minutes played the opening term, ABC Sport.
Himmelberg with the kick-in duties. Just ambles into the pocket, kicks as long as he can up towards the wing. Up they go, no one able to take the mark. Down in front of Maynard, picking it up, Perryman. Pies in possession, handball to McGuinness. He gives it back to Nick Dacos, back to side bottom. Kicks inside 50 for Collingwood, bouncing ball. Himmelberg there again for the Giants. Little handball around the boundary line for Ward. To Callaghan, to Himmelberg. Well worked by GWS, and then Dacos turns tackler. Takes the ball out of play and will get a throw in. A little bit of afters as well.
Some afters as well. Still going on. Umpire throws it back in. That's the best thing he can do in this situation as we approach quarter time. Free kick here. An errant boot, but it's going to be here. The first break here at the Sydney Showground. The Giants did seize control in the latter half of that opening term. 5-3-33. Now the Collingwood 1-6-12. The goal kickers so far. Sam Taylor, an unlikely first goal kicker. It was also Xavier O'Halloran, Max Krajewski, Callum Brown and Finn Callaghan. A nice finish, in fact, in each of those last couple of goals to Brown and Finn Callaghan, while Bobby Hill is the only goal kicker so far for Collingwood. 21 points is the margin here at quarter time at the Sydney Showground. This is opening round on ABC Sport.
Smoke inhalation is one of the main causes of death in people caught in fires. If you or others experience any health effects, seek medical advice straight away. Keep listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Josh Dacos to the outer side, towering grab Sam Taylor. Marks and gets 50 as well. Lines up the set shot. Through the big sticks. He did no practice. He wasn't quite sure there, Sam Taylor. His teammates come from everywhere. The Giants kick the first goal.
Someone's on heavy here, and they're calling for help. Yeah, it's Briggs.
Oh, just got hit on the top of the head or neck there by Sam Taylor as he came down towards ground and almost collapsed on top of him.
Yeah, this is really concerning. As soon as he hit the ground, a couple of players went over and automatically signalled over to the Giants bench and said he needs some help.
Stone kicks it high inside forward 50. McInnes down there. Cadman goes up, feeds it there for Brown running by, who tunnels his kick toward goal and it's there. Callum Brown. Absolutely superb. Off to half forward, Toby Green snaps to find Callum Ward. Inside 50, Callaghan kept running. He said he's from 48. Left foot kick. Absolutely brilliant.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
The Orange Tsunami found its groove there late in that opening term. Here at the Sydney Showground, it's the Giants who lead Collingwood 5-3, 33 to 1-6-12. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Ben Cameron in commentary. Daniel Garb is on the boundary. The sub was made in that first term. Kieran Briggs subbed out with a neck injury. He was medicabbed off the field. So Jacob Ware is out there, the Giants sub. No change so far for Collingwood. Ned Long is the sub today, and Harry Perryman is among their most impressive so far against his former side. Speaking of impressive, our experts are Ty Connelly and Jason Saddington.
Two very different styles of play, isn't it, to be seen? Obviously, the Pies can play both, but clearly it's been you only saw it once or twice, really, where they were allowed to go free and open up and play fast. And Bobby Hill was able to get on the end of a couple of them and set it up, but get it inside 50. But it's been the Giants for mine. Obviously, the scoreboard, it reflects that and the front half football that they've been playing. The midfielders getting their hands in the ball, the centre bounce stuff has been fantastic from them, and it's obviously the lesser named players getting the scoreboard for the Giants forward of the ball, and in Max and Brown hitting the scoreboard themselves. So look, the Pies will still be happy. Obviously their efficiency in front of goal, they get a bit of the collie wobbles in front of goal, so it's 1-6, so they'd be disappointed to start the round one in the opening quarter like that, but I think for mine the Giants will be happy with the two teams at quarter time.
Well, you go into the game wondering with the injuries and the players missing for the Giants, which was a bit of the talk coming into this clash, that would they be able to cover not having Hogan and a stringer who is new to the team. But it's been those other players that stood up. Cal Brown's kicked the goal, Grzelewski's presented, had shots on goal. They've stepped up and they've looked very lively. Toby Green has had a good quarter of footy. Collingwood didn't take their chances. The Giants kicked their goals, and I think that's probably the biggest difference. A couple of the names, obviously, to come out of the quarter, the Kieran Briggs injury is definitely what we're going to have to talk about, and Lockie Keefe's going to have to shoulder the ruck work. But, Harry Perryman in his first game for Collingwood, he's had 10 possessions in that quarter and 3 scoring involvements. What a start for him. And from the Giants side, Sam Taylor, 4 intercept marks in the first quarter. That's a pretty solid start from him.
And the disposal efficiency is the worry, obviously, with the Pies. They're going very, very slow, so I'm sure it's something they're going to address. It looked nice early, but they're down to 68% disposal efficiency. It's different. The goal efficiency, obviously, is not a part of that for the disposal efficiency itself. It's different. 68%. It's quite low for a team of their ability, so they'll want to start going faster. I'm just looking at the replay, the injury itself. He was knocked in the back from Cameron, was coming forward where Sam Taylor was coming backwards, and his head was facing the ground, and it's hit the top of his head. So I just wonder if it's a neck injury.
Can I just ask you two about that incident as well, and we'll endeavour to have an update for you on the welfare of Kieran Briggs as soon as we can. But one of the big storylines in the pre-season was undoubtedly around players being pushed into marking contests. So Reuben Jimby pushed in young Sam Layla. Mitch Owens, he sort of ran past. I didn't think that one was as much of a push from Jordan Sweet. And then Starcevic on from Dan Curtin of Adelaide. Is there an issue developing? And was there an issue there with Darcy Cameron just shoving Briggs into the marking contest that led to the injury?
There was an issue. Obviously, he's been shoved into it, and there's been an injury, but it's a football act that's been happening for a long, long time. We put your hands in the back and you shove. When it was Sam Taylor coming back, if he wasn't coming back, there would have been no contact. I'm sure it would have been fine, but it's very hard to adjudicate that one. Is it a holding out? You actually stop players now from actually leaning, which we're trying to get rid of, obviously, with the push in the back and you holding out with your forehand, but it's just a misfortune, really, for mine.
It's going to be an interesting one, though. I mean, it's weird how in football we seem to have these clumps of incidents that
it does.
And it's kind of what we all speak about. I'll be fascinated to see how that's analysed during the week.
What did you say? How many intercept marks for Sam Taylor in that?
He had 4.
Has Nimbury touched the ball yet?
So the record's 10.
Sorry.
Record in the game intercept marks. Tom Stewart, Darcy Moore, Charlie Ballard, Dan Talia. It's a 7-way tie. Aliir, Stephen May, Jade Rawlings, Liam Jones. There we go. You might join illustrious company. Restart back in the middle here for the second term underway. First clearance goes the way of the Pies. Josh Dacos picks up the loose footy, just thumps it back to the members' wing. Crisp is down there as Himmelberg comes across and he can just spoil out in space. Quaynor traps it for the Magpies. He has it with his captain Moore. He tumbles his kick away, but only as far as the former captain, Kelly, for the Giants.
Great pressure again, front half football. Halloran in that instance, the pressure on the kick.
His preferred left side, Kelly goes inside 50, another turnover. This time Darcy Cameron marks to intercept, 30 out from defensive goal.
Tim Mimbrey hasn't touched the ball yet in debut as well for the Pies.
Short kick there to Jeremy Howe. It goes beyond 50, and it's marked by Connor Iden. So it's just a little to and fro here from these two sides by a foot. Plenty of turnovers early in this second term. Giants lead by 21 points. Iden's kick up inside forward 50. Players converge. There'll be a free kick paid here, I reckon. He's just pointing towards something. It's going to be a free kick going the Giants' way. So Cadman cops them on toward contact in that pack from Steele's side bottom. He'll line up his set shot here from 30 out, a slight angle or 45-degree angle left of centre.
You're just looking at the replay. I couldn't see it. It was high over the top itself.
Oh, no, it was... Yeah, I see. It was actually in the marking contest.
Yeah,
McInnes around the shoulder from
had him around the shoulder.
I was going to say, someone was having a chat to the umpire, but he was well away from that. He stands the mark here, though, as the Collingwood veteran. As Aaron Cadman, shouldering a big load today in the absence of Jesse Hogan, kicks and misses near side. The first score of the second term is a minor one. 5-4-34 the Giants. Collingwood 1-6-12. ABC Sport. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Just an update on Kieran Briggs from the Giants. It is a neck problem. Obviously, there's a concussion element to it as well, but he's continuing to be assessed, and the word is that he's sitting up and talking in the room, so that is positive.
Thank you, Garby. That is good news. The Pies are way down the members' wing. McCreery taking a running bounce, kicks infield off a step, gets it to Elliott. Handball to Nick Dacos. Handball to Crisp. Half forward now for the Pies. Kicks to full forward looking for a marker. Up goes Bobby Hill. Doesn't bring it down. Perriman arrives. Arriving the Giants though. Lipinski picks it up. He's wrapped up. So a ball up. 45 metres out from the attacking goal for Collingwood. The scoreboard end in this second term. The Giants lead it by 22.
Up in the air it goes. Cameron competes with Keefe. Through traffic, Nick Dacos tumbles his kick toward the goal square. Whitfield there first for the Giants. Tumbled the tackle of Hoskin Elliott. Loose footy pounced on there by Chris, the milestone man. Fires the hand pass back there for Allen. And now it's still alive. Elliott back to Sidebottom. Hastings from 49. Goes high toward the post. It misses the left-hand side.
Arc it, Sam. Tailored.
Collingwood 1-7-13. Trail the Giants 5-4-34. 3 going second term. Opening round on ABC Sport.
It could have been his fifth intercept mark, Todd.
Right.
Out of.
Come on, his record's on.
Lockie Whitfield with the kick in. One of 5 Giants who played every game last year. 3 of them out there today. Kicks into the back pocket, the opposite back pocket, and the mark taken by Callan Ward. So Whitfield, Himmelberg and Connor Ryden, the one's out there today. Ward kicks up to the wing. No mark taken down in front. Kelly gathers the footy. Handball looking for Jones. Misses him out of play and will get a throw in.
Which of those players would be most put out by Sam Taylor going past that record number of intercept marks? Would Dan Talia be thinking, there goes my claim to fame? Well, it's not quite his claim to fame, but it's a good one.
Be Tom Stewart or Darcy Moore.
21 points the margin here. The Giants are in front. Back in it comes. Scooped up there by Kelly. He's wrapped up immediately by Darcy Cameron. The umpire balled up again.
Well, we got Charlie Ballard. Leo certainly wouldn't be happy.
You'd be happy to go past because they're talking about you again.
True.
Nick Dacos gets it away here under pressure from Bedford. Kick went nowhere. Off the deck it comes away from Crisp, and now Josh Dacos involved. Allen did well to Quaynor. Back to Allen. They've got some running going here. Collingwood. McCreery from 55. No one's back there. The kick goes offline though. Misses left-hand side of the behind post for no further score. The Giants are 5-4-34. Collingwood 1-7-13. 4.5 played second quarter. Sunday afternoon footy here in Sydney. It's opening round on ABC Sport.
The better one's getting their hands on the ball now for Collingwood.
They're starting to run and handball a bit.
Get it going. And there's still good signs of pressure on the ball carrier there from the Giants, but the worry is the Collingwood players starting to get going. Free kick there from one. Just saw it. Bedford pulling Dacos, got away with it.
Forward 50 thrown for Collingwood. Clear and kick from Keefe, marked by Quaynor. Right on the arc of 50, and he immediately goes to the Babe Ruth.
Yeah, he
can kick it, can he? He's got the leg.
Yeah, power.
Obviously, he's thinking he has.
He called it real quick.
Yeah. Become an entrepreneur.
Rest up late.
Recently. Always wears his cologne during the game.
Aren't all the Collingwood players entrepreneurs?
Quaynor's shot, tugged left. Marking contest ensues. No one marks. Membry gathers it at ground level, gets it on the boot. It won't go through the big sticks. Mark taken, maybe not the required distance. Where held up. Ball upcoming, right forward pocket for the Pies. They've been better to start this second term. Giants by 21.
Ball in the air. Keith tussles with Cameron. Down it comes. Trying to skid it through. Down there, Myercheck. Pulled off the kick. Top of the square again. They pile in from all angles, and the umpire will ball it up again.
Yeah, Dacos is talking to the umpire too about the holds. Certainly making a point of it.
A little slow getting up here is Bobby Hill underneath all of that. There's a couple of former Giants out there. Will Hoskin-Elliott is one you forget about. He's an inaugural Giant from their first game. Cameron off the Nick Dacos. Comes here to that man Perryman as Myercheck has now put off the kick again. It's out of bounds on the full. So Giants ball here in the left back pocket. I mentioned that because I'll come back to it later on. But the first 5 Giants goal kickers in that very first game. We'll come back to it later.
Long kick up towards the wing. Darcy Moore.
Got to be better there, Cadman from Iron. He's trying to run and flying gun. Under pressure, needs some marks here. Nice mark from Darcy Moore walking him under it. But the Giants under pressure now. It's all Collingwood.
Ship it around across the centre line, the Pies, to Josh Dacos, to Howe, who goes inside 50. Myercheck bursting out to Mark. Sam Taylor just falls in his back, and no 50-metre penalty. The mark set 45 out.
What I mean from Cadman's perspective is just neutralise the contest, get a stoppage, give the defenders a bit of a time. They've been working hard for the last 4 or 5 minutes, as the whole team have defensively, but you've got and there's a bit going on here on the wing between Bobby.
Umpire Nathan Williamson has come charging in.
McGuinness.
And this is going to be reversed.
50.
Yeah, so McGuinness and Toby Bedford just tangled up on their...
Yeah, but
on the wing, so Bedford was on his way off.
Dacos came off. Bedford's trying to come off with him. McInnes is trying to stop Bedford getting off.
It's going to be 50, in fact, not reverse. So a very different outcome to what I initially thought. But
I agree. I don't agree with the decision. But McGuinness was the one that actually.
So Brody Myercheck wastes no time and gives the Pies a much-needed goal to start the second. 5-4-34 GWS. They lead Collingwood 2-7-19.
Gone on again here, Benny. Sorry, it's in a half back.
Kindling has been led in this match. The Giants by 15 points. Players going down. Hoskin-Elliott thrown to the turf.
I reckon it's the Pies messaging, at quarter time has been the coaches. Get a bit more aggressive, get in the face of it. There's been a big shift in their attitude and attack on the player. The Pies, that is. And going back to the decision, McGuinness was obviously Bedford was trying to get off, and McGuinness got at him. The umpires missed that, and all he saw was actually Bedford pulling McGuinness to the ground.
Yeah, Sam Taylor's certainly in the thick of the...
Players are separated now, but there was a bit going on there a short time ago.
Going to need a new jumper, Lockie Ash.
Lockie Ash, yeah. A bit of spite, jumped into the game.
Yeah, Giants by 15 points.
Here we go, your ruckman. They've kept Cadman forward.
Brzezowski competes in the ruck against McStay. Free kick for a block. Advantage paid here for the Magpies. Allen puts them inside 50 and leading up and marking Jamie Elliott.
They're certainly running hot at the moment, aren't they, the Pies? You're right, Tog. They're winning the ball through the middle of the ground. They're getting in their front half. They're getting some of their handball going. And their forwards are in front. They're leading up at the footy with more purpose.
You just need to change the mix now inside on the ball, Dacos is back on. Bedford wants to get back on after him. But you just need it from a Giants perspective. Change the mix as far as the personnel inside to actually get them better looks around the ball.
And more issues with foot injury last year, Jamie Elliott. 15 games, 21 goals. Tough angle in the right forward pocket, 45 out on the approach. Superb set shot. That's what he does. In clutch moments and in any moments, really, Jamie Elliott, a very important goal. The Magpies kick back-to-back majors. They close the gap to 9 points. They're 3-7-25. Go to Western Sydney at 5-4-34. 10 go on second term. Opening round on ABC Sport.
Nice finish, wasn't it? Right footer, obviously, into a bit of a tee to the wind. He kept the ball low. But nice finish. And as you're talking about, Jason, it's this mix that they changed the mix. Obviously, they haven't in the ruck now. The resting ruckman.
And this was the challenge for the Giants last year. When teams get a run on, they find it hard to stop. So this is their test for them right now. That Collingwood's got this run on against them. How are they going to do it? Is it the midfield change like you suggested? It does make it tough when you don't have a ruckman in there.
First time today, Collingwood have kicked back-to-back majors. Comes after the Giants kicked the last 4. Brzezowski in the ruck opposed to McStay. Crooked bounce coming from Umpire Rosebery, umpires Foot, Rosebery, Williamson and Toner out there today. Throws it aloft this time. McStay double palms it down. Callaghan gathers for the Giants. Bursting the wrong way. Has to U-turn. Hooks a kick across his body. Inside 50. Big collision. Howe goes down. We'll keep a watch on Jeremy Howe. He was clattered into. And he's slow to get to his feet, but he is up now and seemingly okay. Just feeling his right shoulder. All up coming. Who could forget that opening round? I think it was round 1, in fact. Collision a couple of years ago with that horribly broken arm.
I reckon it was his teammate that hit him, coming in a swinging arm, actually looking for the spine, and he's ended up hitting Jeremy in the face.
Stoppage inside 50 here for the Giants. I think Dacos goes up, brought down by Grajewski. Hand pass comes loose. Leak off to Kelly, and now Callaghan puts them back inside 50 again. Great courage shown there by McStay. Judged it well through the air, had players bearing down on him. He takes the intercept grab. 15 out from defensive goal. The Giants lead by 9 points. Collingwood have kicked back-to-back goals. 12 gone second term.
Long kick up towards the wing. Punched out of play. Throwing coming southern side of the ground. Opening round on ABC Sport. Giants by 9.
You talk about going back to that last centre bounce where you wanted a bit of a mix-up. So the Giants centre bounce, Krzyzewski was the rucking. They had Callaghan and Bedford, and then James Leake in the middle. That's a real mix-up.
Grajewski and McStay. Grajewski brings it down. Follows up at ground level. Callaghan over the top of it. Nowhere to go.
What happened to the old goatee you tried true and tested?
They're just looking a bit tight. I like the change. I like it. It's just a different the opposition as well. Yeah.
Giants by 9 points here on ABC Sport. Grajewski in the right against McStay. Hacked out of the air there by Perryman. Batted back here, the advantage of Bedford for the Giants. He kicks them inside forward 50, deep in the pocket. It carries over the pack there and just took some of the chalk. Will be a throw in. So they're going to stoppage inside 50 for GWS at the Olympic Stadium end, which they are attacking. And they've added just the one behind so far in this second term. We're 13 minutes in.
Well, that's League's pressure again at that stoppage as well to create the turnover. He's not like Perryman, so it's maybe it is something they're looking at. Perryman's
over the head
of footy.
Both of the rucks, and Collingwood come away with it. Pendlebury tumbles it into the middle of the ground. Onto it quickly. Buckley for the Giants. Kicks out to half forward. Toby Green marks in stride. Nothing he likes immediately. Skips back off the mark. Giants still lead it by 9. Wide out at half forward. Toby Green kicks on goal and just sneaks through. A minor score. Daniel Garb.
Yeah, we told you earlier that Kieran Briggs is sitting up and talking in the Giants' rooms, which is positive news, but there are concerns around his neck still, and I've just been told that he is heading to hospital for further assessment. So this is still a serious situation for the Giants and for Kieran Briggs, even though he is up and talking despite that neck injury.
Certainly, any neck or spinal injury is serious business. Thank you, Garvey. Collingwood with the football here down the members' wing. Crisp takes the mark. Now comes back inboard to find Perryman. It's been on song so far for his new side. A few boos there from his old faithful Harry Perryman. Down towards half forward, and Sam Taylor takes a strong pack grab, which Ty Kennedy absolutely loved. What's he up to now?
I love this block. Launching the ball. He's 5. He's going to get the record. Sorry, Alir, and all 6 of you.
Sam Taylor has it at right half back here for the Giants. They lead by 10 points. 5-5 plays 3-7.
Taylor kicks around the wing. Looking for Brown. Up he goes. Off his hands. It comes down at ground level. Leake shovels out a handball forward towards half forward. Can't quite keep it in. Young Brett Daniels, or diminutive Brent Daniels.
Having an impact, Leake, isn't he? Early his first game just around the ball. Now again, he's going to Perryman here, so I don't know whether to apply from the coaching staff to try and stop Perryman's and Bedford's got Dacos. So you've got one genuine midfielder, and that's Kelly and Pendlebury at the moment.
Giants by 10. Back in it comes. Members side of the Sydney Showground. Chasing it toward the wing. McCreary there first for the Pies. He was too quick for Callan Ward, but ran out of space. Not far away from you, Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Jeremy Howe has gone down to the rooms with the Collingwood doctor just to be assessed. So we saw him hit the turf. It didn't look great. He was then up and about, but they've now taken him down into the rooms to be assessed. So that's a concern for Collingwood too.
As Ben mentioned, he's had issues with the shoulder and the what's it called? The collarbone area as well in the past, Jeremy Howe. He's come back in here, overrun by Leake, kept alive by Perryman, fires a hand pass to Pendlebury, a 400 gamer, neat left foot kick, spots the target Schultz, who marked 60 from goal. The Pies keep streaming forward. Options are plenty inside 50 for Lockie Schultz. Call to play on now. Sets it up, high to the hot spot here for the Magpies. Needs a jumper. Out the back, Ware was there, and it's rushed through by Xavier O'Halloran as Lipinski was bearing down. So it's a rush behind there. One more for Collingwood. They are 3-8-26, trailing the Giants who are 5-5-35. 16 going second term, opening round on ABC Sport.
There's a modern game right there. Xavier O'Halloran as a half forward, rushing the ball across from behind, playing his role.
Himmelberg kicks up to the wing. There's a push in the contest. Free kick will go to Darcy Cameron. And put your running shoes on.
Yeah, if you're an outside half forward or a winger, you got to get on your bike and covering offside. It's impressive mileage that they do today.
So Collingwood ball through centre wing, members side of the showground. Cameron sets it up to the half forward flank for the Pies, looking for a marker. Taylor drops it. McCreary comes through, doesn't gather. Getting involved, Perryman trying to burrow through. Whitfield does pick it up. Handball away to Kelly, to Ward, to Himmelberg. Giants in possession. And then Stone kicks out to the wing. The kick works out. Cadman marks.
Daniels.
Cadman pulls on the way here with a hand pass. Jacob Ware in space. Has Daniels down the ground. Well called, Tyke. He stops around side bottom. Kicks high inside 50 here. Daniels needs the marking target through the hands of Brown. At the back, Cameron there for the Pies. Shares it with Josh Dacos on the last line. Maynard retreats over for a rush behind, much to the disapproval of the Giants faithful. One more to the home side score. 5-6-36. They lead by 10 points.
It's opened up now, boys.
Yeah, 3-8-26 Collingwood, and the Pies are back on the attack.
Here they go. Lipinski on the wing, short to Quaynor. And they've got a good overlap here. Out towards Hoskin Elliott. Has to wait for the bounce. Forward of the wing. Kicks the Pies to half forward. Hill marks.
Wait till the last quarter. Really open up, won't it? It's going to be lightning back and forth.
Giants by 10 points. ABC Sport. 17 minutes into the second. Hill short for Schultz. A good kick. Schultz goes to ground. Wants 50. No. Mark set just inside the arc. 3 or 4 metres in from the boundary line. Wide out. Lucky Schultz. Nothing he likes. Might just have to set it up. That's what he does. Right to the teeth of goal. Looking for a marker. Keefe. Fists it away. Free kick. It's going to go the way of the Pies. At full forward, and Myercheck. He puts his hand up and says, I'll have it.
No one wants it. I'll take it. It's always an interesting one from a coaching perspective this year. Clearly, they were in trouble in the first quarter with their high balls in, the slow entries, and the Giants defenders looked a bit shaky. And so then you end up putting some body on. There's a bit of a tug from Harry Himmelberg. When you've had support from a ruckman, didn't do it. But it's probably the messaging trying to get a bit more accountability.
5 times their leading goal kicker. He's got a couple. And here come Collingwood. 3 goals on the bounce. It's back to 4 points. 5-6-36 plays 4-8-32. 18 played. Second stanza. Opening round on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and if you are the Giants coaching staff, you are disappointed with that free kick because Keefe was back there. They probably had 7v3 when the high balls come in. And, I mean, you want your defenders to try and hold down their opposition forward so they can't get a running jump. But that requires good body work and positioning. Harry Himmelberg just let Myercheck slip, and to try and save Myercheck running and jumping, he's tugged at the jumper and tried to pull him back. I mean, it's clearly there, but it's just such a disappointing free kick to give away when, I mean,
so many numbers
it really
there.
shouldn't happen. You've got the numbers there, you've got the support. Yeah. It should come down anyway.
Margin was 21 points at quarter time. Giants by 4 points. Restart back in the middle. Momentum with the Magpies. In this stage of the game, Bedford was bundled out of it. There will be a free kick going the way of GWS, I reckon. Yes, Toby Bedford.
Whitfield starting to get going also, as well as the half-back, getting his hands on the ball a bit, and a couple of kick-ins, of course, but
Bedford goes down the line inside 50. Callum Brown can't take the clean mark. Wait for tackle on Cameron, though, on the follow-up. Or ball up again. Just to clarify, Garby, Jeremy Howe, was it the shoulder or was it head contact that he came off for? Because he was sort of shaking his shoulder.
It looked like a little bit of both. I think it may have been a bit of precaution as well. Let's make sure that everything's okay. Let's do the proper concussion check. But Ned Long, the Pies sub, hasn't yet started moving and doing any warm-up, so it might be positive news.
Free kick here for the Giants as James Leake is taken high. The debutant, 55 out from goal. He'll set it up here. The lad from Launceston. Top of the square. Leading start there from Toby Green. Put himself in best position as he so often does and controls the chest mark. 25 out directly in front, the skipper.
Play it on. Yeah, let's play it on. That's 50. That's 50.
Free kick.
It's given a free kick.
Cadman who was being held. So Green did mark, but
I could give it a free kick, whoever it is. But
yeah.
I was very poor defence in that entry. I was watching Green for a while and there was no one on him and he was loose. But Leake's definitely having an impact in the game and swung the momentum all back.
There's a good handful of jumper there from Maynard on Cadman. Tyconelli, Ashley Sampi style. Here's Cadman, 25 out, left boot misses.
To the left of the Toby.
It's a big day for Aaron Cadman. In the absence of Jesse Hogan, he's trying to stand up, but he's not made his opportunities so far. It's the Giants by 5 points as we hit time on here in the second quarter.
He hasn't kicked one, has he? He's had 2 behinds.
Yep.
What's with that end of the ground?
Yeah, maybe. Is it windy conditions, obviously?
Bit of glad wrap between the two big sticks as Schultz tries to slap it on the wing for the Pies. Membry picks it up. Back feeds a handball to Nick Dacos to Lipinski. Bump by O'Halloran right as he went to kick. Ball jars free. Ware picks it up, gives it to Whitfield. Giants back the other way, kicks to half forward. Toby Green can't mark out. A play it goes. And a bit of afters between the two number 4s, Maynard and Green.
Loving the signs from Toby Green. Absolutely loving his movement. His walk rate looks sharp, and it's looking like the old Toby Green. Obviously, the concern was last year that it wasn't as high level, but certainly great first half of football here.
Had some battles, those two, haven't they? The two firebrands.
Back in it comes. Cameron takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass though, chopped off though by Callahan, and now Ware tumbles a high ball inside 50 for the Giants. Back with the flight, Toby Green. More coming the other way. It was courageous from the Giants skipper, and both captains, in fact, in the contest as it finds its way out of bounds on the junction of 50 at right half forward for GWS. They lead by 5 points. It's 5-7 plays 4-8. Just seeing a replay there of Toby Green back with the flight and more coming the other way. Certainly a fair size differential as well, the two skippers. Umpire tosses it back in. Bursting his way through, Nick Dacos. Daniels got there first though for the Giants. Handball inside 50, gathered by Allen. Off the deck towards Maynard. Lipinski goes to assist as well. Chris can burst away off half-back. Shares the hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Has the loose man there in Schultz up against the boundary line. 3 Giants pile on top of him. It's going to be a high tackle. Take your pick. Howard was in there as well on Lukey Schultz, and I think that's where the free kicks come from.
I don't mind a good free kick to give away. They probably had him cooked, but...
it's a statement free kick, isn't it?
Yeah.
23 travelled in the second. Giants by 5. Schultz kicks the Pies to half forward. No mark. Roving Lipinski. They want to take the advantage, the Pies. It'll have to come back. It'll go to GWS. That's why it has to come back. Sam Taylor with a free kick. Half-back flank. Moves it on to Ash. Kicks to centre half-back and Callahan marks.
Callahan has room to burst off half-back here. But his 50th game in the semi-final last year. He has a neat delivery by foot to find Iden. Inside 50 now for Bedford, gets back there and marks. 45 out. Slight angle left and see. Done with the hand pass, so he's called to play on. Does go inside 50. Kelly is back there. Ware in the hole. Lipinski comes in late on him. Kelly somehow gets loose. Retrieves the bouncing footy. Left foot snap across the face. Who's there? Darcy Moore first of all. Somehow Canelio gets there. Hand pass off the Cal Ward, who snaps and goals from the pocket. Couple of veterans combined there. And Callan Ward kicks a very important goal for the Giants to bring some momentum back their way. 24 gone second quarter. It's the Giants who are 6-7-43. Collingwood 4-8-32. They're experts on ABC Sport at Tyconelli and Jason Saddington.
It looked like they'd overdone it, Bedford by playing on, and it looked like Kelly was actually shepherding where to mark it. They didn't quite get it right, but nice to come back into play, and nice finish from Ward itself. And the other one I like actually forward of the ball is Brown. He's dropped a couple of balls, but he's actually launching it, and now he's leading up and getting his hands on the ball, so he's working well as a forward there from. But they've rested back to momentum from the Collingwood's momentum, that is the Giants. We asked the question when they've been challenged. Obviously last year it's a part of the game they got to work on, but it's the old brigade and Canelio to Ward and goal.
Cal Ward almost retired end of last year. His wife and kids have moved to Melbourne already because that was the plan, to move to Melbourne after retiring. He's spending his time divided here between Sydney and Melbourne.
Giants games record holder ends 3 consecutive goal bursts from the Pies. Free kick from the restart. Free kick will go to Darcy Cameron and the Pies. Back out to 11 points to lead the way of the Giants. Darcy Cameron in the bullseye. Kicks as long as he can. Leading out towards it. Membry. Up he goes over his head. At the back, Iden for the Giants. Quick kick. Punched down by Allen, picked up by Ash for GWS. Handball away. Half-back flank here for the Giants. Ash goes in again, tackled quickly. And a ball up to come. Right half forward for Collingwood.
25 and a half played, second term as we approach half-time. Mostly fine conditions here in Sydney. The second of 2 opening round games in this revised, abridged opening round. Due to the games up in Queensland not going ahead. Perryman will hand it back to the umpire here for a ball up. Keefe tussles with Cameron. Kicked out of the ruck by Cameron. Ward parks himself under it. Didn't go 15. Play on, says the umpire. Hand pass from Iden back to Daniels. And now Kelly. Well, he's a neat ball user. Goes down the line. Brown outnumbered. Out the drop, though, was Toby Green. Looks to try to hack it clear by hand. Got pressure there from Maynard. Allen there on hands and knees, scrapping for it. And now it's going to be, I think, a free kick. No, McInnes got there. Daniels into the back of him, but the umpire says we'll ball it up on the outer wing. Giants by 11 points. 26 gone, second term on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron.
Umpire puts it up. Cameron and Keefe. Cameron lays it down for side bottom. Handball knocked down. Giants have the numbers. Kelly picks it up. Handball to Keefe. Neutral territory on the wing. Keefe, nice handball to Ward. Chips it short, out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Collingwood on their half-back flank. Jeremy Howe just making his way back from the rooms. We'll get an update from Dan Garb in a moment. McInnes pokes it short to Josh Dacos. Tight ropes the boundary with his kick to Ed Allen. Clever handball over the top. Releases Pendlebury. Forward handball again. Here's Darcy Cameron. Lifts a kick towards half forward. Hill going back. Well spoiled. Out of play. Good job there from Buckley again. Getting back and a throw-in to come. 45 around from the attacking goal here for Collingwood. Giants by 11.
Brilliant defending. Certain mark to come forward to leave your man, Jack Buckley, and obviously spot the body and the ball and get it out of bounds. Impressive.
One of their 3 best in finals award winners last year. Other 2 aren't playing. Tom Green and Jesse Hogan. Loose footy here, pounced on by Callaghan and Kelly, and now Camilio. Handball out wide here to O'Halloran. On to Finn Callaghan again. Handball goes out in space. O'Halloran gets there again this time, and his next effort goes out of bounds on the outer side for a throw-in. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Well, Jeremy Howe's getting a massage. The shoulder isn't strapped. No one has looked at Ned Long, the Magpies sub, and said, get ready. So it looks like he's absolutely fine. I assume it was just a precautionary concussion test, and he's passed that.
28 gone, second term, half-time approaching, Giants by 11.
Free kick from the throw-in. Umpire Rosebery pointing Collingwood's way.
He's asked for the free kick a couple of times, Dacos. He's obviously got it from the ump this time.
This is Nick. He tries to pinpoint a kick and bites off too much. Straight to Kelly. He gives a handball for the Giants to the run of Whitfield. Through the corridor they go. O'Halloran turns and kicks long. Wants to go deep. The Pies are back there through Moore. And he marks in the back pocket. Takes the basket catch.
It's breaking down at the moment. Going inside 50, the Giants. Yep.
Thoughts of Tyconelli and Jason Saddington. Giants by 11 points, 2.5 away from half-time here at the showground. Loose footy on the wing. McCreary, clever little toe poke. Perryman picks it up, tumbles it towards half forward. Buckley's there, paddles it away, out in front of Memory, gathers, kicks it out on the full. Collingwood's ball right on the centre line, Members' side of the ground.
It's scrappy now. Obviously, it's probably expected from the end of the second, the end of the first quarter. How am I going in the first half?
I'm sure they're all looking to get to half-time.
How are you feeling right now, boys?
Maybe I'm a bit fatigued as well, but I'm just saying.
Elliott's kick goes down the line, and Keith could have marked, but opts to spoil in front of Cameron, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in.
So round 1, 2 minutes away from half-time. How bad's the fatigue?
Yeah, huge, through the roof.
We're seeing plenty of turnover as well, aren't we?
It's the time generally. It's the time. Late in the game when it's close, you can get the energy to get going, but it's always the time in your first couple of games.
Approaching the half-hour mark, second quarter here at the Sydney Showground on ABC Sport. Great to have your company. Finn Callaghan slides in for the Giants on the logo. And Toby Green's taken high by Quaynor. Umpire says play on. Callaghan bursts away with a bounce. Has Bedford running shotgun here, 65 from goal. Sends it high to the hot spot now, 2-on-2. Brown leaps up, can't control it, suckers off the deck, through for a goal. That's his second. The Irishman, he's not been holding his marks, but he gets the desired result with a finish by foot, and they're out by 17 points as we approach the major break. It's GWS 7:49, Collingwood 4:32. We've hit the half-hour mark here in the second quarter on ABC Sport. Ty Cannelli and Jason Saddington.
He'd have 10 marks if he could have marked the ball today. You know, his hops are elite. Like, he has got some explosiveness getting up off the ground, and that's up 2 feet as well. And you know, there's been a clear breakdown in the connection between the Giants mids and forwards, and obviously the personnel that's out does affect that. But you know, he's gone for his marks, he's getting them, and he's got that ability, cat-like, to get on the ground and, you know, get on the soccer, where he's played a lot of his football, obviously getting football and soccer background. But that ball's on the ground, he was never going to miss it from there.
He hasn't changed his goal song.
No.
The tip. Still that same little annoying arcade game earworm.
I think it is a sort of TikTok hit or something of the like.
There you go.
Opening round on ABC Sport.
You lost me at TikTok.
Yep. Giants lead it by 17. Collingwood out of the middle. Back-to-back goals for GWS. Kick inside 50. Dropping the mark, Membry. Has to knock it out to Perryman. Half forward. Handball to Elliott. He's tackled quickly. GWS pinch it. Off the half-back flank. Whitfield to Bedford. Handball over the top for the run of Callaghan. Here he goes. The flying fin again. Takes a bounce. Kicks on the left. Out in front of Brown. Drops it. Brown puts it down again. The kid in the lid. Jones goes and picks it up. Stabs it back centrally. And no one can mark. Comes down for Green. Bursts away. Steadies. Snaps. Goals! Toby kicks it. The captain shows them how it's done. And the Giants are out by 23. 3 consecutive goals. And they move along to 8:7:55, plays 4:8:32, close to half-time.
In Callaghan.
Unbelievable. Oof. He's had a half of football, has he? 17 touches, but he actually looks sharper, doesn't he? Quicker than he's ever looked at. To put the foot down there and boom, just take off. He didn't have a lot of space to start with, but he broke open the gap. It was a lovely kick inside 52 to Callum Brown, who dropped yet another. This time
I'll tell you one
chest.
thing, if I was a forward, a small forward, I'd be getting to his feet because he's dropping them. An actual certain mark, I'll be going, I'm getting to Brown's feet because he's getting the position, he's obviously not marking, but I'll be getting there, and they've made hard work of it. But eventually they're able to clean it up, and they've turned the momentum around. The most impressive part of the whole lot of this, when the Collingwood came at them early in the second quarter.
It's a new game-high lead, so Magpies kick 3 in a row. The Giants respond with 3 more of their own. So 23 points, that margin. Out of the middle goes McCreary. Off here, looking for Allen for the Magpies at half forward. Kelly mops up at half back, and his non-preferred right boot goes down the line. Darcy Moore intercept chest mark here at half back for the Magpies. Time for one more perhaps. Can they wrestle some momentum back? Bobby Hill marks on the outer wing. Goes inside forward 50 now. Membry leads up. Good spoil though from Taylor. At the drop, Connor Iden shares it with Lockie Ash. Back to Sam Taylor. Kicked the first goal of the game, mind you, and he's in more familiar territory deep forward. Goes beyond defensive 50. Grajewski off to Ward. Overrun there by Perryman. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in right on half-time just about. We've played 33.5 minutes in this second quarter. The Giants lead by 23 points.
Just repeating as well, the Giants did lose Kieran Briggs. Hit on the head by a friendly fire from Sam Taylor, and concerns around his neck. He's off to hospital. But that is the end of the first half, and the Giants will lead by 23 at the main break. The goal kickers for the Giants, Callum Brown with a couple, singles to their captain Green, their former skipper Ward, Taylor, Callaghan, O'Halloran and Grajewski. While for Collingwood, 2 to Myercheck, 1 to Hill and 1 to Elliott. That makes up their 4 goals.
A quarter-time lead of 21 was the previous game-high lead. And as you said there, Ben Cameron, 23 points is the new game-high mark for the home side. Great to have your company across ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app as opening round continues and winds to a close. Your experts are Ty Cannelli and Jason Saddington.
Well, it's a really entertaining and very good game of football. It's had its momentum swings, hasn't it? And through that quarter, we saw Collingwood got off to a ripping start. They took control of the game, especially from that midfield. They were able to get some of their forward handball going themselves. They were looking dangerous going inside 50, and they kicked straight. But then the Giants, they were able to wrestle the momentum back, and it was through a young midfield that kind of went in there. You know, James Leake on debut went to Perryman. He started to do a bit of a lockdown. The Giants got some momentum back. And then to kick those last, I think, 3 goals of the quarter to build that lead back out, but they look sharp. Finn Callahan's electric at the moment. He's winning the footy. He's looking very sharp. Josh Kelly's wound back the clock. He's had a terrific first half as well. And their makeshift forward line, I guess is what we'll call it, haven't been perfect, but they're creating opportunities. Callum Brown, whilst he's dropping marks, he's a presence down there. And Toby Green, for me, looks extremely hungry, doesn't he? He's hunting. He's running back with the flight of the ball. He's looking back to his best as well. So great, entertaining first half of footy. You know, Collingwood could score at will, but the Giants are scoring at will.
It's probably not what you expected as far as coming into the game. You know, you look at the pre-season form itself. Collingwood probably played for 10 minutes in the first half, but they've really tested actually the Giants out as a whole and how to play the game and take the game to them. And they got on top around the stoppages and got some forward momentum and getting the ball in the front half of the ground. But other than that, really, has been the Giants' inability in the front half to actually be efficient with their ball movement inside their forward 50. You know, they're making a meal of a few of them, and eventually, you know, that's going to come to hurt you. But in the game today, it's not. But eventually it will. But it's been impressive from the younger blokes. And we asked for Finn Callahan to actually show us your A grade and show us obviously that what you can do, and he's looked so sharp at such an early piece of the season. And from a Collingwood perspective, that they haven't really got going yet as a midfield group, and you haven't seen that aggressive ball movement piece from at all, bar a couple of times in the first quarter itself. And it's back on that Collingwood group for mine. And impressive obviously as well is Kelly as well inside, and his ability to look sharp and actually cut Pendlebury out of the game itself. And from a Collingwood perspective, Perryman has been outstanding. He's the one for the Pies.
But Finn Callahan, 17 touches and a goal. It was a good goal as well. Josh Kelly leads all comers with 19 touches, 13 of which are hand passes, with 3 marks and a couple of tackles. Harry Perryman leads all comers, for the Magpies. He and Nick Dacos each on 17 as well. So an impressive first half for Perryman, first up in the black and white.
Yeah, we know he can do it. We've been involved with Harry for a long time, but they've prepped him as a summer, get him around the ball and his ability to win the ball inside and use it, get going forward, But it's going to be interesting with the mix with himself and Pendlebury in there with a leg speed piece.
Yeah.
And the leg piece, it's very evident in that Finn Callahan goal when actually the two of them are still stuck at the centre bounce almost to get away from it. So if you don't get you can afford to have one. Having two of them can hurt you as far as your ability to get out of the stoppage, both offensive and defensively.
It's probably been the difference between those. So spoke about those three missiles. Perryman's found the footy. He's had 17 touches. Dacos has had 17 and Callahan had 17. But Callahan's 17 touches are much more explosive and dangerous and have had more impact on that game of footy.
Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. ABC News is fast approaching. Hi guys, enjoying the coverage. Hoping for the Giants win as still recovering from the Swans loss. Not happy with umpiring. Go the Giants. Thanks, Wendy in Balmain. That's not far from here in Western Sydney. Excuse me. And Fran from Melbourne. Does Schultz still need to improve? Thought losing Grundy, not good, but liking our ruck at present. Little happy Jesse not playing today. He can bag another time. Go Pies, says Fran from Melbourne. We'll take that as a comment there, Fran. Thank you for your continued correspondence. And there's another one here I saw as well. You blokes sound like kids waiting for the toy shop to open. You're on fire. Good call and go the baggers. Mick the Greater Driver in Kojonup, WA. You're all pretty excited.
It's great. It's
footy.
Back in early March. I told you, started in Christmas week. I just played footy. How good.
I reckon we did one year. All right, so 2000.
The Millennium Game.
Because the Olympics, they had the Millennium Game.
Yeah.
Well, they played... The pre-season started on like the days after Boxing Day. They must have. It was at the MCG too, so they must have played like the Test match, and then had the centre wicket basically still there. That was when Fed kicked all those goals against Collingwood, maybe.
Yeah,
because they had to start the pre-season because of the earlier finish.
It was New Year's Eve.
It was New Year's Eve, wasn't it? So a day after the Boxing Day Test finished. And they had to start the pre-season competition, which was a competition then, because the season was going to end in the first week of September to make way for the Sydney Olympics. Anyway, and it all comes back to here, because we're here at that very same Olympic venue, kind of. This was the baseball stadium, and the main one's just there across the way. Here at the Sydney Showground, the home side, the Giants, leads Collingwood 8-7-55 to 4-8-32. The second half still to come. Right now, time for ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Thanmay Navada. About 750,000 people remain without power in southeast Queensland as heavy rain continues to fall in the aftermath of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. John Taylor reports.
The Weather Bureau says Harvey Bay, about 280 kilometres north of Brisbane, this morning recorded 200 millimetres of rain within 3 hours. There were more than 100 flood-related SES call-outs for help there, as water threatened homes and properties and people were trapped in vehicles. 5 people had to be evacuated from the local watch house. Across the southeast, power remains cut to about 300,000 homes and businesses. About 1,500 live power lines have hit the ground. Schools that are safe to reopen will be announced online within a few hours.
An emergency flood alert remains for residents on Queensland's Fraser Coast. Harvey Bay resident Jason Staggard says the deluge was unexpected and unlike any weather event he's experienced before.
I mean, I've seen hailstone up here where it's the size of a microphone head, stuff like that, you know what I mean? But never, ever, ever just a sheet of rain like it was today. I mean, you couldn't see willy to nilly. You couldn't see 15 feet in front of you.
In northern New South Wales, Lismore's mayor says his community has been asking the state government to upgrade the road where 2 ADF vehicles rolled during the flood response. 12 soldiers remain in hospital after the military transport vehicles flipped near the city last night. 2 of the injured personnel are still in a serious condition. The cause of the accident is still being investigated, but Mayor Steve Krieg says the road where it took place is notorious.
This pushes the case to upgrade that Tregeagle Road, which we've been asking for years and years and years, and I'm not going to press the state. At the moment, they've done an amazing job, the state government, with their emergency services crews.
Also making news today, Libby Metham has not clarified whether she'll continue as the leader of the WA Liberal Party after yesterday's defeat in the state election. Premier Roger Cook has comfortably led WA Labor to victory, earning a 3rd term in government. Miss Metham says a bid to oust her from the top job late last year had an impact on her party's campaign.
There is no doubt leadership speculation at the beginning of the campaign had a destabilising effect. When those matters were put to bed, we had some clear air.
An alarming report on Victorian Child Protection Services has revealed hundreds of children were abused by those responsible for providing care. Jason Katsaris reports.
The report on government services reveals 593 children in care were the subject of substantiated sexual, physical or emotional abuse or neglect, up 55% on the previous year. In 283 cases, those responsible were in their household providing out-of-home care. It also took authorities 29 days or more to begin investigations in more than 2,600 child protection cases, up from about 2,500 the year prior. In nearly 35,000 investigations, about 40% or more than 14,000 cases were found to be substantiated, meaning authorities had reasonable cause to believe a child had been harmed.
In a statement, the government says the safety and well-being of children is its number one priority, and child protection staff are making sure every child in care is supervised by either a team or case manager. Overseas, Israel and Hamas have signalled that they're preparing for the next phase of ceasefire negotiations for the Gaza Strip. Hamas says there are positive indicators for the start of new talks, and Israel says it will send a delegation to Qatar next week to advance the negotiations. The first phase of the ceasefire deal ended last week, while the second phase calls for the return of all 59 remaining hostages in Gaza and a permanent end to the fighting. Colombia's Defence Ministry says 29 members of the security forces have been freed 2 days after being kidnapped in an area of the country's southwest known as a drug trafficking route. The BBC's Leonardo Rocha has more.
The 28 police officers and 1 soldier were captured during a failed operation against groups fighting over control of cocaine production in Cauca region. They were held by local residents in a communal area as negotiations were carried out. The Colombian government accused the rebels of intimidating the community and forcing them to fight the security forces. President Gustavo Petro, a former left-wing rebel himself, sent senior members of his government to the area to secure the release of the group and prevent a bloodbath.
You're up to date with the latest on ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Grab the latest issue of Gardening Australia for info on tree ferns, delphiniums, silver foliage, growing bulbs, propagating indoor plants and much more. Gardening Australia magazine from newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Josh Dacos to Howe, who goes inside 50. Myercheck bursting out to mark, wastes no time, and gives the Pies a much-needed goal. Looking for a marker, Keith. Fists it away, free kick. It's going to go the way of the Pies. At full forward, and Myercheck, 5 times their leading goal kicker. He's got a couple. And here come Collingwood.
Kelly retrieves the bouncing footy. Left foot snap across the face. Who's there? Darcy Moore, first of all. Somehow Canelio gets there. Hand pass off to Cal Ward, who snaps and goals from the pocket. Couple of veterans combined there.
They've wrestled back the momentum. We asked the question when they've been challenged. Obviously, last year it's a part of the game we got to work on, but it's the old brigade and Canelio to Ward and goal.
Jones goes and picks it up. Stabs it back centrally. And no one can mark. Comes down for Green. Bursts away. Steadies. Snaps. Goals! Toby kicks it. The captain shows them how it's done.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Bringing the closing curtain down on opening round here in Sydney's West, where the Giants lead Collingwood by 23 points at the main break. It's 8-7-55, plays 4-8-32. You're with me, Brett Sprigg, Ben Cameron, Jason Saddington, Ty Kennelly and Daniel Garb. And your texts are always welcome, 0437 774 774, as is the case right across the season here on ABC Sport. It is slightly abridged opening round, of course, which began back on Friday night with a strong win. Well, reasonably strong in the end, I suppose. Hawthorn by 20 points. It was a good game. The Hawks doing nothing to quell expectation around their chances this year with a 20-point win over the Swans, 14-12-96 to 11-10-76. So we'll look ahead later on to round one, the season proper, if you like. I suppose it's pretty proper as far as the games, the teams involved this week, but of course at the MCG on Thursday for Richmond v Carlton. Cannot wait for that. A situation unfolding, by the way, in Melbourne in the NRL, the other major code. It is still the first half at Amy Park, where the Storm leads the Parramatta Eels 40 points to 0. That could be a cricket score. And that's no real surprise there as far as how those teams are going or expected to go across this year, but that is the only NRL game today. 40-0, Melbourne leads the Eels late in the first half at Amy Park. There you go. As mentioned, we'll have the second half here not too far away. Ty Kennelly is here and Jason Saddington. And it looks like, by the way, South Australia, speaking of cricket scores, will be set to host the Sheffield Shield final. They are on the brink of victory against Victoria on day 4 of that match in Melbourne. So that will be an outright win for South Australia, and they will host the Sheffield Shield final and give themselves the best possible chance of breaking a 29-year drought in the Australian 4-day competition. So I know that we're sort of out of cricket season now. There's probably a few of you playing finals around the place in various parts of Australia as we speak, but the Sheffield Shield, I'm sure, will be pretty welcomed if South Australia can break that drought in the next couple of weeks of Australian first-class cricket. There you have it. As I said, we'll mention what's happening next week as we get close up to round one and Thursday night at the MCG, Richmond versus Carlton. Ty Kennelly, does what we've seen here, finish your mouthful first, the Magpies, who trail by 23 points. I'll start with you, Sado.
I want to hear what Ty's got to say.
Is it? Well, we spoke about, I guess, the expectation around them to turn around the premiership hangover from last year. Yep. And look, you can't lose yourself in a sample size of one half of footy. But I suppose to the here and now, what do they have to do well in this second half to fight their way back in the game?
They probably need to win their hands on the footy in the middle a little bit. I mean, they did it for a period there early in that second quarter, and they got their run and handball game going. They probably haven't connected great going inside 50, and they've been wayward with their shots on goal. I wouldn't say they've clicked and they're firing through that first half, Collingwood, but I mean, the signs are there at times. They're showing the little glimpses. It's just about bringing that consistency with it as well. But I mean, they've still got some players to come back into their team as well. They're missing a couple today, so look, if you're a Collingwood fan, I mean, you obviously want to see them up here at half-time. They still come out and absolutely steamroll the Giants and win this game of footy. They just probably haven't clicked, and probably on the flip side of that, the defensive side. So when the Giants have had the footy, that's probably where Collingwood have looked the most shaky. They haven't defended great. They haven't been able to stop the run of the Giants. So they probably need to find that defensive aspect of it.
And they haven't gone fast either with the ball. They haven't seen that go fast from, which puts obviously opposition defence. The other point is they kicked 1-7 in the first quarter. So they just cool your jets a small bit. They're a good bloody football team. They just haven't got going. And nor do you want to be going in round 1 100 miles an hour, you know. So it's not by no means an alarm, you know, going off. But I just think I think the hunt of the Giants has been a standoff. The hunt and the speed of the way they're moving the ball and actually their midfield group.
So as far as the Pies are concerned, and the questions still to be answered over the next few weeks, and that, especially defensively, that's Dan Houston coming in. So he may well come back in. I think he's due back next week to face his old side, Port Adelaide. And obviously he can play key tall. He's also a very good user of the football out of the back half. So obviously there's a defensive cog missing there.
Darcy Moore has been non-existent really today. You know, I barely saw him as a centre half. When he's got it, I reckon it's a case of, well, if he was on Jesse Hogan, he's up and about. I don't know whether he's taking the opposition players lightly or what's happening. You know, so
it's better for him with Houston coming in the team too. Yeah, he's a good intercept player, right. Darcy Moore.
So he's got to defend now.
Yeah, that's right.
So still no Cox, Tagoe and Tom Mitchell as far as their side today. I asked the question.
Problem with that, though. Go on, sorry.
No, because they lost here this time last year and they were 0-3. Ultimately, wouldn't quite get back the opportunity to defend their title, albeit with 12 wins and 2 draws on the way. But second half on the
goalie obviously makes a difference, clearly. But you throw in a Mitchell. So what happens there now into Perryman and the Pendlebury? You know, so that's 3 similar type midfielders. So who moves out? So. They're going to have these decisions to make, Collingwood, obviously, going forward. But, they need to go faster. They need to go faster for mine because you put opposition teams under pressure when the ball's going faster into the back half.
It's not only the hardest thing to do with the oldest list, isn't it? Be faster.
Yeah.
It is a challenge.
You asked Mick Malthouse a quiz question on Friday night pre-game surrounding the number of West Coast players, some of which he coached, that have now coached a senior game because Dean Cox now is a senior coach at the Sydney Swans. Got a bit of a random one for you because the Giants played their first game here about this time, 13 years ago, at the bigger stadium there, Stadium Australia, the Olympic Stadium, against the Swans. They were towed up by 63 points. They kicked 5 goals for the entire game, all of them individual goal kickers. Can you name the Giants' 5 goal kickers that night?
Callum Ward kicked the first.
Was the first one.
Will Hoskin-Elliott
was their 3rd ever goal kicker. That's why I bring it up. So he's been a long time Magpie and a premiership winner. But from memory, there's only 5 of them, so I did memorise them. Cal Ward, Nathan Wilson, Will Hoskin-Elliott, Big Joffa Giles, and James McDonald were their 5 goal kickers that night. So there you go. Just didn't quite have the same sort of lingering sort of fun as the Mick Malthouse coaching question, but there we go. 0437 774 774. Second half not too far away here. Check in downstairs shortly as well, because I will say we've seen a lot of times Tig and Sato in this first half in particular kicking towards the scoreboard end, and the kicks are coming up short. Yeah, but the wind obviously has been sort of picking up a little bit.
It looks like the wind's gone from left to right, though, having said that. You know, but the scoreboard in has been to the left, where it looks like we're kicking into the teeth of the wind. So I'm sure it's playing a part, obviously, with the ball kicking not being so accurate.
I mentioned the Pies, but the fact is the Giants, this has been their downfall at times, leading games by 4, 5, 6 goals. I think it was 7 goals against the Brisbane Lions in the semi-final last year, and just not completing, not doing enough for long enough. So obviously they'll fence it themselves here. They're 4 goals up at half time, but there's still so much work to do.
Some great signs, though, the fact they're able to bounce that back without getting the coaches getting hold of them at half time. They're able to do it within the quarter itself. When the Collingwood was the 3 goals in a row they kicked, so they were able to do it themselves within the quarter. A true debutant, really, and the shift and the actual mix around the inside mids who it was. You know, the older brigade started to look a small bit slower, but they changed the mix inside and they changed the momentum of the game back in their way, the Giants.
Well, and I think that's probably one of the positives for the Giants as well, is the players that have come in and try and replace this experience that the Giants lost in terms of Perryman coming, Peatling. So Stone has looked really reliable and has had a solid first half. Ware, who's been the sub, he's come in, he's been pretty good since he's been on. Obviously Leak in his debut games looked really solid out there, so they're holding their end up.
Into the second half we go. You're with Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Keith in the ruck, of course. Kieran Briggs off to hospital with that neck injury. So Keith and Cameron, low bounce from the umpire, lets them play. Cameron taps it out. Callaghan overruns it. Onto the footy is Kelly, driven into the turf. And we'll get a ball up.
One thing Lockie Keefe does, he just scraps in that ruck work, doesn't he? There's nothing pretty about it. It's just a scrap.
Cameron wins the tap this time. Straight to McCreary. Kick smothered. Well done, Kelly. Ricochets off his arms and squirts out of bounds. Thrown on the wing. Great defensive work there from the Giants.
Yeah, just the energy there from the players to get over to Kelly. It's been a standout for mine, the defensive pressure on the ground and just getting after all over the ground, and clearly it's a focus for the group.
Umpire brings it back in. Keefe lays it down to the front over the top of it. Perryman, a few of his old teammates for company. Collingwood ignoring the advice of Chris de Berg. Paid the Perryman in the off-season.
For a 6-year deal as well, Ben. Very good. Cameron hit a check. Keeps it alive. High ball inside forward 50 for the Magpies. One-handed grab, Sam Taylor. Intercept grab. It all counts in the contest there with Mick Stay. And he'll kick here from the left back pocket, Sam Taylor.
Probably the best one a lot, the one-hander.
So All-Australian year was 3 years ago. 2022, All-Australian and best and fairest at the Giants. Goes beyond defensive 50 here. Up goes Cripps, couldn't bring it away cleanly. And now Mychek is bundled out of play by Buckley. And there's
he went back after him
here as well.
It's a free kick to the Giants straight away. He had the ball in his hand and he just went back at him.
Buckley's on the ground too.
Yeah, still wrestling.
Mychek was it?
Yep. Mychek and Buckley are still in the middle of all this, and their teammates are coming in to separate them. So too the umpire. It's umpire Nick Foot.
It's become a bit of a no-no, isn't it? If the player's down, you don't go and give him a shove.
Giants by 23, no change to our half-time score. Out of the right, Cameron by himself, uncontested. Up in the air, punched away. McCreary lurking. Bedford there as well in the contest with Nick Dacos. McCreary's hand pass clean. Goes back to Perryman. High to the goal square here, and Oscar Elliott soccers it into the goal post for a minus score. 22 points is the margin. 2 gone, third term.
They're down the middle of the ground here.
Yeah, here go the Giants up the middle. Handball from Kelly to Whitfield. Good tackle from Howe. Gets rid of it. Himmelberg cruising by. Chips to the middle of the ground. O'Halloran takes it. Right in the bullseye. Stubs his toe on the kick towards the southern wing. And the Pies win it back. Clever tap from Lipinski. Gets it to Perryman. Off to Josh Dacos. Waits a kick. Elliott marks high half forward here for Collingwood.
And they're streaming forward here in black and white jumpers. He goes inside forward 50. Elliott, who's back there. McStay in the contest with Taylor. And again lurking through Hoskin Elliott, but rushes it through somehow in the attacking sense for a minor score. Just went through for a minor score. He couldn't quite get there. The Giants waste no time again. They lead by 21 points. 3 gone, third term.
Opening round here on ABC Sports. Short kick from Whitfield. Good diving mark low down from Ward. Giants by 21. Early stages of the second half. Ward just dinks it over the top for Whitfield. Runs on and gets it back. The only All-Australian from last year out there for the Giants comes infield to Himmelberg. Still on the halfback flank here, the Orange. Chips it to centre halfback. Mark taken by Iden. It goes right back to Taylor, who works it out towards the halfback flank and Buckley. Now Buckley will kick around the wing, trying to find a target out there, and Cadman coming up, gathers well. Handball infield for Daniels. Slaps it over the top. Now the Giants are away.
They are away indeed. They go inside forward 50 through Ware, and it's a little too deep there for Callum Brown. It's gone over for a throw-in. 45 around from that right behind post. Scoreboard end. 8-7 plays 4-10. The Giants by 21 points here at an increasingly overcast Sydney showground. Late in this Sunday afternoon. Back in it comes. Cameron competes with Keefe. And Ware had some oncoming contact there from Maynard. Umpire pays the free kick. The Giants off the left boot of Jacob Ware, the sub. Inside 50, Cadman leaps up, couldn't complete it. Moore is there. Lipinski hand pass off the deck to Josh Dacos, and now Pendlebury emerges with the football. Maynard takes on Callaghan on the half volley there. It sits up for Schultz, comes down the line, marked by Hoskin Elliott. He wheels and goes now towards half forward, marked there by Elliott. There was a bit of late shove in there from Himmelberg.
It's probably 50.
Umpire won't pay the free. Well, won't pay the 50. Yeah. Meanwhile, Callum Brown just checks Josh Dacos as he runs through.
Definitely slowed him up, didn't it?
In front of the bullseye, Elliott goes down the pipe now for the Pies. Up there, McStay. Hoskin Elliott roves the footy and snaps and can finish as well. We'll come back for a push. It's going to be a Giants free kick in that contest, and it will go the way of Sam Taylor.
Just watching Nick Dacos. He's been stretching his left hip and he's on the middle of the ground right now. It's not good signs. He's been...
Is that the one Cal Brown just got when he tried to run through?
Yes, I think it was before the stoppage time, and he's not moving freely at all.
Whitfield in the back pocket, kicks up to Callum Ward. He can't juggle the mark. Pies win it back. Here's Crisp, the milestone man. Flying shot out to the left. Leaves one out there. Giants lead by 21 points. Sorry, make that 20 points neat. 5.5 minutes into this third term.
You can't do it, can you? 4-11.
Well, it's an open arm wrestle, isn't it? They're back and forth, back and forth.
Himmelberg to Iden. He kicks for distance down the outer side. Howe in the contest with Brown. Out of bounds for a throw-in, southeastern wing. London-born, Geelong-raised Connor Iden signed a 6-year contract extension a few weeks ago. It's his 52nd consecutive game. Not quite the same impressive streak as Jack Crisp, who's playing his 238th and his 250th overall. An important figure for the Giants. Down back, Connor Iden. Back in it comes here. Pendlebury chases that toward the boundary for a throw.
Just on that Crisp streak, he needs 6 more to equal Jim Stein's
record.
Yeah, so 6 away.
I was going to say Connor Iden, one of the best nicknames in the comp. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Isn't it? I love it.
Back in it comes. Schultz taken to ground by Jacob Ware, and we'll throw it up again.
Umpire to put it aloft on the southern wing. Opening round here on ABC Sport. Tapped down by Cameron. Lipinski for the Pies. Gets rid of it. Perryman dumps it on the boot. Mychek coming at it. Nearly. Not quite down in front. Leake picks it up for the Giants. Back pocket off to Whitfield. And now Brown, or rather Iden, kicks across the goal mouth. And the mark taken by Ward, who stabs it back to Whitfield.
Just holding them up defensively. Sorry, Collingwood's done really well the last 4 or 5 minutes. It stopped all the run from the Giants. They've got no momentum. And this is the dangerous way the Giants play, to create a turnover. You get the lesser ball users with the ball in the hand that can create a turnover.
Lockie Ash, who goes across the goal mouth to Josh Kelly. He's a good ball user, though, Josh Kelly.
Sometimes you try to bite off a bit too much when you've been held up, instead of going long down the line and create like this. They're getting very close to turning the ball over, you know. Playing into Collingwood's hands.
Ash again, who's off contract again this year, so that's come around quick. Another off contract year for Lockie Ash. Called to play on. Thumps it beyond defensive 50. Out to a 2-on-1. Cameron stands strong and beats Keefe with support from Lipinski. Just forward of the wing, the Magpies can go back on the attack, and they lead, or they trail by 20 points.
Cameron pointing long into the pocket. Veers out to his right. Sets it up into the forward pocket. Taylor comes across. Himmelberg too. The ladder spoils. Down for Nick Dacos. Slaps it over his head. Lipinski barges through. Nothing he can do. Where? Through traffic. Nice little sidestep. Turns it over though. Side bottom. Back for the Pies. Shrugs a tackle. Age shall not weary him, but he misses. The skills let him down. Dan Garb.
Dacos is in trouble. So Nick Dacos just jumped a moment ago. The handball in the air. He's hit the ground and he's now in the hands of the trainers. So this is the ultimate concern for Collingwood. He's just trying to get to his feet now, and he does with some assistance, Nick Dacos, but I think he's going to have to come from the ground. We did see him sort of stretching that hip flexor in the middle of the Showground Stadium a few minutes ago. He's either inflamed that area or it's a fresh injury.
He's just got some pickle juice, which he's just woofed down there.
And spat it out.
So maybe just cramp.
So let's stop the game and watch him take some pickle juice.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I like Nick Dacos, but come on, mate, you're not injured.
It only happens for Nick Dacos.
Yeah, that's right.
He came down awkwardly, sort of jarred his ankles, but I think he's okay. Himmelberg goes wide now.
Probably get 3 Brownlow points for it.
Cornelio can blitz away on the wing now. Picked off by Lipinski. It was a messy hand pass from Cornelio, the former captain. And Lipinski does go wide out to find Oscar Elliott. Down the line to McStay. 55 out at left half forward. Can they see some momentum here, the Magpies? They trail by 19 points. 10 go on third term. ABC Sport, McStay. It's the 5 games last year. Coming back from the ACL. This kicks a turnover. Marked by Himmelberg.
Just wasting their chances. Yep.
Himmelberg wants to switch, looking for Jones. Takes a nice mark opposed to Crisp. Hits the ground running. Kicks up towards Cabman. Quainer there with him. Quainer halves it, then wins the contest. Pies back in possession. Handball to side bottom. Back to Quainer. Kick to half forward for Collingwood. McCreary works his man underneath it. Maybe a shove Umpire lets them play. Bouncing ball, Schultz fighting after it. Free kick going the way of Taylor.
They've had probably the last 5 minutes ball in the front half, Collingwood. Probably the last 5 or 6 inside 50s. They're just not getting that connection inside.
Nick Dacos has come from the ground, Garby.
He has. He looks okay. He's going to get some treatment, but he's definitely battling through something.
Well, he had the plantar fasciitis issue, didn't he, as well, Garby? So he had the foot complaint through the pre-season. I'm sure that's why the Collingwood staff are taking no risks. We'll keep an eye on Nick Dacos. Giants by 19 points. Quaynor from the wing sets it up high inside 50. McStay running leap. Also there, Myercheck at the drop, though. Connor Stone can rebound for the Giants. High ball beyond defensive 50.
They camp underneath it. Up goes Cameron. Doesn't come down with the mark. Whistle on the play. Free kick going Collingwood's way. Maynard wants to take it. Umpire won't let him.
The Giants defenders love this. This is what they love. Himmelberg, Taylor, they'll fight and scratch and Buckley all day. You know, and it's just got to be better with their efficiency inside 50. Collingwood.
Giants by 19 points. 11 minutes into the third. Darcy Moore with the free kick. At half forward, sets it up to the top of the goal square. McStay's down there. Taylor slams it away into the pocket. Myercheck gathers, slips a tackle. Ball jars free, out of play. And a throw in deep in the right forward pocket for the Pies. ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. You're with Brett Sprigg.
Giants by 19 points. Stoppage inside 50 here for the Magpies in this third term. Cameron held by Keefe. Umpire says play on. Over the football, Crisp showed courage. Elliott there as well. Overrun by Pendlebury. Towed away by Keefe against his former side. Ward off to the debutant Leake. Callahan's hand pass picked off by Crisp. Back to Pendlebury. Didn't have room to snap. He was dumped at a big tackle from Lockie Ash. And for that, he will be rewarded. Lockie Ash, now the 400-game veteran. It's the Giants 8-7. Collingwood 4-12. It's 12 gone third term ABC Sport.
You just can't help but feel that of all the play Collingwood had, Giants are going to go coast to coast and kick one when Collingwood should have had a few on the board.
Their defence at the moment, bend not break GWS. Daniels kicks to half forward. Canelio can't gather half volley. Spits out Lipinski for the Pies. He loses it. Daniels pinches it. He motors away. Kicks on goal and misses. He was speeding through there, Brent Daniels. What a player he is in the All-Australian squad last year. Maybe unlucky not to be in the team. Giants led it by 20, 12 and a half played in the third.
One of their best in that semi last year. Kicked 4 goals, 2 against the Brisbane Lions.
A real barometer for the Giants. Hugely influential player.
Home side by 20 points here. Quaynor drives it long beyond defensive 50 now. There were 2-on-2. Cameron, good separation on Grajewski. Marks in front of the interchange gates. Plays on. Comes in field now to find Schultz. And now McCreary spun it before he had it. Pressure comes from Kelly. On hands and knees. In there is Schultz again. And wrapped up ball and all is Grajewski once more. The umpire says, give it to me. Near the point of the centre square. Attacking side of the wing here for the Pies. 13 gone third term. ABC Sport. The second game of opening round. Second game of the season. Callahan off here to Kelly. Duncan and McCreary tackle. Footy comes loose. It's there for Elliott. Lofty handball now for Perryman inside forward 50, but he's ushered toward the boundary line. Kept alive by Daniels somehow. His hand pass is stolen away by Sidebottom. Off a step, hurried ball up toward the hot spot now. It's spoiled away by Himmelberg and out of bounds for a throw-in right alongside the right behind post at the Olympic Stadium. And for the Pies, it's the Giants who lead by 20 points here. 14 gone third quarter on this Sunday afternoon in Sydney.
It's interesting. We'll talk in the first quarter about Collingwood's ball movement. Remember that the fast and slow play, they look really good at both. Right now they have nothing. There's no system or style to any of their play at the moment. It's a real ad hoc sort of system.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Cameron down for Crisp. Off to Elliott. He loses it. Wears it fullback. Tackled by Myercheck. Off to Buckley. And the Giants can repel. High kick to the halfback flank. Canelio. Nice mark. Controls the drop zone and just controls the mark.
One of 3 inaugural Giants still on their list. The departure of Nick Haynes and Adam Kennedy last year. Richard Walskin Elliott's out there for the Pies. Up the outer side they go. Quaynor crashes the pack. And in the end, Darcy Moore and Xavier O'Halloran see it out of bounds.
Just watching Dacos now on the screen here. He's getting a full body massage almost. And so whether it's a cramps or what's happened to him, but which can happen obviously, but it's quite early in the still halfway through the third quarter.
He's their Ferrari, don't worry about that. So looking after him. 15 gone third term. Hand pass off the deck for the Giants come to Grajewski. Callahan goes and retrieves the loose footy. They come back again here to Jacob Ware, the sub who came in as a result of Kieran Briggs' neck injury.
His kick goes out of bounds on the full. It's a Collingwood ball from left half back.
Short kick for Lipinski. Kicks around the wing. Mark taken there by Cameron, who's bundled over. Arriving late. Slamming Sam Taylor. Cameron on that southern wing. Veers out onto the logo. Kicks high to half forward, looking for a marker. Back there, Buckley drops it. Ball hits the deck. Arriving, though, the Giants in numbers and out of play. Getting involved quickly there was Leake and shoveling out the handball.
Just a repeat, isn't it? The Giants defenders got all the answers. The ball comes out of halfway, just past halfway, and Collingwood turning the ball over under just no system whatsoever with their ball movements long down the line. Giants getting out of the crumbs or actually winning the contest itself and it's rebounding back out.
Giants by 20, quarter hour mark in the third.
Away it comes out of the stoppage. Inside 50 for the Magpies. Crisp waiting for it. So too Allen. Slaps it forward. Hill looking dangerous. Breaks one tackle. Gives it back to Allen. And now Schultz was taken down by Taylor. Play on, says the umpire. And Callaghan can rebound the ball here for the Giants. It bounces out on the members' wing for a throw-in, not far away from Daniel Garb.
Nick Dacos coming back onto the ground. Yeah, he received a fortune of work on his thigh and then his calf on his right leg, then his calf on his left leg as well. So he's coming back onto the ground. This breeze is an issue for Collingwood as well. So it favours them at the moment, but they're not making the most of it. The Giants will have it in the final term.
From the throw-in, Cameron brings it to his own feet, then falls over it. Giants emerge with it. Callaghan over the shoulder handball. Gets rid of it to Grajewski. Now to Ward. Kicks to the running Himmelberg. Off halfback. Flares it out wide towards the southern wing. O'Halloran gathers, turns, looks inside 50. Bouncing ball for Brown. Doesn't gather cleanly and allows in the Pies through Moore. Handball away towards Perryman. Off to McGuinness. Off to Josh Dacos. All the way back to fullback and Howe.
They come beyond defensive 50. Howe's kick is well measured there for Dan McStay. And now down the line to Jack Crisp. His 250th game from the wing. Goes down looking for Mychek. Up in front, Buckley. He can affect it out of bounds for a throw-in. Approaching time on here in the third term. Giants 8:56. Collingwood 4:12:36. You're with Brett Sprigg, Ben Cameron, former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington, and Irish superstar Ty Kennelly, alongside Dan Garb here on ABC Sport.
Still playing around with his quad there is Nick Dacos. The Pies emerge with it from the stoppage. Pendlebury to Quaynor to Josh Dacos. Set upon by the Giants. O'Halloran overruns it. Pies at half forward. Lipinski away to Maynard to McInnes. Back to Maynard. High kick inside 50. Snapping across his body. No one can mark that. Coming through the Giants. Socket away there by Stone. Back into the middle of the ground. Turnover though for the Pies. McInnes kicks back inside 50. Mychek clatters into
free kick, isn't it?
Callum Ward, surely a free kick it is. So it will go the way of the longest serving Giant, well, in terms of games played anyway, and their games record holder. Giants lead it by 20. They're holding on at the moment.
They must have 20 inside 50s this quarter. Yep. The Giants out of Collingwood, and they've held up very well. Without threatening at all. It doesn't look like they're going to score. The method has been very, very poor.
They're just high, straight balls that the Giants are just picking off with ease.
16-3.
Yeah.
Lucky Whitfield goes down the line here for the Giants. Ware taken out of the contest. Maynard coming in. Umpire waiting and says, let's ball it up on the outer wing.
So there's two bits to that. Obviously, it's the Giants' ball movement in the middle of the ground and actually not winning the ball in the middle, and they're losing a lot of contests on either side of the ground and the wings itself, and the ball just bouncing in with their lack of efficiency using it forward. So it's a bit on both sets of teams here. Obviously, Collingwood having the opportunities forward, but the Giants got to start fixing up the connection between their mids in the middle part of the ground where they're actually not winning any contest, aerial or on the ground. They've run over the top of the ball 3 or 4 times here in the last 5 minutes.
Both coaches coaching from the benches, Craig McRae and Adam Kingsley. The ball goes out of play again. We'll throw it back in. 8-8 plays 4-12 as we approach time on.
I think Dacos has gone forward now.
Krajewski, clean tap, but Perryman's waiting for it for the Magpies. He was dumped in the Callaghan tackle. Loose ball. Pendlebury combines with Josh Dacos. Somehow the Giants get it back through Jones, and now Ware sends them inside forward. 50, neat entry. Cadman not paid the mark. Yeah. At the back it's there for Hoskin Elliott. Quaynor gets away from Cadman and rebounds them quickly.
Tries to take it on the chest there, Cadman. Sato and Tig, you'd like to see those hands out in front, wouldn't you?
Put them out.
100%. It's a confidence thing too, but he's held it long enough for mine. Probably the spoils came from underneath it, underneath the arm.
Well, even the chest mark, he needed to turn himself the other way because it allowed the fist to still get in there very late.
Oh, man, Ian Burrows, the boundary umpire, flings it back into play on the members' wing. Cullen Ward puts his head over it. Concrete head himself, so tough, but the Collingwood players come away with it. Josh Dacos, left foot snap inside 50. No mark taken by Check, bursting onto it, Membry, a little bereft. Handball away. Ed Allen running by it. Right foot shot on goal is missing.
He's never going to kick it, was he? Never had a kick in him.
They just cannot find that major opening.
They're rushed. Yeah. They're rushed and panicky when they get the ball, and that's because the Giants' pressure and heat has been very, very good.
We've not seen a goal scored in this third quarter so far. So it's 1 behind the Giants. So what's that? 5 behind Collingwood.
Yep. And the inside 50, 17-4.
Extraordinary. Ash. And the kick in finds Connor Stone. Played 4 games last year. He was subbed on or off in all of them. And just 13 games in total before today. Called to play on. Chooses the outer wing. Out there with 3-on-2. Through the hands of McInnes. Waiting for O'Halloran. Got some run going here.
Goal.
Darcy Jones. He is goal side. They're chasing him. Has a bounce 55 out. Now a bounce inside 50. He's closing. Third bounce. Finished check side on the run. The kid with the lid. Oh, they love him here. Darcy Jones. There was no ankle issue there. He might have broken some ankles though on the way through. 25 points is a new game-high lead. 9-8-62. Collingwood 4, 13-37, 22 gone third quarter on ABC Sport. Your experts are Ty Canelli and Jason Saddington.
Well, it just threatened to be the way, didn't it? With all the ball in the front 50 and front half, Collingwood without any real good looks at it, very wasteful going inside 50. The Giants always threatened to get them on the rebound at some point, but like you mentioned, Ty, they kept fumbling or choosing a really poor option as they're coming through the middle of the ground and giving the ball back to Collingwood. Well, this time it was just the class and pace of Darcy Jones to get out the front. Once it got to him, there was no catching him. 3-4 bounces and just a lovely little check side. He's so
lazy.
Confident, wasn't he?
It was a lazy,
it was a very confident
check
check side.
Yeah, it wasn't lazy. He's confident, so I'll give you that one.
Back in the middle. It's a fine line between those two things, isn't there?
Got punt straight ahead. Come on.
Secondary ball up. Back in the middle. Umpire puts it aloft. Laying it down. Cameron straight there for Dacos. Coughs it up though to O'Halloran. Now quickly the other way go GWS. The flying fin again. Pokes it into the pocket. Mark dropped.
Something going on.
On the burst there. Rajewski.
What's on the pill?
Teflon.
Something on it.
It's the Teflon-coated football.
I'm telling you. There was a lot of drop marks.
Giants by 25.
It's not just Callum Brown. That was his problem earlier. 23 going third sim, as Ben said. 25 points the margin. Cameron and Keefe in the ruck. Perryman first use. Kick was partly smothered. Bursting through Toby Green. Throws on the boot. It's going high toward the goal line. And it's touched through. In the end, that contest with Krajewski and Moore. Minor score for GWS. They're 9-63. Collingwood 4, 13-37. 24 gone third quarter.
Sato and Tig, I'll ask you the question. Is the yellow ball generally, which they are using today, more slippery than the red ball?
I've always thought that.
Yeah. There's a theory that the yellow lacquer isn't as natural as the red and is a touch more slippery.
Like a white cricket ball.
Yep.
But my theory has always been because it's a night ball, so it's a bit more chewy when I played.
Turn it over here, the Pies. Where drops a simple chest mark, allows in Crisp, who threw it out. The umpire lets them play. Kelly between wing and half forward, gets rid of it to Keefe. Kicks the Giants inside 50. Big pack forms. Howe stands underneath it. Makes the chest mark.
Tell you, it was a much more entertaining game with the red ball in the first half. Let's blame the footy.
So what's the rule? They can use a red ball for games that start, before 3 o'clock?
Before 3.
Yeah, there you go. Toward the outer side, the members' side here. It's come off the bonce of Darcy Cameron, and it's Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Well, Nick Dacos is clearly struggling to the point where he's actually gone to full forward now. And Toby Bedford, who has tagged him all day, masterfully, we might add, is right there with him at fullback. And the two of them are having a laugh, saying this is a bit unusual for both of us to be standing in this position. But the tag continues. Dacos trying to battle through that leg problem.
We're getting Bedford out of there. There's no need to waste.
Callahan out of the stoppage. He was a beast. Here's a hand pass with Daniels. Shrugs one tackle. Ash was nearby. A hand pass off to Iden. Neat delivery on centre half forward for Toby Green. He's 55 out. Kick ricochets there low for Cadman. Lays the tackle on Moore and will ball it up 40 out from the Giants attacking goal.
Get Bedford away from full back. If Dacos is not right, get a defender. They got enough small defenders that actually get the job done. Get Bedford around midfield with some speed and get on someone else. He's taking them back to the goal square now.
Opening round on ABC Sport. Clearing kick from Jeremy Howe up towards the logo on the wing. Unable to gather it there. He's Stone. Ball spits into the bullseye. Picked up by McStay. Collingwood possession. Off to McCreary. Quaynor keeps it moving forward. The Giants arrive though. Stone picks it up. Slick hands to Ash. Off towards Callaghan and then off to Whitfield. Kicks out to the wing. Bouncing ball here for Ward.
Ward does evade the pressure there of Lipinski. Kicks around his body now. Daniels in space. Too quick for side bottom. He can go inside 50. Howe gets in front of Green and spoils it out of bounds for a throw-in just forward of the wing at the Giants attacking end. They lead by 26 points, the home side. 26 minutes played in this third quarter on ABC Sport, right across ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app. Just look for our AFL button all throughout winter or the cooler months. Pretty warm today though in Sydney and in some parts of Australia. Back in it comes. Kelly back to Ward. Veterans combine. Cal Ward's kick inside 50. McInnes goes up in defence and Howe again content to see it out of bounds for a throw-in, this time inside 50 for the Giants. In fact, he's going to ping the Pies here for deliberate.
No.
So it was ricocheted off one defender, McInnes, and Howe then swatted it away over the boundary line. So I think that's the call that's come here for deliberate. Ooh. And the opportunity will be here for the Giants, a set shot in the right forward pocket with Xavier O'Halloran.
It's a harsh call.
He was certainly trying to do it, but I haven't seen it done from a spoil, really.
Could just about kill the game here as we approach three-quarter time. They'll have the breeze in the last quarter. O'Halloran's kick across his body doesn't come back quite enough. It's out of bounds on the full. So it remains 26 points, the Giants lead. 27 go in third quarter. ABC Sport.
Ball is just sitting between the advertising hoardings and the grandstand, and no one's able to go and get it. Eventually they've got another ball to Josh Dacos. Back pocket for the Pies. Sets it up for Cameron. Tries to mark on his chest. Sport away there by Taylor. Comes out to Ware. Straight up and down. It'll come down on 50. No one can mark it. Grudjevski gets rid of it. Jamming it on the boot is Daniels into the pocket. Cadman trying to take the mark. He can't quite hold it.
It's nearly there, isn't it?
It's an almost game again. Yeah. It's almost game.
It's great signs, though. He's launching in the first half, and again, he's on the move. So really good signs for him.
Giants by 26. Back in it comes. Keith palms it down. Toby Green bursting by. Shark by Darcy Jones. Off to Kelly. Evades some pressure himself there. Jacob Ware into Leak on debut. He was beaten by Perryman. Laid the tackle. And it will come back here for a Collingwood free kick because of that. It's with side bottom. It's a drop footy from James Leak.
Yeah, great sign with him. The high ball that went up before, Toby Green came flying from a mile away to go for it with courage. The other player that went up with courage was Leak. That's impressive.
Uncontested mark drop there by Connor Stone. A couple of players hit the deck. That kick from side bottom. Allen bursting by for the Magpies. Kicks inside 50. Himmelberg's down there in defence. Off the deck, Schultz to Mychek. Bobby Hill, he can rope it as well. Snap goes high toward the top of the goal square. Callan Ward at full-back, can't mark. Slipping over again down there, this time is Elliott. And will pole in from all angles and ball up again. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Nick Dacos can't kick the football. He had it here on the wing. He wanted a kick. He couldn't get his leg through the ball, so he handballed, and straight afterwards stretching his muscles again. So he's in serious pain. The Pies have made their sub as well, so Ned Long will come onto the ground. Will Hoskin Elliott subbed out.
He can barely move, and he's stretching his hamstring out now, Garby. This is big news.
Would you keep him out there?
It's time to put the Ferrari in the garage, isn't it?
If it's only cramp, is it like it's full body cramp and you risk you tearing something? Well, I ain't no physio, no doctor, so.
Giants by 26, forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Into the corridor it goes. Whitfield picks it up, gets rid of it to Kelly. Clearing kick up towards the wing for the Giants. Bouncing ball, swatting it on Maynard towards half forward. Dacos can't run after it. He cannot move. It's like he's mummified the way he's moving at the moment.
You can't keep him out.
No. Throw in coming. Giants by 26. Opening round on ABC Sport. But
make the move on Bedford. You're making a quality midfielder there. You got to.
Well, they haven't yet officially subbed Hoskin Elliott, I don't think. So we'll see if they do make that change there with Nick Dacos, who's looking very proppy indeed. We'll ball it up. Giants by 26 as we approach the half-hour mark of this third quarter. Opening on ABC Sport. Cameron's kick forward here for the Magpies. Dropped down there by Taylor. Brought away by Ned Long, the sub. He's out there doing some work. Sub bottom. His handball picked off by Darcy Jones. Off half-back. He kicks for distance. Out into space on the outer wing. Darcy Moore is chasing it. It'll bounce back kindly here maybe for Cadman. Moore does get there in the end. Shares it with Chris. And now Long wrapped up by Whitfield. Spun a full 360. Umpire says play on. His captain Moore goes to retrieve it. Now Josh Dacos off a step. Callan Ward spoils Jack Crisp. And it's out of bounds.
There's the game for me. There's the game. The pressure and defensive pressure that the Giants have put on majority of the game has made Collingwood very, very jumpy with ball in hand. And you saw the turnover there. They should have gone inside 50 again, Collingwood. But the pressure and the amount of blokes getting at players and ground pressure was is outstanding. It's forcing the Pies to be jumpy.
Giants leading by 26 points inside 50s in the third quarter. All the way of Collingwood, 19-11, but they went goalless. The Giants have kicked the last 4 goals in the game. The Pies' last goal coming at the 18-minute mark of their second term, and they have a wounded Nick Dacos. There cramps. He can hardly move. The goal kickers through until three-quarter time. Callum Brown with a couple, Grujevski, O'Halloran, Callaghan, Taylor, Ward, Green and Jones. While for Collingwood, it's just 4. 4-13 they've kicked. Myercheck with 2, Hill and Elliott. 9-9-63 the Giants. They lead Collingwood 4-13-37, 26 points at the final change.
The home side has extended that lead at every break so far, but there were bursts of Collingwood momentum. Although that is a third quarter they would rather forget, I'm sure, as Ben Cameron just mentioned. Across ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app, this is Opening Round on ABC Sport.
Foreign Correspondent returns to Tuesday nights in 2025. Exploring the unknown, discover the extraordinary, your window to the world. Foreign Correspondent returns. New time Tuesdays 8 p.m. on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Just watching Dacos, Nick Dacos. He's been stretching his left hip and he's on the middle of the ground right now. It's not good signs.
Well, Nick Dacos is clearly struggling to the point where he's actually gone to full forward now. And Toby Bedford, who has tagged him all day, masterfully, we might add, is right there with him at fullback. And the two of them are having a laugh, saying this is a bit unusual for both of us to be standing in this position. But the tag continues. Dacos trying to battle through that leg problem.
We've got Halloran, got some run going here. Darcy Jones, he is goal side. They're chasing him. Has about 55 out. Now a bounce inside 50. He's closing. Third bounce. Finish check side on the run. The kid with the lid. Oh, they love him here.
Nick Dacos can't kick the football. He had it here on the wing. He wanted a kick. He couldn't get his leg through the ball, so he handballed, and straight afterwards stretching his muscles again. So he's in serious pain. The Pies have made their sub as well, so Ned Long will come onto the ground. Will Hoskin-Elliott subbed out.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
That information is every bit as pertinent as the scoreline itself. The Giants lead by 26 points at the final change here. Nick Dacos is, in injury distress, but he has not been subbed out because Will Hoskin-Elliott, as you heard there, has officially been subbed. And earlier, Kieran Briggs suffering a neck injury there for the Giants.
Just one from earlier on in this match as well. The television broadcasters have picked up some footage of Craig McRae and Adam Kingsley going at it. They are former Richmond assistant coaches together, just having a bit of a chat on the boundary, not too happy with some of the physicality in the match. Also an update on Kieran Briggs. The GWS Giants tweeted a picture of him sitting in hospital with his neck brace on, his full kit still on, watching the game on his phone. So he was happy with Darcy Jones' goal.
Well, there you go. That's Ben Cameron. I'm Brett Sprigg, your experts on ABC Sport. Premiership winner Ty Kennelly and former Swan and Blue Jason Saddington.
Well, I've got no highlights to talk about from that quarter. I don't think there was many highlights at all other than Collingwood just wasteful. I mean, they're 20 inside 50s to the Giants 11, and I think they had a lot more in their favour earlier than that through the quarter. They were just very wasteful. They couldn't get any connection going. There were just a lot of slow high balls going in or panic kicks. The Giants defenders were able to just continue to mop up and try and get out of their defensive 50. The Giants themselves were struggling to get any sort of ball movement or connection going from the middle part of the ground, a little bit fumbly, but once they did get that one opportunity, Darcy Jones was clean enough to kick a goal there for the Giants to extend the lead, but not a lot happened through that quarter. I think the story of the quarter is obviously Nick Dacos and his cramp and his inability to actually run out there. And, we're questioning why he's even staying out the ground. And even right at the end of that quarter, I noticed the last contest on the wing, Josh Dacos stayed down with cramp and had the trainers go out to him. So perhaps there's a question on Collingwood's ability to run this game out. So are they going to have anything in the tank to actually try and steamroll the Giants? Doesn't look that way.
Sorry, Sato.
That's right.
An interesting point for Nick as well. He didn't have that full pre-season like Spriggy mentioned with the plantar fasciitis. So no matter how good you are, if you don't have that full pre-season, it's hard, isn't it, gents?
And the seasons are getting earlier and earlier. We're talking about it's the 9th of March, so you're obviously under pressure when you do get a longer break as well at the end of the year, so you're chasing your tail is more, but to be up and scratched and ready to go for round one itself. But I think also the conditions of the wind, they dominated that side of the ground from left to right here. It was all Collingwood and their inefficiency, like Jason said, in the front half to actually get some connection with their ball movement. The Giants are looking absolutely set for this because their pressure all game on ground ball pressure and tackle pressures put the Pies under immense inability to kick the ball efficiently because of the pressure. They were jumping over the top of the ball, and the speed has actually made Collingwood look a bit jumpy in offence. And looking at it again, the breeze does look quite strong going Giants' favour in the last.
On ABC Sport, our text line is 0437 774 774. Great to have you back calling the game, says Jane in Albany. Thank you. Max Krajewski looks like a smooth mover. Exciting to watch, says Luca at Largs Bay. Marcus in South Melbourne picked it pretty early, says it seems to me that Schultz is not happy inside the Collingwood system and that Nick Dacos is not fully fit. That second point we've been talking about. Pete says he hasn't missed here, Pete in Ballarat. G'day. Dead set, one of the worst games of football I've ever seen. Fair dinks, every player should have to hand their match payments back out of embarrassment. Anyone singing the Giants' praises after this is kidding themselves. Collingwood have missed so many easy goals. They should be 4 in front.
Yeah.
And people want to bag women's football. Give me a spell, Pete and Ballarat. I agree with you on that. Yes, you do see some bad games, no matter who's playing them. 0437 774 774. Daniel Garb on the boundary.
Dacos squared, both starting the final term on the bench for the Pies. No surprise that Nick Dacos he's battling severely with some leg pain, but Josh Dacos also getting some treatment. Pendlebury starting the final term along with Brodie Myercheck on the bench for the Pies, who are obviously trailing by a significant margin heading into this final term. And that back and forth between McRae and Kingsley was interesting. Craig McRae had a go at one of the Giants players. Adam Kingsley was having none of it and gave it back to him.
26 points the margin. Collingwood kicking into the breeze in this final term at the Sydney Showground. End of the final quarter we go. First pair of hands to it, Long at the clearance for the Magpies. In goes side bottom. Tracking it inside 50 here. Bedford soccering after it. Now piles in. Quainer into the back of him. Will throw it up inside 50 for the Giants at the Olympic Stadium and 35 out from goal.
Any issue with the coaches just jawing at one another as Cameron taps it down to side bottom. Pies in their D50. Quaynor, handball away to McInnes, who kicks beyond defensive 50, and Mark Taken going back with the flight neatly there by Lockie Whitfield.
No, more of it, Benny. I want them to actually go at it, face to face, and look it up. Nothing better looking at your coach joining in with the boys.
I wouldn't be going near Adam Kingsley.
Giants got a bit of history, so with Jason McCartney.
Yeah, that's true. The mark taken by Long, the Collingwood sub, just inside his defensive 50.
Goes Long beyond defensive 50. Goes Long. Up goes McStay. Strong pack grab on the wing. Did keep a close eye on the Sydney GWS match sim a couple of weeks ago at Moore Park, seeing if Tom Papley and Jason McCartney cross paths. Of course, Papley hasn't been playing. I suppose Jess McCartney doesn't play either, so it doesn't matter if they're playing or not, as the coaches showed today. McCreary wide back to Maynard, also battling a plantar fasciitis issue through the pre-season. The vice captain, who's off contract this year. Unrestricted free agent Braden Maynard. Preferred left foot inside 50. Penetrates to find Tim Membry leading up and marking deep in the left forward pocket.
That was nice, wasn't it? Beautiful kick in the lead itself, but nice delivery. What we've been looking for in the third quarter from the Pies.
Yeah, absolute shorter bullet kick in rather than just sticking in high and to any old spot.
Tim Membry, one of their recruits. He played one game here in Sydney as a Swan. He had 10 years at the Saints. 3-time leading goal kicker there. And this is must kick, you would think, in the context of this game for the Magpies. Trots in, 40 out, right foot, set shot, beautiful. Tim Membry, his first goal as a Magpie. And his teammates get around him as they cut the margin back to 20 points. It's the Giants 9-9-63, Collingwood 5-13-43. 2.5 played final term, opening round here in Sydney on ABC Sport.
There's no one else you want the ball in the hand. He's a dead eye in front of goals. But it's amazing the way things happen too from an energy point of view. When someone kicks the first goal of the game, you saw at the start of the game with Taylor, it does give you energy and lift itself as a group, you know, and all the Collingwood players get a bit of momentum and a lift from Membry kicking his first goal for the football club, you know.
Craig, it's a long time ago, but do you make comment of the Giants are vulnerable in the last quarter when they lead? Do you bring it up? Do you give that hope to your team at the start of this season of things that happened last year with your opposition?
Opening round on ABC Sport. Just on Nick Dacos. I mean, were you guys told, are you more likely to tear a muscle if you've been suffering from cramps, Sato?
Not that I know of, but I don't know. But it's probably the wrist piece here, Jason, isn't it? I don't know.
Surely you're more susceptible to injury. Who's our mate from Ballarat? He'll have the answer. Pete, was it?
yeah, it was him.
He's got finger on the pulse.
Kelly picks it up, shovels out a handball. Gathered there by Bedford, gives it to Callaghan. Driving ball for the Giants. Brown back leading, needs the bounce, doesn't get it. Bounced away from him like Stephen Milne. Giants lead it by 21 points. 3 minutes 40 played in the fourth opening round on ABC Sport.
You just upset a lot of St Kilda supporters.
I apologise.
Moore goes short to find Maynard. At a defensive 50 here for the Magpies. Members side of the showground. 2-on-1. Waiting back for it is Cameron. Keith gets there though. Spirals it back to 50. And an attempt there from Callum Brown. He's paid the mark, is he?
Holding.
He's being held. And there's issue here now with Braden Maynard.
Play on, bro.
Back play.
He's on the mark, so his player's going injured.
Maynard's slow getting up here. He's onto his feet now. But Callum Brown's going to go back and take his set shot here. 45-degree angle, and he'll kick from a full 55. Got the leg for it too.
Yeah. Post tight. Yeah.
Lad from County Derry. Kicked 5 goals in this fixture last year. A year ago, he's kicked 2 so far this afternoon. Lines it up. Effortless kick. Has the carry. It's through for a minor score. And it's the Giants 9-11-65. Collingwood 5-13-43. Margin 22. 5 gone. Final term. ABC Sport. Ben Cameron.
Howe taking the kick in. Waits the ball towards half-back and Taylor comes up to mark.
7 intercept marks.
And he needs to finish strong. Needs to get to 11.
No problem.
What we'll say is the world record.
Just join the list on 10.
On the attacking edge of their square. Sets it up to full forward. Punched away by Maynard towards the boundary line and eventually end over end over the line for a throw-in. Giants by 22 points. 5 played in the fourth.
It will be interesting to see how the Giants play this game off from a game scenario match. Obviously what happened in the last 2 games of the year and how much they've worked on it during the pre-season, not let the ball bounce out. They've got the ball in the front half of the ground. They got done in slow play a lot of the time last year in the last 2 games of the year. So see how they set up and play it out.
Ball toss back here and socket forward by Perryman. Back the other way now from O'Halloran. And now sharked by Daniels, who snaps towards goal and can finish strong. It was just pinballing around at ground level. And the best man for the task there is Brent Daniels, who kicks his first of the afternoon and extends the Giants' lead to a game-high 28 points. 10-11-71 plays 5-13-43. 6 going final term on ABC Sport. Your experts are Jason Saddington and Ty Kennelly.
Well, it certainly gives them that confidence breather, doesn't it? That take a bit of the early momentum Collingwood had with that shot on goal and goal to just at least get that nice little lead back. It just gives them a little spell, takes the pressure off a little bit. Yeah, it's been a little bit quiet though, Brent Daniels. Haven't seen a lot of him today, but he's always been an opportunist, hasn't he? He pops up nicely here. Off the back of a free kick, I think advantage they got.
The pressure again, the Bedford tackle, turnover in that instant was it, but it's the pressure again around the ground and on the small fleet of foot players, and they've turned a lot of ball over the pressure. I'm sure it'll be highlighted tomorrow.
So 9th individual goal kicker for GWS today. And a fairly limp start to the season from Collingwood. How concerning, Sato and Tide?
Yeah, nothing's really got going for them. No, it's concerning. It's only early though, but of course you want to start with a bit more flash.
Keith slaps it down, picking it up side bottom. Goes with a little bouncing check side to half forward. Bouncing ball. Stone gets there first, slaps it on Well to Ward. Back feeds a handball to Ash. She'll kick around the wing. Arriving late, Cameron for the Pies drops the mark. Over the line it goes. Throwing to come just alongside the interchange gates.
Mainly for Collingwood. They just probably look vulnerable against the fast play, don't they? When the Giants have gone quick, they've struggled to keep up and slow that down.
5-13 plays 10-11 as well. Giants by 28 points. Being very wasteful, the Pies. Thrown on the wing. Cameron palming it down for Allen. Handballs it straight into his teammate. Eventually the ball continues to spit around. Picking it up side bottom. Shovels out a handball. Stone can't gather it cleanly. Josh Dacos can. Collingwood attack quickly.
Sweeps the hand pass off the penalty. Daniels comes across. In fact, it was Ash who got there first. Hand pass back here towards a teammate. But the player taken high there for the Giants and James Leake. McCreary and Callan Ward tussle up as well. 28 points is the Giants' lead. 8 gone final term. Leake on debut from Launceston. Point of the square. Up goes Cadman. Rode by Bedford. Moves through traffic around. Someone on the spots up for Jones. A little too deep for him. It's there for Cal Brown. Fires the hand pass back for Jones. Coughed up by Quainer. Jones can left foot. Snap and it wobbles through. 2 fantastic goals for Darcy Jones. And it feels like party time now for the Giants. They're out by 34 points. 11-11-77 to Collingwood 5-13-43. 9 gone final term on ABC Sport. Your experts, Jason Saddington and Ty Kennelly.
Well, that's it. It's probably what we're just talking about. When Collingwood have struggled with the speed of the Giants. So Bedford there showcasing speed. They weren't able to catch him, stop him, slow him up. And then, of course, Darcy Jones, speed, leg speed, unable to keep up or catch up with him. So
you've got a bit of a prototype on how to play Collingwood here, from you figure out the feet and the speed of the game itself with the smalls that the Giants have been able to put them under pressure all game with the speed of the game itself, So it's an easy enough talking point with the age thing, but it's very evident here in this game today that the ground balls and the ground speed of the Giants.
And Nick Dacos back in the middle, going again.
That'll be an interesting narrative to follow because it might be an easy one to draw for the media too. The age of the Pies. Hill marks on the clearance coming from Cameron. Punching it away is Taylor.
But it's not just the media bin, it's the reality of it's right there. We can see it in front of our eyes, the speed. And we saw it with Finn Callaghan early in the piece itself, in the midfield spread itself. When Callaghan got on the ball, and Bedford and Kelly early in the second quarter it was.
10 gone. Final quarter, the Giants by 34 points over Collingwood. Back in it comes. Cameron lays it down, bursting through Ned Long, throws it on his boot, tumbles toward the pocket. It's missed a couple there. It's still bouncing through over the behind line for a minor score. Collingwood 14-44. Trail the Giants now by 33 points. Now, because we are in Western Sydney, and it's a neighbouring suburb, we'll give you the Parramatta Eels Melbourne Storm score. They've fought back the Eels. It's now 56-12 for Storm's favour.
A chance.
In the 71st minute.
I think that's actually an increase in margin, technically, but at least they're on the board. Himmelberg kicks towards the wing.
It was 40-0 when we last spoke.
I think you'd rather 56-12 than 40-0, wouldn't you? As on the wing, Leake gets a handball away for the Giants. Now Callaghan, clever, quick handball, finds Canelio. Plenty of Giants. Bedford gets rid of it. Is Grajewski. Handball on. O'Halloran whacks it through. Great team goal. They ride the Orange Tsunami all the way to O'Halloran. 2 for him. X and the Giants have given it to the Pies. 39 points, 12-11-83, plays 5-14-44.
Quick hands, speed. But the Finn Callaghan handball, how clever was that? Just right under immediate heat, but just able to pop this little, an underground handball out the side of his hand to his Giants teammate out into the space. Was absolutely clever, but
once they're going forward, they're hard to stop. You're going, they want the forward handball, Jason. You can see that, they're going, they're hard to stop. And if you only get one chance to clean that ground ball up initially, if you don't do it, you're in trouble because they got a weight of numbers with them going forward on it. And clearly overpowering Collingwood now.
39 points, the game high margin. Restart back in the middle. Up goes McStay in the ruck. Playing middle crisp. Little 1-2 hand pass. Gets it back the milestone man. Preferred left boot inside 50. Hillberg lost his footing there for Bobby Hill. He can't get it away, though, cleanly. Iden's hand pass picked off by Membry. He's dispossessed in the tackle. Comes back here to Connor Iden. Shares it there with Kelly. Kelly dummies the hand pass and now goes by foot on the angled kick wide to find Canelio on the wing.
Geez, looks like the Giants are just sniffing more and more, aren't they? They've got their backs up. They all want to get moving.
Won the game here last year between these two teams by 32, and feels like it might be a very similar result here. Collingwood in possession on the wing. Forward handball from Howe. Good one. Finds Perryman. Pokes it over the top. Membry marks. Tim Membry on club debut for Collingwood. High half forward. Far too far out to score. Kicks backward. Maynard accepts it. Giants by 39 points. The last of opening round on ABC Sport.
Magpies go inside 50 through Maynard. Taylor up in front. That's his 8th intercept mark. 10's the record held by about 8 blokes. Taylor goes across the defensive goal mouth there for Lockie Ash.
A little worry for the Giants. Brent Daniels limping a bit in the middle of the ground.
Ash bounces his ball beyond defensive 50. It's a little too deep for Darcy Jones. Out of bounds for a throw-in. 12-11 plays 5-14 here. The Giants lead by 39 points.
Nick Dacos is back out there at the moment as well, and did get into something close resembling a sprint, but he's not moving around the ground like he normally would, where he works so hard.
Tossed back in by the boundary umpire. Logo members side. McStay in front. Long. Hand pass way to Pendlebury. He was a little burst here. Low ball for Elliott. Oncoming traffic. Ward provides some pressure. Tunnels it back here towards Kelly. Ricochets off Long. Back inside 50 here for the Magpies. Bobby Hill sharks it. Can snap from 35. And there's a nice finish. No, it's behind. For the Norm Smith medalists. He kicked their first goal of the game. Their only goal of the first quarter.
Is he just feeling
they're all
his
gone? Look at
hamstring?
all of them are.
Is he going to hammy here?
A little twinge there for Bobby Hill, so we'll keep an eye on that as well, Garby. 38 points is the margin here, 15 gone.
I don't think that's cramp either. I think that might be a hamstring strain. He's staying out there at the moment.
Benny, if he kicked the goal, I guarantee you it's not a hamstring cramp. There's nothing wrong with him.
On that kick, there was 8 Collingwood players bent over, hands on.
Yeah. Nick Dacos is still in lots of trouble over here as well.
Is this a worry about Collingwood's pre-season? Is it a broader issue here as the kick goes inside 50?
They're underdone.
Yeah, it's very evident on what the opposition are throwing up to us and what you can see. There's one thing from a speed perspective, but it's happening numerous players out in the ground.
Leak able to get on the end of the kick.
Well, when you only travel once a year, I suppose it's tough too, so they're probably not used to travelling up to Sydney.
Trotting off at the moment, Bobby Hill, with that left hamstring an issue. James Leake, pick 17 in 2023, out of Tasmania. Had a chance to kick a goal with his first kick. Doesn't strike this perfectly, but the desired result. A goal on debut. They come from everywhere to get around the Launceston boy. The Giants lead by 44 points, 13-11-89, plays 5-15-45. Let the rave begin at the showground.
That's great, and debut obviously he's had a big impact. And debut, I'm sure his number's going to tell that. But when the game was in a bit of touch and go there in the second quarter, when Collingwood got a bit of momentum, he was the one that shifted the momentum back to Giants' way. So great debut.
I did like that Adam Kingsley described him as clean, which isn't something you usually associate with a leak. But nevertheless, let's go down to Daniel Garb.
Yeah, the Bobby Hill one is interesting. He looks really disappointed at the moment. He is getting his hamstring worked on. He had his head in his hands not too long ago. Maybe it is just cramp. It might be something more severe, though. In terms of the amount of players cramping on the ground, it's the Giants as well. Brent Daniels most certainly has some cramp. Lockie Whitfield's been battling with it for a large portion of the second half. So, yes, the Pies are battling in a more severe way at the moment, but a few Giants players struggling in opening round as well.
In the middle, here's a clearance for Bo McCreary. Couple of bounces, kick deep inside forward 50. Buckley in the contest with Mychek. Rove by Elliott. Too quick for Connor Iden. Opens up, left foot, snap. Nice finish. A goal in quick time for the Pies, but it's all in consolation here. Elliott's second and Collingwood's 6th goal of the afternoon overall. 6-15-51. They trail the Giants 13-11-89. Your experts on ABC Sport, Ty Cannelli and Jason Saddington.
Well, he showed Jamie Elliott, hasn't he? He's still got that brilliance in that front half of the ground. He kicked a lovely goal, I think, from the boundary earlier in the game. But even that's just one individual bit of brilliance from him to turn inside out on the boundary and kick a goal from there. He's still got something in his legs this year, Jamie Elliott. He's certainly ageing, but he still looks sharp in that front half for Collingwood.
Yeah, he created nothing but the centre bounce clearance. They've changed the mix-up, right? And McCready is inside with the clearance here, so they're trying to magnets around a bit Collingwood with the inside midfield, but it was individual brilliance, and Conor Iden probably should have kept him in front of him. Not probably, should have.
Giants by 38. Ball back in the middle, trying to come away with it. Callaghan leaves it behind. Kelly does pick it up, gives it to Callaghan. Tucks it under the arm, runs away with it. Misses Green with the handball. Bouncing ball half forward here for the Giants. Well won, Toby Green. Somehow gets a kick away, turns it over. Lipinski for the Pies. He loses it, tries to get it to Quaynor. Jones goes in, the Giants back with it. Ward, clever handball for Callaghan. Out in front here of Bedford. Goes for the unbelievable. And doesn't pull it off. Very nearly did, though. Just a little narrow on the inside-out banana. Giants by 39, 18 points into the fourth. 18 minutes into the fourth.
Maynard kicks out beyond defensive 50. There were 2-on-2, and it's forced out of bounds by Jack Buckley.
Can you give me a second try? 39 points, 18 minutes into the fourth.
Everyone's having issues with cramp and stumbling over footies and words and all kinds of things. Darcy Cameron gets back out there. Ben Cameron's still here. 13-12 plays 6:15 as we approach time on here in the final term at the Sydney Showground. Keefe and Cameron in the ruck. Ned Long, just work it clear. Toby Green extracts the football, fires the hand pass to Kelly, and now Darcy Jones inside 50, 40 out finish on the run, misses near side.
They've got a run on the exit and the spread from the stoppage itself. You know, the players are stuck from Collingwood.
Giants by a clean 40. 19 gone, final term, ABC Sport.
It feels like it's just Jones and Bedford keep popping up here.
Yeah. Well, Toby Green's the other one. You know, late in the first game of the year, you've got him in as a midfield, and he's on top of the ground. That's a huge plus for Giants.
Maynard, long from the back pocket. Cameron stands tall and marks.
He's marked well today.
The concern is obviously the Briggs piece that he hasn't had a man ruckman on him, but he has marked well, Darcy.
Just recapping, Kieran Briggs off to hospital with a neck injury. Was sitting up and seemingly okay. Quaynor kicks the Pies inside 50. Punched away by the Giants onto a Toby Green. Stands up in the tackle. Good handball. And now they're away. Kelly sweeps it towards the wing. Cornelio with plenty of running room. Elects not to take it. Comes back infield to Stone.
Connor Stone off to Ash. Had a logo by himself. Has room to think about the kick to Daniels. Front edge of the square as Darcy Moore stands the mark. Just at the 20-minute mark here in the final term at the Showground. Daniels bounces around the man on the mark. Moore gets it eventually. The kick goes up. Did he run too far? Or was he taking high? Giants free kick. Yep. Heard the whistle. And now I can see it is going to go the way of Brent. Yeah, Daniels was doing a few little stretches before as well.
Cramp everywhere.
Jacob Ware in D50 for the Giants has got cramp.
He's got the full body cramp too, doesn't he? Can't move.
This will be part of our reaction, I'm sure. Post-game, Daniel Garb will have a chat to hopefully both sides and just talk about the conditions and I guess the nature of opening round footy.
Yeah.
Playing that first game for the season, but Nick Dacos the most notable of those affected, but a lot of players just having an issue with keeping themselves warm.
He doesn't have the leg for this, Brent Daniels. This will pop up.
We'll try anyway. We'll set it up. He actually does kick quite a fair way, right to the goal line. Maynard mops up in defence, shares it with Quaynor, and now Josh Dacos back to Maynard under pressure. On the bounce there, Lipinski to Jack Crisp, who evades defensive 50. Chips over the top there for Bobby Hill, and he can mark on the members' wing here at the Sydney Showground. Lipinski bursts by one of 9 players played every game last year for Collingwood. Long from that logo, sends it deep here. Elliott in the pockets, can't quite trap it. Turns around on the snap, goes a drop punt, in fact. Centering ball, might work out okay for Membry, it does. He plays on, it was run down by Toby Green. Footy came loose. McCreary got a soccer it through, but it'll come back here for Toby Green's tackle on Tim Membry. That's superb. That was, you want to talk St Kilda, that was Nick Revolt's heat sure, wasn't it?
Yep.
Sorry, Saints fans, it was very similar.
That's the second one into the Saints.
Giants by 40 points, 22 gone, final term.
Look, Ross on the text line.
Yeah.
Great signs, obviously. Your captain's back in the goal line like that, you know, late in the game, round one. And we're talking about him. He's here again getting the ball on rebound. So
here is Toby Green swinging a handball out towards Ward on the logo. He comes infield. Finn Callahan, the raking left leg. He is all class. Another one the Saints have missed.
Yeah.
Giants lead by 46 points. 14-13-97. Plays 6-15-51. 22 and a half minutes into the fourth. Hardy time out west.
Yeah, it's on the back of obviously a superb tackle, which should have been a goal for Mimbry, and you got a skipper leading by example in Green, not giving up on it, and Finn Callahan absolutely asked before the game, you know, just really step up and lift and take this football club to another level.
Outstanding
opening round of the year, you know, an opening game. So well done, mate.
Thanks. So Finn Callahan, I think he's up to 31 possessions, couple of goals.
Yeah. 8 contested.
Yeah. But just the breakaway speed he's shown today.
Finn's up. We spoke about the key role he plays. No Tom Green for the Giants, their best midfielder. No Jesse Hogan. They've had now, though, 9 different goal kickers. That's their spread of scoring in the absence of that key pillar.
And that often happens. You can become man-focused. So, you know, the difference, obviously, getting different personnel, in front of the ball for you, you've got to find ways to it. And it's been the clear difference between the two teams. Collingwood haven't been able to do that front half.
It's actually 10. Who did I miss? Anyway, it's 10. Free kick here for the Giants as Toby Green was taken high by Bo McCreary.
Oh. That's great.
Find that to me, Tig.
So
Lockie
Schultz was chasing, I think it was Connor Stone, and Toby Green had the ball in the mark and just stepped in front of him. A bit of a Leo Barry moment against West Coast when they got a free kick call against us in 2006.
Himmelberg down to Ash. Yeah, fair enough. Lockie Ash from half forward swings it across here. O'Halloran marks 55 from goal here for the Giants. 24 gone, final term. 46 points is that margin now. It's just exploded from where it was. Yeah. Only single figures midway through the second half, through the second quarter. The second half has belonged to the Giants, and O'Halloran's going to fancy himself here to go back and look for his third. Played his 50th game last year, dropped on 3 separate occasions. Xavier O'Halloran at the Giants. Been far from their worst player today. Plays into it from 60. On its way, right foot drop punt across the face, and it's been marked on the behind line by Darcy Cameron.
Yeah, he's had a few marks, hasn't he?
No change to our score here. The Giants by 46 points, 25 gone final term.
Contested marks are going to be up 5-6 contested marks.
Short kick to the pocket. Intercepted there by Darcy Moore, who has the black headband on, kicks back across the goal mouth. Taken by Josh Dacos, goes for a little run around the boundary line. Sends it out to the southern wing. Bouncing ball. Crisp slaps it cleverly for Lipinski, who snaps it cleverly back to Crisp. Just behind the centre line, very wide out. Southern side of the ground. Opening round here on ABC Sport. Kicks the pies to half forward. Elliott launches, doesn't drag in the mark this time. And out of play it goes. Throw in coming between wing and half forward for Collingwood.
I miss James Leake. How could I forget James Leake, the debutant, of course, who's also kicked a goal today for the Giants. We'll wrap up this game. Look back on the weekend, which was an abridged opening round. We lost 2 games due to the ex-tropical cyclone Alfred up in Queensland. Toby Green's hand pass off the deck here. Giants on the outer wing. Daniels keeps it moving. High ball towards half forward. Howe parks himself under it. At the drop, Grajewski has Bedford. Ignores him. Goes for home. And it bounces through. Shepherded through by Darcy Jones. Fantastic finish out there from Grajewski to make it now a 52-point game. It's his second goal of the afternoon. And things are looking ugly now for Collingwood.
The nice goal from the boundary, probably pretty easy, soft sort of goal. I thought he'd overcooked the kick to Darcy Jones run into the goal.
Has he gone for him, you reckon?
Too far in front, but I'm sure he'll say I was trying to kick it to you, mate. But he slotted it from the boundary anyway himself. Nice little finish. you know what? He's put in a shift, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
Having to step in and do some ruck work, probably something he's never done before in his life. But he's put in a shift for the Giants. He's done his job. And in his short career, it's probably his best game of footy.
And he's launched at the ball. He's looked good as a forward coming at the ball. His movement, he's caused some trouble to Jeremy Howe at times, So, yeah, it's definitely his best game for the football club.
Making the most of his chance to be in there, because you think if Hogan's string and those guys play, he's potentially not in the team today.
Giants by 52 points. Restart in the middle. McCreery emerges with the footy. High up and under out towards the southern wing. Punched away by Lipinski. Back into the middle of the ground. Josh Dacos overruns it. McCreery slaps it on. Darcy Jones pinches it. Looks inside 50 for the Giants. Bouncing ball. There to gather McInnes. Clears with a kick for Collingwood into the middle. Launching at it. Unable to take the mark. Leak. Very nearly did though. Spills out for Pendlebury. Handball for the Pies away to his old mate side bottom. Might have been clipped. Ball upcoming near the attacking edge of the square here for Collingwood.
It's twice I've seen aerial courage from James Leake on debut. It's going to be a part of his game that we're going to see a lot of.
Out of the ruck, hurried kick from Darcy Cameron. Callahan there off the deck, a hand pass to Callan Ward, quite effective.
Whitfield in the goal square.
Bobbles a kick inside 50. Whitfield outnumbered and outbodied there by McInnes and Moore. Toby Green traps it in the pocket, but he was spun to ground this time by that man out there, Jack Crisp. So we'll throw it back in again. 25 around from the Giants, attacking goal at the Olympic Stadium end. It's they who lead by 52 points. 29 gone final term. Well, the Saints fans unhappy. Sorry about this. Beansy from Broadford. Enough of the Saints stuff. If I rust on ABC Listener, I'll have to send management an angry email. Then in brackets, there's no Wappers anyone else. Wappers from the ABC. Thank you, Beansy. Thanks for your empty threat.
Sorry.
Beansy goes beyond offensive 50. My check drops the mark. And we'll move along here toward the outer side. Lipinski again gets it back and finds Schultz a chest mark on the outer wing.
There he is, 9.
And Taylor intercepts and takes the mark. So it's 9. He's got what? He's got 3.5 minutes of game time to get his 10th and potentially 11th record-breaking intercept mark.
They've got 15 for the game. He's had 9 intercept marks. That is Sam Taylor.
Short kick from Iden away to Kelly. And this is in neutral for the GWS Giants. It's going to be a big opening round win. 52 points.
Yeah,
Collingwood have kicked.
Look at this. It's just throwing up the white flag, It's not good signs. It's
just chipping it around in defence at the moment. Taylor goes across to Ash, who moves it up to Buckley. Halfback flank, son of Ben, the former North Melbourne chair. He'll just kick it laterally, and this is absolutely junk time as they just chip it around in defence.
12th mark in total for Sam Taylor.
They had a long delay in the first term because of Kieran Briggs's Medicab and being stretched off due to the neck injury. So a little overtime here this game. Wrap it up here the next half hour or so from the Sydney Showground. High up in the air, the kick lands on the chest of Ned Long. The Magpies get it back. Tick past the half-hour mark here in this final term. Pendlebury marks at centre-half forward. We'll go back and have a look at the options here. The 404-gamer and former captain finds Josh Dacos. Angled kick on the 45. Bobby Hill wants some separation down there on O'Halloran, gives away the free kick. Advantage paid here for the Giants. They're away through Jones, who slips over momentarily, gets back up here, shares it back by hand to O'Halloran. Rebounds off left half back. The short kick to find Brent Daniels.
They're running, aren't they, still?
They are still running.
Daniels kicks into the middle. It's a bit of an errant kick. Turns it over. Allen pinches it for the Pies. Sweeping handball to Myercheck. Chipping kick. Membry, not quite. Knocked out of his hands. Goes and retrieves it in the pocket. Gives it to Allen. Gets it back. He pokes it back centrally, looking for Long. Bouncing ball. Slapped away by Stone. Now Ash goes over the top of it. Stone sockers it to himself. Eventually picks it up, and the Pies are back in there. Long gathers off to Hill, pulls the trigger on goal and misses. Away to the left. Giants by 51. 31.5 minutes played in this final term.
Buckley. Short kick out to find Himmelberg. And now Ash waits for it, stationed at left half back. Gets his kick away just in time. Turned over, Darcy Moore takes the mark on the outer wing. Don't think we'll see a 10th intercept mark for Sam Taylor. Oh, he's still got some chance, some time here. Down the line they go. Stone Whitfield retrieves it. The Giants keep possession here. It's come wide to Grajewski, who marks near the bullseye. And he'll go out towards half forward. Toby Green, the captain, slides it and marks at right half forward. Only a very slight angle left of centre.
He'll poke it short, and Callaghan marks 47 metres out. Slight angle to the right, and he will amble back and kick for goal. Have a look at his third. Will Finn Callaghan?
Yeah, the crowd, I think, up and around Toby. I think they've been impressed with Toby's performance today as well. It's been old Toby, hasn't it? Sharp, energetic.
In comes Callaghan. He tugs it right, but it doesn't matter. There's no other way to dress it up. The Giants deliver an opening round beatdown on Collingwood. They win by 52 points.
There's a big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking, the other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. We take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best, and we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
So the goal kickers for the Giants, Brown with 2, Grajewski with 2, O'Halloran with a couple, Callaghan the same. Singles to the debutant Leake, to Daniels, Taylor, Ward and Green. 2 to Jones as well. I missed him. My apologies. Well, for Collingwood, Elliott with a couple, Myercheck with a couple, Membry and Hill with singles. They only kicked 6 goals, Collingwood, 6-16. So inaccurate. The Giants, 15-14, 104. Take down the Pies, 6-16, 52.
Sound from the west of the town, it's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking, the other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. Take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best, and we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
Oh, in the same week they hosted the Green Day band here at the Sydney Showground. The Giants say, "Wake me up when September ends," because this start of the season goes some way towards vanquishing the Demons of last September, although I'm sure that'll all come later on if they get that far this year. But they double their opponent's score, and Adam Kingsley starts his 3rd season in charge, an emphatic winner. I'm pretty sure he's now won each of his opening round games of his time in charge at the Giants here. 52 points, the final margin in the end. Let's get the thoughts of our ABC sport experts, Ty Kennelly and Jason Saddington.
Well, it was just an impressive win from the Giants in the end. Probably wasn't totally expecting this at the start of the day, but they did it quite comfortably in the end, didn't they? The third quarter was a bit of a stalemate. Not a lot went comfortably for either team, but just the run of the Giants, I think, is what made the difference. Their speed, their ball movement. Players like Callaghan was explosive through the middle. The longer the game went, Darcy Jones and Toby Bedford got involved with their leg speed. Their ability to chain and handball and get through Collingwood, who struggled defensively, to be able to stop that run from the Giants when they got it going. And that was difference in the end. And the longer game went, the more it opened up for the Giants. Collingwood looked tired. I'd question where their fitness and ability to see the game out is at the moment, going into this early part of the season. They never really fired a shot. They had some patches where they had plenty of possession and momentum, but they just didn't really capitalise. Poor kicking. They didn't kick straight for goal, the Pies. But, sorry, just interrupt.
Worth noting here, sorry to interrupt, Sutto, that there is a guard of honour for Jack Crisp, who's being chaired off. 250 games for him, and as we well know, 238 of them in a row. Phenomenal.
Nice to see that. Nice to see.
It is.
But no, I mean, if you're a Giants fan, you're pretty pumped with what you've seen today. If you're a Collingwood fan, well, it's only opening round. There's plenty to go, but they've got a bit to do.
The concern, obviously, with Collingwood is the fact that they've had a 3-week jump on this group, on the Giants, as far as preparation-wise, from the end of last season to the break that they've had, as far as the preparation going into and what's happened. The speed of the game was the clear ground ball speed, and the pressure speed that the Giants put on Collingwood made them jumpy, and you could see from the very first quarter, the ball movement, the Collingwood was the tactic. They were going really slow with it. It looked like they were trying to play this game and going slow, and we only saw them go fast a couple of times. Now, was it on purpose? They were trying to pick it apart coming into the game from a coaching point of view. We don't want the fast game because that's going to suit the Giants, and it looked like that early, and you can pick that off in a coaching style and what's happening with the game itself around how you're going to play, because that looked like the way they were going to play in the first quarter or so. They released it a bit in the second quarter, and they actually freed up, and they won some ball around the stoppages, and it was really only 10-minute period, 15-minute period where the Collingwood played today and actually put it to the Giants. They've got a lot of the football in the third quarter, and they're just inefficient in the front half of the football. So if they were a bit more efficient with their connection, it could have been a little bit of a different story towards the three-quarter time. But there was only going to be one winner from the second half, the way the Giants were running on top of the ground. And obviously you're always going to ask the questions with the preparation when you've got so many players cramping. And look, the scoreboard can help you too, obviously, when but from a cramp perspective and physical point of view, when you're looking at the scoreboard and you're running on top of the ground. But the pluses for the Giants are enormous, and the biggest one was that tackle by Toby Green here, and the difference between him now. If you get him and Stringer gone and Hogan, and you've got an ability then with Tom Green coming into the team, and these young blokes that we talked about, and Finn Callaghan, it's an impressive group to coach and a lot to look forward to.
We'll try and get into both camps in this little post-game wash-up as best we can. Daniel Garby's in the Giants' rooms firstly. The players are not too far away, so we'll try and get a quick word from them and from the Pies as well after the 52-point win for GWS over Collingwood here in, I almost say the final game, the second game and final game of this opening round for season 2025. And a brief look ahead to how it all starts on Thursday with Richmond Carlton at the MCG. We'll talk through all of that as well. The turnovers got worse in the second quarter, Tiger, and didn't really get any better from there for the Pies especially.
Sorry, guys. They had the 10-minute period early in the second quarter, but it was the disconnection between the mid and the forward half of the forward 50 really was the third quarter. They started the game kicking 1-7. Does hurt you early, takes the energy out of your game, and you're in an away game and you're coming to play in this first round of the season, and you don't kick straight, and that bursts your bubble a small bit, obviously. And the opposition gets some momentum going and kick some easy goals, and they did that in the third. The Giants, when Collingwood had all the play in the front half of the ground, and they got, Darcy Burns runs basically the front half of the ground and scores a nice check side goal. But there's just a couple of signs that are worrying from a Collingwood. Now, it is round one, and sometimes we can jump at things, but
into the winners' rooms, Daniel Gard, they're coming your way.
And the captain, Toby Green, leads them in. A number of Giants players watching on, those who are suspended, those who are injured, including Jesse Hogan, who is delighted, Jake Stringer as well. Tom Green's got the compression bandage on his calf. He's got a big smile. Finn Callaghan, who was instrumental in this win, 33 disposals, 2 goals, looking delighted, the flying Finn. Sam Taylor, fantastic as well amongst it. And they pour the Gatorade on James Leake, the debutant, the Tasmanian, who kicked one on debut as well. And here comes the song.
Now, consensus seems to have them in the top handful of flag fancies, the Giants, but they've at least done the first little job here today at home by 52 points over the Pies. Get back to Garby shortly, I think. Can we go straight to you, Garby? Okay, back to you.
Let's do that, because I've got Sam Taylor with me. Sam, congratulations. You got it all going with a very rare goal, your first in 6 years. Take us all the way back to the start of the game and that moment for you.
Oh, where do I start? So he took a nice mark. It was pretty much a specky. And then he whacked me across the face, and the arms were just like, yep, 50. And I was so just lost. Like, what do I do? Like, I was 15 metres away from the man on the mark. I didn't know what to do. And I pretty much shanked it, so I'm so lucky it went in. I thought it hit the post. But that's one to remember.
You don't kick many, and that got the ball rolling for you, and you got the job done in the end. How satisfying is it after the way in which the finals series ended last year to start in this fashion today?
I'm, so proud of the boys. To do that after last year, the finals, that was, very, just, I don't know, depressing. It's a sad way to put it, but it was. And then our pracky games, we weren't too sure what to expect, but we showed up all tough, and we put on a good performance.
And the players you've got out as well. You look around this room and you see Jesse Hogan, the Coleman medalist, and Jake Stringer, Tom Green, and some others. Kieran Briggs, of course, who, if you can give us an update on him, if you know, that would be great. But there's firepower to return as well, isn't there?
Yeah, well, we're missing two of our better players, and I'm just so proud of everyone. Everyone played their part. The work our midfielders did was so impressive. It starts there, and once our midfielders get going, we're hard to beat.
Any update on Kieran Briggs? We're told he was up and about and talking.
Yeah, first quarter, Kingus came out, I was like, yep, he's up, he's talking, he's good. But that's I really hope he's good and in good hands now. So it's it's very sad. So hopefully he's good.
Good to hear. And you spoke about the midfielders. What about the flying Finn Callaghan, who was awesome today? He signed the new contract. How big of a boost is it to see him play in that fashion?
Wow. To lock him away now. We were expecting a great performance, a great season, and, he over-delivered. He was so good. It's just the way he carries the ball, he breaks lines, and he's going to be so impressive for us, and, we can't wait. Another 4 years with him.
You might be fighting the 3 Brownlow votes with Finn Callaghan today. They usually give it to the midfielders, Sammy, so unfortunate if that happens. But you deserve all the plaudits that come your way. Well played, well done.
Thank you very much.
Sam Taylor there with Daniel Garve, and that was very entertaining, as his team was for most of the day.
Where do I start?
What are you talking up the mark and the 50 and,
I had no idea what I was doing.
Exaggerating a few things. We'll try and get in the Pies rooms and get some reaction from them here as well before we're off in 10 minutes' time. So can I get you to do the votes in the ABC Player of the Year, Ty Cannelli?
Yep, easy.
You got them? You got
one
right 3, 2, 1? Yeah, start with one. Build suspense for us.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to give it to the guy we were just talking to. Did he have 9 intercept marks? He's obviously in the third quarter, but I just love the way he controls the game, and his ability obviously in the air, but it's his attack on the man on the ground balls as well. He obviously gets a lot of injuries because of the way he plays. He's so courageous, and it's going to continue throughout his career. And he's going to miss out on a lot of football, I think, because he's so courageous. He's so crazy that the attack that he has in the man and the ball in the air. So Sammy will get 1 vote, and the 2 is Josh Kelly. I think Josh's impact in the game early in the first quarter and a half stood out for mine. He was there obviously with Finn, but his ability to actually walk both ways, which is something that Josh can be criticised a lot on, and his ability obviously to move the ball. But he stood up and won a lot of ball and clearances as well around the ball. What was his clearance numbers? He had 5 clearances, 5 tackles, and 8 score involvements. So it's a big game for him. And then obviously the bloke that's we asked to get the A grade, and a game that was probably one of his best games for the football club, if not the best. 33 disposals, 9 contested, 6 inside 50s, 12 score involvements, and to finish with 2 goals too. It's Finn Callaghan with 3 votes was absolutely outstanding, and it's very, very good signs when you get a midfielder like that. That's he's now an A grader with Tom Green coming in. It's going to free up a lot. So they got some headaches from a selection point of view.
So 3 for Finn Callaghan, 2 to Josh Kelly, and 1 for Sam Taylor in the ABC Player of the Year, as adjudged by Ty Cannelli. Next week, the Giants are away against Melbourne at the MCG. Sunday in the same time slot, 3:20 Eastern Daylight Time, while Collingwood are at home, also at the MCG. They'll take on Port Adelaide in one of these Saturday night games. So that's what's next up for these two sides. After the Giants' 52-point win here at the Sydney Showground today.
Who was Collingwood's best player? Perryman probably in the first half, but I think he probably died out of it a small bit. But
yeah, he did. I mean, Briggs went down, so Cameron stepped up. He had a bit of influence. He marked the ball well. Yeah, they didn't have a lot of winners, did they?
No, and that's part of the problem with them. That depth piece. I know, obviously, they didn't get going at all in the front half of the ground. But well, if that's the case, you need some strong defenders. And Darcy Moore was quiet as well. Obviously, the captain of the club, and they just didn't have enough. Weight of numbers, did they?
Oh, and as we spoke about, like Nick Dacos was clearly struggling through the second half. He had 17 at half time. He only finished with 21. He stayed out there, but he only had 4 touches. What's the point in staying out there?
Kieran Briggs, the neck injury, which we saw in the first quarter, he was subbed out, obviously, for Jacob Ware to come in, and Ned Long was activated at some stage in the second half for Will Hoskin-Elliott, but there were plenty of players experiencing soreness across that game. Bobby Hill looked like a bit of a hamstring twinge, maybe, or could have been cramped. There was a few players experiencing discomfort, especially in the second half of this game, in quite warm conditions, and it's always tricky, I'm sure, with the first game back. Just in case we don't get a chance, because we're wrapping things up here at the Sydney Showground, of course, the season began back on Friday evening at the SCG, and Hawthorn beat the Swans by 20 points. Let's look ahead to round one quickly before we get into the Pies rooms, hopefully. Thursday night, Richmond versus Carlton. No Charlie Curnow. Michael Voss has ruled him out today. I see that Lucas Camporelli's been announced he'll be debuting on Thursday night, so big opportunity for him in that round one game at the MCG. We're back at the MCG also on Friday night for Hawthorn versus Essendon. Saturday, 2 games in standalone time slots with Geelong and Fremantle at Cardinia Park. And then the SCG, Swans and the Lions in the grand final rematch. So can't wait for that one here. 2 games on Saturday night, MCG, Collingwood versus Port Adelaide at the same time as Bulldogs and North Melbourne at Docklands. And then also, just to round us off in round one, the Sunday games, Adelaide v St Kilda at Adelaide Oval, Melbourne versus the Giants at the MCG, and West Coast versus Gold Coast at Perth Stadium. All those Sunday games are back-to-back-to-back, so all in standalone time slots. And, of course, we'll have them all for you here on ABC Sport. The opening round concept overall, Sato and Tig, obviously was scuppered this year by the natural disaster up north, which made things difficult. But how would you change it? How would you improve it? Is it something that you think is here to stay?
Well, I think what it's there for and what it's meant to do is to probably put the spotlight into these northern states, isn't it? So I mean, if you don't have... So we missed out the Queensland ones, fair beat. But if you don't have, this Giants Collingwood game and the Swans Hawthorn game is standalone, not as many people switch on the TV or tune into the radio because they've got their footy fix watching their own team or the other games that have been on over the weekend. Everyone in Melbourne especially would have been watching and listening to these games this weekend that you might normally not get in this market. So I think it serves its purpose in that regard. I understand that, if you are in Victoria, you definitely want to watch your footy and you're dying to get to the footy. You're going to get that next week. You want to be part of it straight up, but I think the getting the radio switched on and the TV switched on to watch these games in these markets, I think it's a win.
Yeah, it's great. It's obviously great for Northern States, as Jason just said, and it's serving its purpose in a rugby league heartland as far as we're making inroads, and we've certainly seen inroads in Sydney itself, and the more of it, I'm certainly in favour of it.
And the fans, like the Hawthorn fans, travel because they're dying to watch their team. The Collingwood fans travel because they're dying to watch their team. So it gets them to go.
Other thing to keep an eye out of this game was that heated exchange between the coaches, Craig McRae and Adam Kingsley, in the first half. Ben, you know how these things work. Will there be, please explain, I suppose, issued for...
Matt, I think at worst, please explain, but I don't think there was too much in it.
They were quite far apart from each other, and there was no sort of risk of physical confrontation.
They shook hands after the game, though. I was watching it on the bench as well, so they shook hands, had a bit of a laugh. So you don't know, but it isn't a good look. Obviously, that's the thing they're trying to stay away from.
We're off in 4 minutes' time, but Daniel Garb is in the Collingwood rooms.
That I am. Thanks, Briggy. I'm here with Darcy Cameron. Darcy, thanks for your time. You've just emerged from a pretty lengthy, from what it seems, team meeting. Can you talk us through what was said over there?
Fly was just reminding us that we want to practice those shallow losses. We want to celebrate the deep wins and have shallow losses, and it's time to live that now. We've got a 6-day turnaround until Port Adelaide, the G next week. So move our focus onto that. We've had a really good pre-season. We don't want to forget that and trust the process.
Where do you feel you were off today?
I feel like, obviously on the scoreboard, we didn't kick straight early and we didn't capitalise on when we had momentum of the game. I feel like that it does take a bit of energy out of you when you hold the ball in your forward half for a majority of time, and then they go back the other end and kick a goal. It's deflating, but there's a number of other areas. But we'll go through that throughout the week and pinpoint a lot of it.
We saw several players struggling with cramp, most notably Nick Dacos. How is he, and is there any sort of issue with the overall fitness, or is it just the symptom of opening round?
We'll probably need to come out of ourselves, and I'll tell you what, if we're up by 20 points, maybe we're not cramping, but even if we are cramping, we want to look to help others. The heat obviously played a factor in the lads cramping today, but I'm sure there's no worry with our fitness. We've had a really good pre-season, like I said before, and our fitness and strength and conditioning coach really got us working over the off-season, had the extra 2 weeks, so it's definitely not a worry.
How is Nick?
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah.
Kieran Briggs, that was a scary moment. You were right amongst it, of course. What did you think amid that situation? He said to be up and talking.
Yeah, thoughts go out to him and his family. I haven't seen what happened. But yeah, it's not nice when you see a person go down like that, and when the stretcher comes out, you feel a little bit sick, so hopefully he's okay.
Darcy Cameron, thanks for your time.
Thanks, mate.
Great stuff. Thanks, Garby, and thank you for your efforts across the afternoon. Yes, the Giants winners here by 52 points over Collingwood. That was Collingwood ruckman and Darcy Cameron speaking there. Don't forget, the footy ends for the weekend, but we're back with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast tomorrow, Ben. It's the new look team of you, Corbin Middlemass, that's not new look, but also Paul Roos as part of the Monday edition of that, so it's on tomorrow.
Yep, we'll be there. You'll be able to get it from about 8:30 tomorrow morning, I think.
And the pod available all throughout the week as well. We're back at the MCG on Thursday for Richmond and Carlton. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jason Saddington. To you, Ty Kennelly, to Daniel Garb, and to Aaron in the studio, to Tegan Nichols on the faders here at the Sydney Showground. To you, most importantly, for your company as well, right across the weekend. Hawthorn winners over Sydney and the Giants winners over Collingwood here at the Sydney Showground. It all starts, round one on Thursday night at the MCG, Richmond Carlton. We'll see you then.
You're listening to